Through the first got out, I felt like my whole life had been smushed down to just medical appointments. I was going to occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. We don't talk about the female combat wounded. These are our daughters and our sisters and our mothers. I'm not sure I would still be here if I didn't find the Friends and Wounded Warrior Project that I did. Because there was a long period after the injury where I really didn't understand why I was still here. I felt like I had lost everything. Wounded Warrior Project came into my life and taught me how to stand back up and get back in the fight. The truth is, I think we all have this strength inside of us, but until you're tested, you just don't know it's there.
See how Wounded Warrior Project empowers women veterans like Beth by visiting woundedwarriorproject.org/empowerwomenvets.
We are real sports talk. Sports 56 WHBQ. Available on your radio dial at 560 AM and 98.5 FM, as well as around the world online at sports56whbq.com. Take us with you everywhere by downloading the Sports 56 app. And at home, just say, Alexa, play Sports 56. Wherever you are, stay tuned in to Real Sports Talk. Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253DF Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations. It's time to get up and get your day started.
Morant. Oh! A jawbreaker!
It's Sports 56 Mornings with Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. The first hour of Sports 56 Mornings is brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at the corner of White Station and Quince. Now, here are your hosts, Greg and Eli.
They get up every morning from the alarm clocks, warning, take the 8:15 into the city. There's a whistle up.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Time for another edition of Sports 56 Mornings, the Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024 edition, to be precise. Greg Gaston, Eli Savoy, Zach Boyd with you. We are broadcasting live and in color from the Family Leisure Studios. Family Leisure, their floor model sale is underway. It's where family and fun come together. All types of great deals to begin your 2024 at 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. That's Family Leisure. The first hour of the program brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware. It is currently 33 degrees, partly cloudy skies as you get your Wednesday going. Partially clearing this afternoon with a high of only 47. Then tonight a few clouds with a low of 31 degrees. Partly cloudy and 48 degrees is the forecast for your Thursday. Coming up on the program today, we'll talk plenty of Grizzlies, who last night defeated the San Antonio Spurs, and tonight will host the Toronto Raptors. We'll talk Memphis Tigers basketball. Andy Borman, Tigers assistant coach, our weekly guest, will join us at 8:05 as we preview the Tigers' upcoming conference schedule, which includes a game tomorrow night in Tulsa, then Sunday at home against SMU. Jerry Palm at 8:25 on the national championship game on Monday. We'll talk college hoops with him as well. Then Grizzlies talk with DeMichael Cole at 9:05. We'll take your calls, your texts on the Sports 56 listener lines at 901-360-8255. You can also send us a message via Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, sportsmemphis.com. That is our website. Many different ways to get in touch with us. Or if you elect, just sit back, relax, enjoy. You don't have to call. You don't have to text in. You can just listen, and we appreciate that as well. That's your lineup for today on this Wednesday edition of Sports 56 Mornings. How are you?
I am fantastic.
That's very good. Does it count as a hump day if you already have Monday off because of a holiday?
I think you can hump any day.
Zach, did you hear what he said there?
I'm not in it.
You want nothing to do with that comment?
Mm-mm.
My gosh. By the way, speaking of comments, have you guys been keeping up with this whole Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel thing?
I have not.
I saw a little bit about it, but I was just confused.
Okay, so I don't know all the details, but I believe what happened was Aaron Rodgers, who has a weekly spot on the Pat McAfee show, was on the show yesterday, and they were talking about that Jeffrey Epstein list that's going to be coming out where they're going to name names. We will name names. And Rodgers said basically Kimmel's name's going to be on that list. And so Kimmel took to social media and went ballistic and threatened to sue Aaron Rodgers and just went crazy about that. And I guess there was something where Rodgers saw his name or maybe figured out it was his name even though it was redacted, something like that. So I don't know if there's a history between Rodgers and Jimmy Kimmel and why he'd even bring up his name, but very interesting to say the least as far as that's concerned. I'm not sure what day that list is coming out, but I know the most prominent name on there seems to be former President Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Will we see your name on there?
No, I'm not. I don't run in those circles.
You don't have that kind of coin. Anyway, so that was going on yesterday. Also last night, the Grizzlies were busy taking care of the Spurs, 106-98. One of those games where if you have any chance to get back in this thing, you got to win these games against bad teams. Because right now, you're not a great team, but you still need to really take advantage of all these games against mediocre, average teams, right? Well, Spurs are below average. They're a young team, but they do have a star in Victor Wembanyama. It was the Grizzlies' first chance to go up against him. For Grizzlies fans here in Memphis in person, your first chance to see him. You were there. I was there. I wanted to go down onto the court and watch the guy warm up. And you look at the dude, first of all, obviously he's taller than hell, but to be able to move the way he can move is a lot different than the Sean Bradleys and the Manute Bowles and guys like that from the past. The guy's an incredible athlete. And as the game progressed early on, he was fantastic. He had some blocks. He ended up with 20 points, 7 rebounds, 4 blocks. But the Grizzlies pulled ahead and took over in the second half. Desmond Bane had a big third quarter. Ja had a big fourth quarter. The Grizzlies did a much better. We were talking about the problems, the issues with rebounding. They did a much better job on the boards. They out-rebounded the Spurs 46-40. But everybody's, of course, buzzing about the Ja Morant dunk over at Wembanyama, who was basically turned around, and when he reacted, it was too slow, and Ja dunked on him. Now, Ja tried to score on him in the first quarter, and Wemby got the block on him, but Ja ends up going for 26 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds. He was a little hobbled there at the end of the second quarter, right before halftime, and I thought, here's problems, but he came back strong, obviously. Triple J didn't score much, but at least he did a better job on the board. 7 rebounds. He got 3 steals and 4 blocks, so contributed. Dez went for 24. Santi Aldama, double-double off the bench, 13 and 11. And Luke Kennard had 12 in his second game back from injury. So all in all, very good night for Memphis. But again, the Ja Morant dunk is the one that people will be seeing all around the country.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I didn't think the dunk, I thought the other one was better. I thought the adjustment in the air, the shot in the lane was a way better play.
I agree.
The dunk was, and they say it's like, it wasn't on him. It was like beside him.
It was on the side of him. Yes. He was turned, and then when he reacted, Ja had already gone above the rim. But any time he's in the vicinity, I guess Wembanyama, and he's 7'5", people are going to make a huge deal about it. And it is still a big deal. It's kind of superhuman what Ja does. But you're right. The double pumper, falling down floater over Wembanyama, to me, was a much better execution.
But that was like he switched hands and like seemingly hung forever. That was like, and it was in that fourth quarter, and that first one, the double pump going to the left hand, all that, like, that was like when he shifted the gear. Like, because Ja had been just kind of shooting threes all night. Like, he hadn't been, it was almost like that first drive early in the game when he got blocked by Wembanyama he was like, okay, I'm just going to start shooting threes. And it was like, what? This is weird. He's not going to the rim at all, really. And then in that fourth quarter, when he made that one, like, the gear was shifted. And then he had the dunk. He had the alley-oop to Santi, and he took over the game. Like, he did what he has the ability to do. And on a night where you really, especially through 3 quarters, it was pretty quiet, then all of a sudden he's got 26 and 10. And it was, he's just, when he shifts that gear, he is tough to handle. And it was, the crowd got into it, obviously. And it's, the dunk is cool and all that stuff. It gets the crowd into it. After that, just the first drive in the first quarter, when A&M guarding him, like the anticipation of that whole thing was amazing. Like the whole crowd built up, and then it's like the shot gets blocked. It was like, that's right. The guy he looks 8 feet tall on the court. Like it's weird. I don't know. Like,
he's got the longest legs I've ever seen in my life.
Tall guys, but like he makes everybody on the court look tiny. Like he's standing next to Bismack, and I'm like, he makes Bismack Gamble look like just a normal sized person, and he's a really big guy himself. It's just weird how tall he looks out there on the court.
Well, it's funny because on Saturday when the Tigers were playing Austin Peay, they went up against Jordan Wilmore, the former Whitehaven standout, who is 7'3", 360. And Naquan Tomlin and Malcolm Dandridge and other bigs looked miniature next to him. Same feeling I got last night, as you just said, watching Wemby against anybody with size, Bismack, Jaren Jackson Jr., any of his teammates. And I'm sure this is the way it is all across the league every time he's out there on the court. But your assessment of Ja Morant is exactly the way I saw it, and probably other people saw it as well. It seemed like when he challenged him at first and his shot was blocked, it was, I don't know, maybe it's not a good idea to try to challenge the guy. And he did settle. He shot 9 threes. Now, he's an average three-point shooter. He'll get hot at times, and then he'll get cold, ice cold. He was 3 for 9. Okay, so average, 33%, 3 for 9. But then, as you said, he got that second win and started to take control of the game. And that was after Dez had the big third quarter. And when you look at the Grizzlies last night, Marcus Smart, who does so many good things for the team, did not have a good offensive night. He was 1 for 7. Jaren Jackson Jr., again, I just mentioned what he did with rebounds, steals, and blocks. He did not have a good night scoring. 3 of 14 from the field, ended up with 10 points. So on a night when you didn't get much offensively from Smart and Jackson, you still have enough firepower in Bane and Morant, and then when you get Santi and Kennard coming off the bench contributing, you're going to beat bad teams. You should beat bad teams. And you'll beat some good teams as well. But when you have all those guys contributing, Smart, Jackson, all of them, it's a tough team to beat. So we'll see moving forward as the schedule gets tougher. Tonight it's Toronto at home, and they just traded OG Anunoby, although they did win in their first game with R.J. Barrett and Lively. But the Grizzlies then hit the road for games in Los Angeles against the Lakers, the Suns in Phoenix, the Mavericks in Dallas. And we'll get a better feel for whether or not this team can make a run. They have to do something over the next 10 to 15 games. And this is a good start. They took advantage of a bad team, won a rare home game, which was nice, and won going away by getting better as that game progressed.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they could have pulled away more and not had to play the minutes that some guys had to play last night, when you're talking about tonight being the third game in 4 days. Ja with 35, Desmond 34. I mean, there's certainly this time of year. Now, Ja obviously hasn't played that many, so he should be okay, although he's coming off the illness and trying to get himself back. But for guys like Desmond and Jaren, who have been there all year, played a lot, I mean, it's a lot of games mounting up, and you have to win tonight because this stretch following this game is really, really tough, and they're going to have to find ways to win a number of those games, but it's the next 7. The only team under 500 is Golden State, who's 1 game under 500. But, I mean, you're talking Lakers, Phoenix, Dallas on the road trip, then Clippers, Knicks, Golden State back at home, then a road trip to Minnesota. Like, this next stretch is brutal, so you better beat Toronto going into it. And then you're just going to have to find ways to win some of these games, because you can't afford to be going, 1-6 or 2-5 in that stretch and think you're still going to be in this race.
Oh, it's over if that happens. And by the way, when they play Golden State, perhaps Draymond Green will be back by that time. That's a possibility. But yeah, last night they had a chance to kind of pull away at the end and get those guys out of there. It didn't happen. It wasn't a great last 2-3 minutes, but a win is a win is a win. By the way, Zach, which of the great plays by Ja did you like better, the dunk or the play we talked about, the double pumper in the lane, floater over Wembanyama?
Gosh, I'm just happy he's back on the floor, so I can choose.
It's like trying to choose between two children or something.
Quite frankly, the best play.
You can't go wrong with the cross jab dunk over a big. 'Cause, it never gets old for me.
Quite frankly, I think the best play of all of them, I thought, was the alley-oop to Santi.
That's what I was thinking.
That was so smooth, and the way Aldama caught it with the reverse, that was pretty.
He had like 3 or 4 players looking at him, which allows Santi kind of go down the baseline. I mean, hey, when you have that type of guy on the floor, like, you're gonna get easy buckets. You just got to execute them.
Victor Wembanyama asked after the game about John Morant. His quote: "Good player, very small, so it's hard to catch up. Very fast. Just another great player that I see every night. In the NBA, everyone's got a franchise player like this who's causing problems."
I can't imagine how small John Morant looks to Victor Wembanyama. Ja's not a small guy by anything, but if you're Victor Wembanyama, he's got to look like, this tiny little thing you're trying to keep up with him. There's no chance. Victor Wembanyama's legs, I don't know where they come on Ja, but that's what I think it is. The fact that he's so skinny and his arms are so long, I think is what makes him look even taller. But that dude, I'm telling you, if you told me he was 8 foot tall, if I didn't know anything, and you just said that guy's 8 foot tall, I'd go, yep, okay, I understand. He looks 8 feet tall to me.
I was down on the floor. I'm up to his liver.
Also, didn't Santi throw the ball between Wemby's legs?
Yeah, I don't know if that was on purpose though or not, but it was very nice because it was a cross court pass. I don't know if he tried to do it between the legs or not, but it is a massive target you have. There's a lot of room when he's standing there with those two legs spread out it's pretty easy to throw it between his legs.
Yeah, because from my vantage point, when it happened, I was like, wait, did he just throw it between his legs?
Yeah, I have no idea if he did it on purpose or if it was just so happened that there's such a massive gap between those legs are each 6 feet long. So you got plenty of room.
And then Wemby hit that 30-footer, that 3-pointer that went banging around up, back down.
He acted like there was 1 second on the shot clock. He shot a runner from 30 feet, and I'm like, dude, there was 8 seconds on the shot clock. I don't know what that was all about.
He needs glasses. Anyway, I don't know how that thing fell, but it did fall. And again, his numbers were very solid: 20 points, 7 rebounds, 4 blocks. There are good pieces. Obviously, he's a great piece. There are good pieces on this team. I think if they can improve at the point guard position and get a stud point guard, San Antonio can get much, much better in the next year or two. But you look at the young teams around the league, and the Grizzlies are still relatively young, right? But, man, Oklahoma City and what they're doing at 23-9. Oklahoma City, last night winning, reminds me of what the Grizzlies were a couple years ago. Now, whether or not Oklahoma City can keep all those guys together in the coming years, that's a whole other question. But if you look at the West right now, Minnesota 1, Oklahoma City 2, Sacramento 5, New Orleans 6. They got a bunch of young guys, but they got some veterans as well. But those young teams, because you looked at Memphis and you said, well, man, maybe they have the best young nucleus in the NBA, at least in the West. And now you wonder if they've been surpassed. I think they have. I think Oklahoma City is actually a better nucleus of young players. Minnesota's pretty damn good as well. And the Grizzlies, by the way, with the win, go to 11-22. So right now they would be 5 games out or 5.5 of the last.
They're 5.5 out of 10.
5.5 out of the 10th spot, owned by the Lakers, who are 17-17. But then Golden State a half a game behind them at 16-17. Utah at 15-19. So there's a couple of teams you have to jump just to get a shot at getting into the play-in. So it's a long, long way to go for the Grizzlies. But last night, again, was a must. And tonight's a must. This is a Toronto team in transition. They have pieces. They certainly have when you have a guy like Pascal Siakam, but you traded OG Anunoby. The team's 13-20. They're 4-11 on the road. I don't care if it's back-to-back and Ja played a bunch of minutes and all that stuff. You have to win.
Yeah, with the stretch coming up, I mean, this is 100%. You have to win. You're not going to go 6-1 in those next 7. Like
No.
It's going to be a battle to go 3-4 or something like that in those 7 games. So you have to beat the Raptors, just like you had to beat the Spurs. These are games that if you want to get back into this thing, every bad team, especially on your home floor, you have to win. There's no other way about it. You have to win these games. I mean, look at Oklahoma City. They've won 8 out of 9 now. In that stretch, they've beaten Boston, Minnesota, Denver twice, both in Denver.
Wow.
I mean, they're rolling right now. That team is looking really dangerous. But
Chet Holmgren is a lot better than I thought he would be.
yeah, he's been fantastic. You know, the whole Giddey thing is still a little weird. Just gone on, continue to play and whatever.
Maybe he'll be on Epstein's list.
But the Grizzlies, 5.5 games over the number of games you have remaining is still like very much doable. But you can't afford any bad stretches. And again, with that 7-game stretch coming up, it's all good competition. And a couple of those are key teams that are ahead of you, like the Lakers, like Golden State. Like those are games you need to find ways to win, beat them, but you're going to have to find a way to win some of these other ones as well.
And tonight you get the homecoming, if you will, for Darko Rajakovic, the first-year head coach for the Raptors, longtime Grizzlies assistant. He brings Toronto into town. They were already there last night. Also, Thaddeus Young, the Memphian, who's been around the NBA for seemingly 20 years. He's still on this Raptors team, so he'll be in town. No Precious Achiuwa, after being traded to the New York Knicks in the OG Anunoby, RJ Barrett trade. But a homecoming for several of these coaches/players in tonight's game between the Raptors and the Grizzlies. Also yesterday, Derrick Rose got hurt again. Left thigh contusion. So Rose has had his bumps and bruises throughout his first year with the Grizzlies. Has the injury list come out yet?
I've not seen with the back-to-back, I don't know what time they have to post that.
The reason I ask is I'm curious to see if Ja will be on it. Ja went down, looked scary at the end of the second quarter. Of course, comes back and is high flying in the second half. Looked to be fine, but it wouldn't shock me with the NBA if he's listed.
Yeah, I would assume he won't be with the fact that, but it could have been something that once you get done playing and go home, if something, I don't exactly know what he did. I couldn't tell if he banged knees or what he did on that play, and so I don't know. It may have, but it could, if it was any sort of sprain or anything like that, it's something that could stiffen up or become more painful overnight once you kind of get off of it. But I wouldn't think he would be there. Again, hopefully he's not, because they need to make sure everybody's good to go and they get a win tonight.
All right, when we come back, we turn our attention to college basketball. The Tigers revving up for conference play. They will be in Tulsa tomorrow night. We'll talk later with Andy Borman, but we'll talk about the college hoop action from last night going around the nation. Also got some NFL news to get into as well. We'll take your calls and texts on the Sports 56 listener lines at 901-360-8255. One of our great sponsors is Corky's Ribs and Barbecue. And I would think that most of you have had a chance over the years to partake in this delicious slow-smoked barbecue. If you have not been to Corky's, what are you waiting for? You can dine in at any of their 4 establishments. You can have them deliver all the services. DoorDash and other services will deliver to your home or your office. You can drive through and have that no-contact delivery. Just order up in the drive-through, bring it home, bring it to the office. It is delicious barbecue. The Q, the ribs, out of this world. The barbecue nachos, I think, are the best, and they got great wings, plus the cheese and sausage plates, all the sides, great rolls, the best rolls you'll get. Tamales, if you don't want to go barbecue, you can get the tamales, you can get the burgers. They got an award-winning catfish plate, amazing desserts as well. Located at Poplar Avenue in Memphis, Poplar Avenue in Collierville, Germantown Parkway in Cordova, and Goodman Road in Olive Branch. While you're there, pick up a Corky's gift card. Corky's Ribs and Barbecue's open for lunch and dinner 7 days a week. And again, if you got some party coming up later in the year, little anniversary get-together, birthday party, whatever the case may be, reserve their private party room at either the Cordova or the Olive Branch location. It's Corky's Ribs and Barbecue. Just underway on a Wednesday, this is Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
You already know you can listen to Sports 56 anywhere with the Sports 56 app or at sports56whbq.com. But you can also watch us daily with live video of all of our shows on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
Jenkins Floors and More in Hernando is growing. This family business started up 5 years ago with just one pallet, and now they have hundreds. Tim, the owner, gets calls from people everywhere and can sometimes save them up to 50% on wood flooring, carpet, tile, and vinyl. Jenkins Floors and More helps with renovations, home building, and installation. Jenkins Floors and More, number 6 East Commerce Street in Hernando. Also in Little Rock and coming soon to Tennessee. Call 662-469-9350 for more information.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
The final horse now in the gate, and they're off. They're starting off with a double toe loop jump, leaving a difficult 7-10 split as there's movement on the inside rail. Only 9 pins separate them now as they head to the final quarter mile. They're neck and neck. It's down to the last frame. Here comes the axle jump. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Win, strike, savings, gold.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Is your home still not warm enough or running out of hot water? Hi, this is Lauren Choate with Choate's Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, and we've got exciting news for you. Introducing Choate's Carrier Repair Buyback Program. If you've had HVAC or water heater repairs in the past year, you're in luck. Choate's will credit your repair costs up to $1,500 with a brand new HVAC or tankless water heater system. Yep, you heard right. Just bring your repair invoice from the last 365 days and get ready to upgrade your home's comfort. Say goodbye to those chilly nights and inconsistent heating. Choate's has you covered with various low-payment financing plans, making your upgrade more affordable than ever. Imagine a more efficient and reliable system keeping your family cozy all winter long. And here's the best part. This offer is a substantial boost towards a state-of-the-art heating solution. Ready to take the next step? Schedule your free estimate by calling 347-8086. And remember, turn to the experts with Choate's and let our family serve your family.
Sports 56 traffic.
Good morning. It's finally starting to pick up out here with a little bit of volume coming down I-40 over here at Germantown Parkway. A crash there at Airwaves at Dunn. Also trying to finish one from earlier in Mount Moriah at Mendenhall as traffic's on the increase 55 northbound up through South Haven. 24/7 reliable crane and rigging services right here in Memphis. It's Tomahawk Crane and Rigging. They're online, tomahawkcrane.com. I'm Commander Chuck with your on-time traffic.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at the corner of White Station and Quince. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
The 11-2 Memphis Tigers will fly to Tulsa today. They'll play the Golden Hurricane tomorrow. Last night, American Conference play got underway. Florida Atlantic, coming off that loss to Florida Gulf Coast in their final non-conference game. 17th ranked beat East Carolina. They trailed at the half, but they end up winning by 15, 79-64. It was UAB, Andy Kennedy's Blazers nipping UTSA 78-76 as they improved to 9-5. UTSA drops to 6-8. They'll be in Memphis a week from tonight to take on the Tigers. And SMU over Charlotte, 66-54. SMU's 10-4, but I'm looking at the net this morning, Eli, and SMU is 45th in the net. Memphis is 40th in the net. So Sunday's game, although it's a home game, very important game. There's not that many on this schedule that you can look at and go, that's a quality win. Obviously, the Florida Atlantic games. Looking at the net right now, Florida Atlantic 21, Memphis 40, SMU 45. The only other team under 100 is North Texas at 94.
Yeah, SMU really doesn't have any great wins by any means, but I think some of their efficiency ratings and stuff like that has them up there in the net. And any team that can be up there in the conference, that's good news for the conference. They need as many of those as they can.
Yeah, they're blowing out teams. I don't think they're a real good team. I don't think they're a bad team, but they're blowing out teams, and that's why margin of victory really means something. The Tigers nipping Vanderbilt by 2, not covering against Austin Peay, ended up winning by 11. They were a 16.5-point favorite. These things obviously factor in when it comes to the net, and the net's pivotal because the net is more than likely the determining factor, right, for seeding. They're going to look at everything, but the net is extremely important. Tulsa, by the way, is 190. So, again, a loss, even though it's a road game at Tulsa, would be devastating. Now, they're going to lose a game. It's almost impossible to run through this thing perfect. And I'm not talking about Florida Atlantic. I'm talking about a game other than Florida Atlantic. They're going to lose a game. It just happens. It happens in every conference. It happens to every team. It's almost impossible to be up for every game. Now, going into this Tulsa game, Penny Hardaway said they're not Tulsa of old. They're rebuilding, but they've added a few high major transfers. They're very competitive. Also, David Jones has been sick. He missed practice Monday and yesterday. Caleb Mills is dealing with a hip injury. He hurt his hip in the Austin Peay game. He did not practice Monday or yesterday. And if you don't come out ready to go, any of these teams can burn you. But the rest of the net, Wichita State at 108, Charlotte at 123, Tulane at 124, South Florida at 161, Tulsa at 190, Temple at 200, UAB at 206, Rice at 223, East Carolina at 229, UTSA at 296. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are over 200. 6 over 190.
It's not a very good conference.
That's why it is, pivotal to win all these games. But again, knowing that I'm almost positive, I would bet on it. There's going to be one bump in the road, and you hope that it's only one. And we'll ask Jerry Palm about this, what he thinks they can do in the conference as far as earning the highest seed they can get. Florida Atlantic, home and home, more than likely to meet a third time in the conference championship game, not unlike what Memphis and Houston have done in the past. And if you split and then beat them in the championship game, that's great. Nobody expects, again, to go unbeaten. But I would think that the rest of the schedule, when you look at these teams, a maximum of 2 losses to still get you a seed at around 4 or 5. But if you did happen to run the gambit and go undefeated the rest of the way, you're going to be at least a 2. And with the possibility of a 1. I know Jerry said last week he thought the ceiling was 2 for Memphis. But it wouldn't be out of the question if they did that. Again, the way they've played the last couple of games, it's hard to believe that there won't be a bump in the road. And they have played to the level of the competition so far this year. They have dropped when they've played teams that are mediocre, and they have elevated their game when they've played better teams. So it's one of those weird situations with Memphis that they just don't run roughshod over the bad teams. They actually... those bad teams hang in the games with Memphis so far. At least that's what we've seen so far in non-conference play.
In the in his individual game-by-game predictions, Ken Pom has them losing at SMU and losing at Florida Atlantic. Those are the two games he has them with losses.
And that wouldn't be the end of the world. That wouldn't be the end of the world at all.
No,
right?
Yeah, I mean, those are the games. Certainly, if you do lose, you need it to be on the road. The Florida Atlantic home game would probably be the one excusable, I guess, home game. But, and we'll see where SMU goes from here. Again, what SMU has done is avoided any bad losses, but they don't have any good wins. They're 0-3 in quad one. They're 0-1 in quad two, but they don't have any losses outside of quad one and quad two. So, what happens to them in conference? Again, it would be nice, really, if SMU just dominates the rest of the bad teams in the conference and establishes themselves as a third team that becomes a quad one opponent. If you can end up with, 4, at least 3, counting with the road game at SMU, quad one games. I mean, you want as many as you could possibly get in conference play, and outside of Florida Atlantic, SMU's probably the only one with a chance to do that.
Yeah, we had Matt Dillon on last week for the Tiger Basketball Report, and I said, which arenas are the toughest for the Tigers as far as conference play? And I don't think he brought up Tulsa, even though I know they've had some problems at Tulsa in years past. Tulane, I think, was one of the names he brought up. Certainly, they have felt defeat in that arena down there in New Orleans. But for the most part, it's smaller arenas where you have to elevate your excitement. You're not going to get 10,000 people, 15,000 people. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get the crowd you got from Memphis and Clemson and Memphis and Virginia. Even Florida Atlantic, which will be packed, is a small gym. I've never been there, but if I'm not mistaken, about 4,500, something to that effect. So you have to generate your own energy, generate your own excitement. You got to somehow convince players, after having played and gone through the gauntlet of non-conference opponents that they have, that you're playing capable teams when you go to Minji's in Greenville, or when you head to Houston to play Rice, that you can lose. And I'm sure they look at the coach going, really? Well, they have to buy into that because they can if they don't bring their A game.
Florida Atlantic, Ken Pom has their capacity at 2,500.
Oh, gosh. It's even less than I thought.
330th as far as size goes in Division I.
Wow. And last night they were playing at home and they trailed East Carolina at halftime. And Dusty May was losing his mind, and I'm sure he had a few choice words at halftime for his team because they came out and they dominated the second half, ended up winning by 15. Elsewhere in college basketball last night, the University of Tennessee, the 5th-ranked team in the nation, no problem in knocking off Norfolk State 87-50. The Vols improved to 10-3. And Zakai Ziegler had a big game, 17 points. He's been on a roll since being inserted into the starting lineup. Tennessee will play Ole Miss this Saturday at Thompson Bowling. We'll get a better gauge as to whether or not Ole Miss is real or not. Obviously, you've called a couple of their games, and they beat Memphis. And to me, if you beat Memphis, that's a big feather in your cap. But other people look at the record and say, okay, they're 13-0, but they have the strength of schedule is what, around 280, 275, something in that neighborhood. But I still think you give them the benefit of the doubt. They've beaten NC State. They have a couple of nice wins. They got the win over Memphis, but we'll see because they are thrown right into the fire against Tennessee. Also last night in the SEC, not a non-SEC game, but Auburn playing last night, representing the SEC. They beat Penn 88-68. Auburn 25th ranked in the country.
There was a tight one in women's basketball last night. Did you see that game? What Grambling did?
No.
What was the final score? 159-18.
Over who?
The College of Biblical Studies.
They didn't pray hard enough. 159 to 18?
159 to 18. I think
That was a
I think
biblical beatdown.
Biblical beatdown.
It was both literally and figuratively.
That was Grambling that beat them?
I think it was 32 to nothing was the start to the game for Grambling, if I'm not mistaken.
Is Grambling even good?
I
Could you imagine South Carolina played the
I'm going to be real
biblical
honest.
studies school?
Grambling women's basketball, not on my radar as far as the scouting report goes. I just happened to see that they had won by 141 points. The College of Biblical Studies, I think, is out of Houston, if I'm not mistaken. It's a rough night at the office.
Man, oh man, that's a beatdown.
Game wasn't as close as the score would indicate, according to those who were there.
Number 1, Purdue beat my Terps 67 to 53. I don't like the vibe at Maryland with Kevin Willard in his second year. I felt very good in them deciding to go that direction to bring Willard in from Seton Hall. Good first year. Let down so far in year 2. Connecticut wins going away over DePaul. I think the only unbeaten teams, but it's obviously very early in Big East play, if I'm not mistaken, is Villanova and I want to say Providence in the Big East. And it's good for Memphis if Villanova keeps winning.
That would help.
Because we've seen a lot of teams that Memphis has played and has beaten that have lost. And Virginia taking that loss the way they did against Notre Dame, a very mediocre Notre Dame team. Shrewsbury's the coach there. Mike Bray's long gone. And they have struggled, and they beat down Virginia. Just takes away a little bit from what Memphis did to Virginia.
Yeah, again, I mean, these things, you want all of these teams to win because you want quad ones and quad twos and things like that. You don't want these teams falling too far in the net, and especially for those home games, it doesn't take a whole lot of falling to knock that out of a quad one into a quad two or even lower.
Elsewhere in college basketball last night, Duke over Syracuse by 20, 86-66. Illinois over Northwestern by 30, 96-66. Baylor a winner over Cornell. And Wisconsin, 21st ranked, beat Iowa in the Big Ten, 83-72. Oh, by the way, the 72 points scored by Iowa was the total of points scored by the Iowa football team this season. Fun fact.
Brian Ferentz, not the offensive coordinator for the basketball team. I don't think he is. I think he might actually be the in charge of offense at the College of Biblical Studies women's team, judging by their production last night. That Illinois win, that's that they're playing. Have to play without Terrence Shannon at this point, and that's it's an impressive performance last night without your All-American to come out and win by 30 against Northwestern. I don't know that they're that good without him, but that was certainly a impressive performance to get things started.
And Northwestern's usually scrappy. I don't know anything about their team this year, but they usually got a decent team. But a 30-point
Speaking of Iowa, by the way, did you see Caitlin Clark last night?
Yes.
She is.
What's that, 4 straight games of 35 or more?
For
yes. Caitlin?
She hits the game winner from the logo on a step back. It's a step back like 40-footer to win a game, to get her to 40 points. Like, that girl is...
She's one of the best
She is
shooters.
so much more entertaining than the Iowa football team.
Oh, my gosh.
It's like, that's what's so sad. Like, Iowa football team would just die to have anything nearly as exciting as Caitlin Clark ever happen to them.
I hope she's making more NIL money than anybody on that Iowa football team because she deserves it. Yeah, she's got to be one of the greatest shooters of this century, certainly, right? One of the greatest shooters. I'm talking about men, women, I don't care. I don't care your gender. She is one of the great, pure shooters playing basketball.
I mean, that's like, again, when you're talking like step backs from the logo to win the game.
Right.
Like not just for the hell of it. Like, to win the game, barely beat the clock. It was just barely out of her hand. I mean, it looked like a horrendous possession, but they get it to her. She does a step back 35, 40-footer, game over, and everything is forgotten. She is one. I mean, I have no idea what she's making. I have to assume she's making pretty good money for the fact that she came back. But I hope she's making a lot because the amount of money she is making that school, I I don't know what they're drawing right now for women's basketball. It looked like a pretty good crowd again last night. I assume they're drawing way more than they've ever drawn for women's basketball at Iowa. I mean, she has to be making a ton, and she's got some national stuff, so I'm sure she's making really good money. But man, she is fun to watch.
She's a special player.
This hour of our program is brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware, corner of White Station and Quince. Go by and check them out. Get those projects done for the new year. Maybe that was a New Year's resolution to get some things done around the house, some of those DIY projects that you've been procrastinating on. Well, you can get all the supplies you need, everything you need from the great folks at East Memphis Ace Hardware. They've got everything you need and a great staff to help you find it as well. Go by and see them. Corner of White Station and Quince, East Memphis Ace Hardware.
All right, college football news, NFL news. We'll get to it when we return. This is Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Join the voice of the Tigers, Dave Woloshin, for Wolo and Friends. Weekday mornings from 10 to 11 here on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Looking for your next car? Give Car Corner a try. Car Corner, located at 2653 Mount Moriah. They specialize in cars under $15,000. Bad credit? No problem at Car Corner. CarCornerMemphis.com. That's CarCornerMemphis.com. They even have cash cars under $7,000. That's Car Corner at 2653 Mount Moriah. CarCornerMemphis.com. Look for the building with the teal green roof.
College football fans, the championship is here, and DraftKings Sportsbook's making sure you can throw down on the epic showdown for a shot at the big bucks. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets for a betting $5 only on the championship game. Download the app now, and the code is HERD, H-E-R-D. That's me. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets for betting just $5 on college football. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The code is HERD, H-E-R-D, and the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/football for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources.
Yo, Mark, long time no see. You still down at Dyer's?
Man, I'm not down at Dyer's. I'm out at Collierville Historic Town Square.
When'd you move out there?
We've been out there for about 13 years. We've got the shops, the park. We got the train the kids like to play on.
You still cooking those burgers the old-fashioned way?
Man, we're still flattening out those hamburger balls on a slab of marble and skillet frying them the old-fashioned way like they've been doing for 100 years.
Dude, you still have those onion rings.
Man, they're fantastic. Hand-breaded, served up just right.
I loved those milkshakes. Please tell me you're still doing those.
Man, we are hand-dipping those shakes, putting them in the old glass in the shake tin, served the old-fashioned way.
You got any new items out there I need to know about?
We're just doing a lot of gourmet sandwiches. We've got farm-raised catfish straight out of the Delta. We've got some hot tamales from Pasquale's Tamales out of Helena, Arkansas.
Man, are they served in the husk?
What those guys like to say, they're so good, you'll suck the shuck.
Go see my buddy Mark at Dyer's Cafe in Collierville's historic town square.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Roofs, roofs, and more roofs. Chris Price here with Metro Builders. Is your roof leaking? Do you have mold stains on the ceiling of your home or business? Is your carrier denying your claim or offering a repair simply because they don't have enough documentation? You need a contractor that performs work for insurance claims for policyholders each and every day, and Metro Builders is here to assist. Call Metro Builders. At Metro Builders, we provide free estimates, consultation, and claim repairs. Metro Builders' process of arriving, inspecting, diagnosing problems, and estimating is second to none, commercial and residential. Our team of Hague-certified technicians are standing by to assist you with providing estimates and photos to your carrier to document your loss. All you owe is what your policy states. No large fees on top of the final scope. We use high-grade materials and are certified by companies like Atlas, CertainTeed, Owens Corning, and Mulehide with labor warranties up to 50 years on all of our jobs. Metro Builders provides roof repairs across the Mid-South. Call Metro Builders to schedule your inspection free. Call me. 901-375-1717. That's 901-375-1717.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at the corner of White Station and Quince. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Congratulations to Memphis Tigers running back Blake Watson. He played his final game in a Tiger uniform in the win over Iowa State in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl game, but he will represent Memphis in the Hula Bowl. Of course, the Hula Bowl being played in Orlando, Florida.
Much known for their hula dancing.
Absolutely. But Blake Watson, part of the Hula Bowl game, so good on him. Also, yesterday, good news for Washington. According to the Huskies offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, running back Dylan Johnson had the MRI done. It was negative on his foot, is expected to play in Monday's national championship game.
Yeah, great news for them. Good news for him, because when he went down, it did not look real good. But that's certainly good. Good to hear he's going to be able to go.
From the NFL, David Tepper. We were talking about the owner of the Panthers yesterday and throwing the drink on the fans down in Jacksonville. Fined by the NFL $300,000.
That'll teach him.
Yeah, that's going to cost him, I think. Right there in the wallet, that's going to cost him.
I think it's like 0.00015% of his worth or something like that. It's like he's worth $20 billion. It's worth over $20 billion. So $300,000, like I don't think that's exactly going to send a big message to Tepper and make him believe that, man, I better not ever do that again.
Yeah, we said this yesterday. Money is not a deterrent. They play the Buccaneers at home on Sunday. Panther season's been over since the start. But you want to penalize the guy, tell him he can't go to the game. He's the owner of the team, but you can't go to the game.
Although, you could also say the penalty is watching that team play. You force him to be at the games might also be more of a penalty. Letting him stay home and not watch the disaster that he is the owner of could actually be a relief for him. I don't know, but
in all seriousness, that's what I would do now. I would still fine him. I'd give the money to charity. I would do something with that. You know, the NFL obviously has a lot of charities that they're connected with, but I would prevent the guy from actually seeing his team, being there in his home stadium to watch his team. Also from the NFL, we were talking about Brad Allen and his officiating crew. They were the ones who officiated the Dallas-Detroit game last Saturday and have been in the middle of some other controversial calls this season in the NFL. Well, Brad Allen and his crew will work another nationally televised game. They'll be on the call Saturday night when the Steelers and the Ravens play on ESPN.
Yeah, I don't. It's so weird. The NFL and the NFL yesterday sends a video to all of the teams about basically as a reminder of how to report as eligible receivers. Although the video they use two different things from that game. But they actually counteracted their point in the video because they show one play earlier in the game where Dan Skipper reports, and the thing they say, you have to report both with the physical signal but also verbally. And they show one early in the game where Dan Skipper gives the signal with his hand chest, and then he goes up to Brad Allen, clearly like goes and chases him down to verbally report as well. And then they show the world famous 2-point conversion. And again, when you watch that video, clearly Dan Skipper could not have verbally reported because he never got close enough to Brad Allen to verbally report. So their whole thing is like, you have to do it both physically and verbally. You have to report. And they show this video like, see? Well, no, that's what he didn't do. Clearly, the other guy is the one who physically and verbally reported. Dan Skipper never got close enough to him to verbally report. So you're sending out a video showing teams like, this is how you do things, but showing it completely incorrectly, apparently, because your claim is that Dan Skipper is the one that reported on that play.
Yeah, they screwed up. They don't want to admit it. Now, there is the talk that Brad Allen and his crew will not get any postseason assignment.
Lord have mercy. If they get a postseason assignment, then that's completely embarrassing for the NFL.
Well, then they don't care. There's no repercussions for your actions. But the fact that they're on a nationally televised game on Saturday this weekend, I'm sure is something that doesn't make too many people in the NFL happy.
Well, the good thing is at least they didn't give them like the Bills-Dolphins. Like the Ravens are going to probably play their backups, and it's a game that really the Ravens don't care about. So they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's throw that officiating crew on that one.
The other thing is it probably says that they don't have any extra crews. They have a crew to cover every single game and maybe some extra officials in case there's an illness or some emergency, but they don't have like entire crews to be able to implement in a situation where you wanted to suspend an entire crew.
Yeah, I don't know how many different crews they have and all of that stuff, but yeah, if anybody on that crew is in the postseason, that's ridiculous. Especially again, Brad Allen. I mean, that is completely on him. Mm-hmm. That thing in the Cowboys lot, that is all him. That's not anybody else on his crew. That is all on him because he's the guy they're reporting to. So that is a complete screw up on his part.
Yesterday we were talking about a bunch of the scenarios for the teams in the NFL to reach the postseason. 8 teams of the 14 that are in the playoffs have clinched so far. So you still have 6 open spots, and we were going through scenarios, not every single one of them. There's a lot of them. It gets complicated. But Todd Furman, our buddy, makes it real simple. There are 6 teams that have a win and in scenario, and that would complete the playoff picture if they all win. You got 8, you had 6, that's 14. The Buccaneers, the Packers, the Jaguars, the Colts, which I didn't even realize, the Texans, and the Bills. If they all win, you don't even have to worry about tiebreakers or weird scenarios. They would complete the playoff puzzle. That's pretty simple. It won't be that way because all 6 won't win, but at least it's right there in black and white. Those 6 teams, they win, and they're in.
That's yes. It will not be that simple.
No, it will not. One other note before we take our time out and get ready for hour 2. We will open up with Andy Borman, Memphis Tigers assistant basketball coach. The Tigers will leave later today for Tulsa. Pete Thamel reporting that Kansas State transfer quarterback Will Howard will take an official visit to Ohio State in the upcoming days. There's mutual interest between both parties. He's visited both Miami and USC, is also considering the NFL draft. Yesterday we had all types of quarterback news, including DJ Uiagalelei, who is headed to Florida State, and the KJ Jefferson news that he is headed to UCF. Speaking of Ohio State, Dallin Hayden will be joining us in studio tomorrow morning at 8:25 to talk about Michigan and Washington in the national championship game and to talk about his future as well, the Ohio State Buckeyes running back. You are tuned in to Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Sports 56 listeners are smart. Smart enough to listen to Sports 56 and smart enough to get 25% off at Oak Court Salon. Ashley Waddell and Lane Lascola are expert stylists at Oak Court, and because they listen to Sports 56 and you listen to Sports 56, Ashley and Lane are giving you 25% off your first appointment. That's for cuts, color, highlights, balayage, Brazilian blowouts, and split-end treatments. Book today and save 25% at sports56.glossgenius.com.
Hi, fellas. Bill Russell at Russell Brothers Fine Jewelers, and I want to thank all of you who came to see us at Russell Brothers so that Christmas would be very special for your lady. Thank you for the confidence and trust that so many of you have placed in Russell Brothers for over 38 years, and we're going to work even harder in 2024 to let you know how important you are. Whether you just need a $10 battery or a $10,000 diamond ring, you will receive the very best in beauty, quality, service, and value. Our exquisite gemstones, our fashionable designs, our huge array of fine jewelry will dazzle you and will help make you a hero when you want to let her know how very extraordinary she is. We invite you to come see us at Russell Brothers Jewelers, 4646 Poplar at Perkins, or visit us at russellbrothersfinejewelers.com. After all, doesn't she deserve the very best?
There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name. Seriously, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S.-based restoration specialist works to fix it. Plus, all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning you'll be reimbursed up to your plan limits for funds lost due to identity theft. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. In both instances, use the promo code HERD, H-E-R-D, to save up to 25% off your first year. That's lifelock.com, promo code HERD, to save 25%.
Guns, guns, and more guns. Over 700 firearms in stock. Home defense guns, old guns, new guns, used guns, big guns, little guns. Every gun you can think of, Classic Arms has them. All brands like Glock, Sig, Colt, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Browning, Beretta, Benelli, Remington, Winchester, and more. Guaranteed lowest prices in town. Only gun importer in the Mid-South. Free gun inspections and appraisals and free bore sighting for the upcoming deer season. Shop online at ClassicArmsOfMemphis.com or visit Classic Arms at 1740 Germantown Parkway behind Corky's Barbecue in Cordova.
Listen each and every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. and join Ottawild Presbyterian Church for worship. Ottawild is a PCUSA church located in Midtown Memphis.
Sports 56 traffic brought to you by Curfew.
Enjoy the ultimate dining experience at Curfew. Wednesday is Wing Wednesday with sweet fire chicken wings and fries for just $18 and $2 off draft beers. Curfew American Tavern Craft Cocktails, your new destination. 164 Union Avenue, main floor of the Canopy Hotel.
Sports 56 traffic.
Good morning. A couple of accidents still in their clearing stages. It's actually just now starting to build a bit. Over here on Summer Avenue coming inbound. Still looks good. 385 Bill Morris Parkway out of Collierville. Headed up towards 240. Still looks good. Coming up from DeSoto County on 55 northbound all the way up into South Haven. Hey, Weimer's Jewelry, 7525 Highway 64. They are your Valentine's Day headquarters. Go by and see them today and shop local. I'm Commander Chuck with your on-time traffic.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253DF Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations. Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by James Gaddis Jewelers.
Genuine diamonds, baby.
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Welcome back, everyone. 8:02 the time. Hour number 2 here on Sports 56 Mornings, the Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024 edition. Greg Gaston, Eli Savoy, Zach Boyd with you from the Family Leisure Studios. Family Leisure, their floor model sale continues at 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. Currently 34 degrees, partly cloudy skies. We're looking at a high today of 47. Tonight, a few clouds from time to time with a low of 31 degrees. The second hour of the program is brought to you each and every day by our friends at James Gaddis Jewelers. They are your family's jewelers. 4900 Poplar Avenue between Mendenhall and St. Nick, and on the web at gaddisjewelers.com. If you're looking for a post-Christmas gift for someone, something special, and looking for a post-Christmas sale, you've come to the right place. James Gaddis Jewelers has those beautiful rings for you. They have watches of all types, bracelets and necklaces, earrings and pendants, one-of-a-kind estate and vintage jewelry. I guarantee you, if you go in there 5 times every day, right, once a day for a week, you will find something different each and every time, because they're always adding to their collection. I mean, daily, adding new items. And as I've talked about before, you have an old family heirloom, you want it customized, you want to modernize it, they can do that for you. They'll provide a free 3D rendering of what it will look like. They can do that in just a couple of days, and then they can go ahead and get that done for you. So when you're thinking of family heirlooms, when you're thinking of popping the question and getting engaged this year, you're looking for beautiful wedding rings, engagement rings, personally designed wedding sets, or jewelry of all type, it's James Gaddis Jewelers, 4900 Poplar between Mendenhall and St. Nick, and on the web at gaddisjewelers.com. We are efforting Andy Borman. We're trying to get him on the line. We will do that in just a few moments to talk some Tigers basketball. Of course, the Tigers, as I mentioned, will be flying out to Tulsa today to begin conference play, and a whole different ball game for the Tigers. They conquered what they needed to conquer in non-conference play, Eli, going 11-2, picking up huge wins. Now, this is on them. It's not really on the opponent. Right? This is not, you're going up against Clemson. You're going up against Virginia. You're going up against Villanova and Arkansas and Michigan and these big time. You're going up against teams that you should take care of business, but that they are ready. They have certainly high stakes in trying to upset a top 25 team, in this case, the 15th ranked team in the nation. So you better believe that they're going to be ready. Cal always said it, and I know it drove people crazy, we're everybody's Super Bowl. But in this conference, they are everybody's Super Bowl.
Yeah, Tulsa's not a great team by any means, and not many teams are in this conference. And yeah, it will not be a raucous atmosphere or anything like that. You just got to go in there, take care of business, move on.
You got to provide your own energy. You have to motivate yourself. The coaches will do a good job in trying to do so. In fact, let's find out from the horse's mouth. It's time to talk to Andy Borman.
It's time to talk Memphis Tigers basketball. Joining Sports 56 Mornings is Tigers assistant coach Andy Borman. Now, here's Coach Borman with Greg and Eli.
Memphis Tigers assistant coach Andy Borman joins us each and every week during the Tiger basketball season. You can follow him on Twitter at Andy_Borman. Good morning, Andy. Happy New Year to you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year.
All right, before we dive into the start of conference play and everything on the court, off the court, Penny Hardaway yesterday at his coach's show talked about the illnesses and injuries of this team. He said that David Jones has been battling an illness. He's been out the last couple of days, has not practiced. Caleb Mills is dealing with a hip injury. Just how healthy is this team going to Tulsa, and do you expect those guys to play?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, 100%. The last 2 days, these guys have been trying to get back to full strength. I think a lot of it depends on how they feel today. So our guys, we're at the practice facility right now, and guys are starting to arrive and starting to get in the training room and see, our whole team. So I think we'll know or get an idea of it pretty shortly. But obviously, with how phenomenal David and Caleb have been for us, we're all hoping they walk in smiling and ready to go. So I think we'll find out for sure. The thing I can tell you is both of those dudes are tough as hell. So if they can, they will. Like if they can, they will. And so let's just hope they can.
The Austin P game, you guys end up getting the win. It was a closer game than most people expected, just a 3-point lead at the half. What did you kind of take out of that game as you've had a chance to look back at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two answers, right? Obviously, we did not play up to our standard, right? Like Coach Hardaway sets the standard really high, and it's not always about the opponent. It's about playing our brand of basketball, and we didn't do that. That's the truth. There's no hiding from it. On the other side of that same truth is the fact that those games before and after Christmas and during this winter break, they're tough, man. They're tough. And for us to get a win and get the heck out of there is, I mean, how do you think Michigan feels about that McNeese game?
Right.
How does Florida Atlantic feel about that Florida Gulf Coast game? Sometimes, don't get me wrong, we want to play perfect all the time, but sometimes you just get the win and you get the heck out of that gym as fast as you can. So as long as we can improve while winning, I'd rather have that than having to improve while losing.
Yeah,
right?
look, I'm in complete agreement with that, but the reaction of Coach Hardaway after the game,
of course,
my God, it almost made it sound like they had lost the game. He was not happy. So my question to you is, what is the biggest one or two areas of concern from Penny and from you guys as you get ready for now this conference push?
Sure. Well, I mean, first off, Coach Hardaway's a perfectionist, right? And not only a perfectionist, he has big plans for this team, and he's going to make them understand that this isn't something you can turn on and off. You gotta leave the switch on at all times.
Right.
And I think, and that's something Coach Hardaway knows because of what he's done and where he's been. And these guys haven't done it and they haven't been there, so this is an education process, right? And so that's a constant battle in a good way. And then I think, by the way, that in and of itself is probably the most important thing, right? We could talk about, stats and rebounding and shooting and assists and turnover. We can go through all that, but if you're not playing hard consistently, right? And so don't play to the opponent, right? I think if we were playing Kansas instead of Austin P, I'm sure we would have played a lot harder. But why the heck does it matter who we play?
Right.
That shouldn't influence our effort. That shouldn't influence our attention to detail. And that's lessons that these young men are learning. And that's a lesson Coach Hardaway is teaching, and that's why I say, that's what we're going through right now. And obviously in conference play with our non-conference schedule, I mean, we went through murderer's row there, and so that lesson has to apply, no matter who we're playing in conference.
If you look for some of the positives, DeMarcus Sharp, their outstanding player, you held him to just 6 points and 3 of 12 from the field. We've seen this with you guys defensively, kind of against the best player on the other team quite a bit this year. What were you able to do in that game that was so effective against him?
Just make him take tough contested shots. Keep him off the free throw line. Make him take tough contested shots. Keep him in front of you. I mean, that I hate to oversimplify, but that's really, I mean, that applies to everyone. If you consistently can make people take contested jump shots, I mean, you're in great shape. And obviously, that's who he is. He's great with the ball in his hands. He can get into the paint at will. But I thought we did a pretty good job on him.
All right, so now you get ready to head to Tulsa to open up conference play. You will play a number of schools in this conference that have small gyms, low attendance. the energy won't be like it was for the Clemson game or when you went to the Bahamas or anything like that. Is this of a concern to you guys? I know it's about you and not about them, but sometimes I would imagine it is hard to get up for every single game. So what are you doing to try to prevent that type of performance and also try to energize yourselves and entertain yourselves to get excited about every single game that's coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Tulsa is they're undefeated at home, and we're coming into town. So I think that place could, I don't know, obviously, but I think that place could be rocking a little bit. So we'll see. But we need to bring our own energy, and we need to focus on what we can control. And by the way, on the road, I wouldn't mind an empty gym. Those people aren't showing up to cheer for us. So, I mean, we got to bring our own energy, whether there's 10,000 people there or whether there's 0 people there.
Mm-hmm.
So, who shows up on the road, that's irrelevant. We need our fans to show up at home. So we need to go to Tulsa, and our fans have been showing up at home. But we need to go to Tulsa, and we need to bring our own energy. And then hopefully our fans are excited to see us again this weekend, when we come back home.
The performance by Tomlin against Austin Peay, I mean, how comfortable do you see him getting now as he continues to, one, just kind of get back into shape after not playing for a long time, but also getting accustomed to what you guys do?
Yeah, I mean, can we bottle that up? I mean, how do you... can we bottle it and distribute it? We would never have to work a day the rest of our lives. It'd be incredible. We could do this show on a beach somewhere. No, I mean, he's great, and he's just a competitor. And he's going to keep getting more and more comfortable. I mean, we're already comfortable with him. I mean, he's a coach said it last night on his radio show. He's such a great person. And, he's so easy to cheer for. His teammates have already been like, hey, this guy's one of us. So it's been quick and smooth and easy because he's about what we're about. Everything he stands for is what we want to stand for. So he just says, hey, what do I got to do to help us win? And I don't know if this stat is correct, but I don't think we've had a double-digit rebounder all year. I don't think we've had a guy go get 10 in a game.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but he obviously goes down and gets 15. So welcome to the team, Naquan.
Yeah, and does so in 23 minutes. All right, so to your point about, here comes this guy. He's a great guy. He's a team player, and that's great. But going back to what Penny said after the game against Austin Peay, one of the things he was most disappointed at, he alluded to the fact that he feels that there are some players now starting to look at the numbers, starting to look at getting theirs, and that concerns him. And now you have another guy who's going to come in, and obviously he's going to get his shots, he's going to get his points, so it's coming from somewhere else. Is that a serious concern, or is this just a motivational thing from Penny? You hope there's no fraction at all.
No, I mean, I think it's a little bit of all. It's all of the above. It's just the world we live in. Guys are gonna want the team to be successful. I don't think we have anyone that's selfish.
Right.
I think guys want the team to be successful, and I think they would like to be successful while we're successful. And obviously there's frustration. And it's still coming together. And so I think more than anything, it's just Coach Hardaway continuing to preach to these guys. Look, if we win, we all win. There's no such thing as success through individual. It's a collective sport. By the way, every single one of our players is so talented, and we love them to death, but we don't have a number 1 draft pick on this team.
Right. I was going to bring that up as my next question.
So their success with Memphis and at the next level is going to always be tied to the collective success.
I agree.
Right? Like that's going to be part of their value as a Memphis Tiger. That's also going to be part of their value at their next step, whether that's the NBA or whatever professional league they're in. And that's something that we're preaching over and over. And I do think they're buying into it. It's just hard. It's just hard, and I promise you, all their fans and friends and, high school coaches and all that, like, they care about the individual. We care about the collective, and so that's something that every team in the country is going through. I think we're going through it as well, but it's not necessarily a negative. It's just reality.
Right.
What's the looking at Tulsa offensively? They haven't been really good, but they do get to the free throw line a lot. However, they turn the ball over a lot. What's kind of the scouting report on this Tulsa team?
This Tulsa team, I personally think, and it's not necessarily a scouting report, but I think it's as important as any part of it. They've been taught how to win, right? They're 9-3 early in the year, and this coach's, I believe it's his second year there, and so he's teaching these group of guys how to win, and they're getting to the point where they expect to win. Like I said earlier, I think they're undefeated at home, so that's as important. If you're playing against a group of guys that think they can win and believe they can win, that in and of itself, is a challenge. And then like you guys said, look, they do a really, really good job of keeping the ball in front. They're not going to give up easy baskets. They're going to fight you defensively over and over and over and over again. And then offensively, they've got a lot. I mean, look, they've got high major transfers. We talk about how our guys came in and where they came from. They can do the same thing. So they definitely are. No disrespect to, Tulsa's past, but this is a new Tulsa, and they also believe that they're a new Tulsa. So this is going to be a challenge.
Beginning of the season, you were one of the hunters. Now you're one of the hunted. Is it a different mindset?
I mean, I think if you ask Coach Hardaway that question, he would say sure, but it doesn't change anything, right? Like that's the opponent's perspective, right? That's Clemson versus Tulsa's perspective. It shouldn't change our perspective. Our perspective, like we talked about earlier, should be going out and trying to play our best,
right,
and going out and trying to hit our standard, regardless of, what the opponent thinks of us, and that's where you can get clipped, and that's where, someone can get you, is if you start changing your level. And by the way, we flirted with danger the last two games. We were playing with fire against Vanderbilt and Austin Peay. So I think that's up to us.
Right.
If we want to keep playing with fire, we're eventually going to get burned.
True.
I can't tell you when and where, but it could be Thursday. If we're going to be who we should be and who we are, it's a different story.
Stop playing with fire. It's bad.
Please.
Fire, bad.
Matches. Keep kids away from matches, man.
He is Andy Borman, Memphis Tigers assistant basketball coach. You can follow him on Twitter at Andy_Borman. You can catch him every Wednesday talking with us right here on Sports 56 Mornings. All right, so at Tulsa, home on Sunday against SMU. We will talk to you next Wednesday. It'll be UTSA Day. So lots of basketball here in the next week or so. Andy, best of luck to you. Thank you as always.
Thanks, guys. Happy New Year.
You too. All right. We'll see. We'll see about David Jones. We'll see about Caleb Mills. They talk about being the deep team they are, that you would think you could overcome an illness or an injury. But, boy, David Jones, his shoulders are probably all built up, man, kind of like Schwarzenegger in his prime, because he has carried this team an awful lot this year.
He does have a couple of double-digit rebound games, too. He had 10.
I thought he did.
10 against Missouri, 10 against Alabama State. I don't know if anybody else does. He might be right that nobody else, but he does have 2 of them from early in the year.
Yeah, I called that Alabama State game, and I thought maybe he had a double-double in that game, but I couldn't remember.
Ron texts and says the Grizzlies need Tomlin to come rebound for them. Grizzlies need somebody to rebound.
Well, at least they did a better job. At least they did a better job last night, the Grizzlies. We were on them yesterday, and they came back and they out-rebounded the Spurs 46-40 in the game last night.
Another texter says, FAU's gym is 2,500. Looks like Bartlett's gym. Ridiculous, a gym that small in our conference.
Man,
Tulsa's is over 9,000, which...
I know, I looked it up.
Surprised me that theirs is that big.
I looked it up during the interview, and I was stunned. Now, I've been there. I've called a game there, but I just couldn't remember how big it was. And I've never been to Boca, let alone been to the gym, and I was just guessing like 2,500. My gosh. What's amazing is Tulsa's gym is that big. Tulsa is very small as far as enrollment. Aren't they very, very small, or am I wrong about that?
Well, I know in football, they're one of the smallest D1 schools. It's only like 3,000 or something like that enrollment.
Right. So, yeah, it's a little surprising that they have a gym that can seat nearly 9,000. All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, Jerry Palm from CBS Sports will join us. This is Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Broadcasting from the Family Leisure Studio, we are Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
What's wrong? You look bereft.
I am bereft.
What is it?
Well, there's only 3 Central Barbecue locations. The original Central Barbecue on Central, it's closed.
Oh, don't worry, little buckaroo. The location on Central will be back before you know it and better than ever. Now, there's still the location on Summer. You love that one, right?
Yeah.
And there's still the Central Barbecue downtown and the Central Barbecue on Poplar. You love those too, right?
I do love those.
So you could go to those, and then when Central Barbecue on Central reopens, it'll be like Christmas, but with pork.
I feel better already.
Michael Fabiano here, and if you want even more excitement on game day, it's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. Just pick 2 to 6 players and choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and easy to make your picks, and with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals, Prize Picks is the place to play this season. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime and use code PRIMETIME, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/primetime with code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Most folks don't realize this fact. Our country is only 4 missed meals away from chaos, and those meals can vanish fast. In a national emergency, fragile supply chains break down and will wipe grocery store shelves clean in a matter of hours. Before this happens, there's something you should do today. That's stock up on emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply is the company millions of American families trust for their emergency supplies. You should too. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and other survival necessities. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship the same day, fast. Go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. Those who know what's coming prepare before the chaos starts. MyPatriotSupply.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Do you know one of the best things you can do for your employees or family's health? Provide Arctic Clear bottled water. Arctic Clear bottled water is your locally owned and operated bottled water provider. Arctic Clear is 100% natural spring water with free delivery and setup, dependable service, and no long-term contracts. What an easy choice. Call Jeff Manus today, 901-382-2363, or visit arctic-clear.com. Arctic Clear bottled water. Call now, 382-2363. That's 382-2363. Sports 56 traffic brought to you by Curfew.
Enjoy the ultimate dining experience at Curfew. Wednesday is Wing Wednesday with sweet fire chicken wings and fries for just $18 and $2 off draft beers. Curfew American Tavern Craft Cocktails, your new destination. 164 Union Avenue, main floor of the Canopy Hotel.
Sports 56 traffic.
Good morning. A couple of accidents still in their clearing stages out here. It's finally starting to move around a bit over here on Summer Avenue coming inbound. Austin P Highway still looks good, working its way towards the interstate. Not bad as we stare at it live on I-40 at Warford, up by Hollywood as well. Coming up from the south, 55 northbound. Normally it'd be heavy this time of the morning coming up from DeSoto County. Actually looks pretty good right now. Weimer's Jewelry, located 7525 Highway 64. They are your Valentine's Day headquarters. Go by and see them today and shop local at Weimer's Jewelry. I'm Commander Chuck with your on-time traffic.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by James Gaddis Jewelers.
Diamonds are forever. Woo!
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
I'm not 100% sure these are up to the second numbers, but Mr. Google tells me that the enrollment at Tulsa is 3,961. The enrollment at Florida Atlantic is 30,377. So Tulsa, with 3,961 as an enrollment, has an 8,500-seat arena. And Florida Atlantic, with 30,397, has a 2,500-seat arena.
It's weird ratios.
Very strange. Speaking of strange, no, I'm kidding. It's time for Jerry Palm.
It's time for Sports 56 Mornings Weekly Chat with Jerry Palm, college football and basketball writer and bracketologist for CBSSports.com. Here are Greg, Eli, and Jerry.
Here's Jerry Palm, CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. You can follow him on Twitter at JPPalmCBS and catch him all year long. Talking with us on Wednesday here on Sports 56 Mornings. Happy New Year, JP.
Hey, Happy New Year. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why doesn't Maryland sell out for basketball? I mean, they win there all the time. It's a tough place to go, but like the number one team in the country shows up and there's a bunch of empty.
Yeah, I don't know if the timing of this right around New Year's was the difference. They don't sell out all the time. They usually have big crowds. It's a big arena. It seats a lot. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, when I was there, it was Cole Fieldhouse. It was cavernous.
Yeah, right.
Big crowds.
I was at Cole once.
Right. Yeah. And, Cole was crazy. And, you'd have North Carolina rolling in there, and you'd have Duke rolling in there, and they would have big crowds, but they wouldn't sell out for all the games. I don't know. It's a good question. It's large enrollment. It's a big metropolitan area. I don't know.
Big Ten school.
What's that?
It's a Big Ten school. I'm willing to bet that's the only road environment Purdue plays in that's not a sellout.
Really?
Right now I'm assuming dealing with these students.
That's why I said around New Year's it's probably a difference maker. Who's
probably don't have a student. The worst crowd for Purdue.
No. Who's got the smallest arena in the Big Ten?
Northwestern.
Seats what? Do you know?
Oh, not off the top of my head, but it's the only place that hasn't got. And Rutgers could be smaller. I know they're replacing it, I think. Aren't they replacing the rack? Rutgers could be.
I think
Rutgers
so.
Could actually be smaller. They've relatively recently redone Welsh Ryan Arena. It's not a bandbox. I mean, it's not like you see in some of the non-majors, but it's small by Big Ten standards.
Northwestern's listed at 7,000, just over 7,000.
Right.
7,000.
Rutgers is 8,000.
Which is half the size of Mackey Arena.
What is Cameron's capacity?
Around 9.
Okay.
It's not 10. I don't think it's 10. It's less than 10, but it's like between 9 and 10.
We were talking about Florida Atlantic. I mean, how many schools that have a top 20 team in history in basketball have an arena smaller than 3,000 capacity?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm willing to bet that at some point that's happened, but yeah, it is really kind of weird that, but that's mostly a commuter school, so you have a lot of people at Florida Atlantic that aren't, necessarily in it for the sports. Because you got a lot of people. It's a big time commuter school, but
30,000.
Yeah. It's not like a 30,000 seat, 30,000 student campus like a place like Purdue would be, or Maryland or something. If it was 30,000, it's a different feel.
Well, Memphis is very similar. Memphis is looked at as a commuter school, but when you have a big time game, they're going to get 14, 15. Yeah. They used to sell it out at FedEx Forum with 18,000. I would imagine, though, Florida Atlantic, with what they did last year and the anticipation this year, that they probably had backlog of people wanting season tickets when there's only 2,500.
I would imagine.
Man, that is just crazy. By the way, since we're on basketball, then we'll dive into football, obviously, with the Natty coming up on Monday. And we talked to you last week about Memphis, and you've been high on Memphis all season long, and you said that you thought the ceiling for them was a 2 seed.
Yeah,
so
that's about right.
They begin conference play. Their net is 40, yet they're 11-2, and they have all those big non-conference wins. It just seems like it's a little bit low, but it is what it is. It doesn't.
Don't get worked up about the net until we get into February.
I know, but the games that they're going to be playing, the Tulsas of the world, the East Carolinas, the Rice, right. that doesn't help your net.
Other than FAU, they don't really have a whole lot that's going to help them.
Although SMU, I was surprised to see this morning, 47 in the net.
They're not bad. Or SMU's not bad.
Okay.
But there's no depth in that league.
All right, so again, this is such a hypothetical. I understand. I'm not holding you to it. Florida Atlantic, Memphis, let's say they split the 2 regular season games, okay? Memphis wins the conference tournament championship over Florida Atlantic. Again, hypothetical. How many other losses can they have to stay as a top 5 seed? Let's say a top 5 seed.
Oh, maybe 2.
2?
Or 3. It depends on so much on what other teams do.
No, I understand. Again, hypothetical. But
and it also depends on who the losses are. I mean, Florida Atlantic has got losses to Bryant, and who did they just lose to?
Florida Gulf Coast.
They've got 2 quad 4 losses. So I'm assuming those are both.
Yeah,
I know
quad 4 losses, yet they're still sitting 17th in the net.
Well, the committee pays attention to more than margin.
I know
it's
more than the net, but it's big. But it's big looking at the net.
The net is over influenced by margin of victory.
Yes, it is. That's why SMU is 47th, top 50, because they haven't got any quality wins, but they're blowing out teams.
Yeah, well, again, you're talking about early January net. You might as well pull numbers out of a hat. They're just not. There's not enough data to argue the net right now.
That's what we do.
I know, but let's wait a month.
How?
I have to do a bracket Friday. I'm going to do a bracket on Friday.
Oh, are you?
I don't know if you saw the last one I did.
I did.
Or if you read the column, but in the column I said this is all subjective right now. We haven't got any computer data in the middle of December that we can trust. That's still going to be true on Friday. We don't have computer data that we can trust.
Don't have computer data, but you do have the eye test, and that's what you got to basically bank it on.
If your eyes have seen enough of these teams, yeah.
Right.
Well, because of the wide variant of non-conference schedules. Some teams play a lot of, you get to see good matchups and you get to see them comparably. Others don't really play a whole lot and you don't see many road games.
Teams, when I do the bracket on Friday, there will be teams that have still not played a conference game.
Right.
And some that have probably played like one road game. Like you don't see. I mean, there's some things just don't go on the road at all. They don't.
Purdue just played their second, both in conference. They didn't play any road. They played a ton of neutral, but no road non-conference games.
The strange team, and again, you're putting it out on Friday. Ole Miss goes 13-0 in non-conference play, and barely in the top 25. Some people don't even have them who have votes in their top 25. They have a win over Memphis. They begin SEC play Saturday against Tennessee. So we'll find out more about them on Saturday. But I wonder how high, for example, Jerry Palm, if we can only get Jerry Palm on the show, he could tell us where he would have Ole Miss.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Do you? Well, find out and try to get us some help with JP. But, Ole Miss is kind of I know, again, it's early and it's the second one you've put out, but, where do you throw in a team like Ole Miss?
Well, it'll be in there somewhere because they're undefeated. I'm not leaving out anybody who's undefeated. But it's an unimpressive start. Other than Memphis, it's a bunch of tomato cans. So it's hard to get a real game. And the Memphis game was at Ole Miss, or was it neutral?
At Ole Miss.
At Ole Miss.
Yeah. So I'm not too excited about them yet. But they haven't lost either. So, but let's see what what happens when they get there.
Fair enough.
What, as you're doing your bracket now, like, how do you handle Illinois, for instance, who just now is playing without their best player?
Although they destroyed Northwestern last night. I'm actually going to see them on Friday. They're at Purdue on Friday. But I'll have a bracket out before then. That's one of those things that kind of takes care of itself. So, and the suspension is early enough in the year that we'll have a pretty good handle on what Illinois really is when March rolls around. But, for the Friday bracket, I'm probably just going to treat them as what they are, especially since the one game they played without them, they beat Northwestern by 1,000. So until they start to show signs of a decline, I'm not going to bake that in. I'm not going to assume something until I get evidence of it. I've got time for that. In March, you don't have time for that.
How surprised were you to see Arizona get hammered by Stanford?
Very. Yeah, I mean, that's just, I don't know if that's just one of those days where, it's winter break and you're coming off a bunch of big games and now you're playing Stanford and, you're mentally kind of mailing it in, and Stanford shows up with a great game plan and takes it to you. It's one of those things that I feel like just happens to everybody at some point. You just have one of those days where your brain's not working, you're not checked in, and I think that was one of those days for Arizona. But Florida Atlantic had two of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you look around, so many of these teams that you wouldn't expect to have that loss on their schedule. A lot of you get around the holidays, especially. It's easy for these kids to kind of get a little distracted and not pay attention to an opponent.
Especially the game. The game before you go on break, that can happen, but I think it's more the game after you go on break, and you've been home and you've been spent time with the family and everything's really relaxed, and now all of a sudden you got to turn it back up right away again. And sometimes flipping that switch is hard.
All right, let's turn our attention to football. The Natty is set. It's Washington and it's Michigan. Why have people, for the most part, not respected Washington the way I think they should have? I've loved Washington from the get-go. I love Michael Penix, but it seems like they waited for him to lose to Oregon the first time, then the second time, then they waited for him to lose to Texas, and here they are in the championship game. It just seems like they have not been given their credence for what they have done this year.
Well, they'll get it this week, that's for sure, because everybody's paying attention now. I think part of it is, it's hard for Pac-12 teams to get attention unless you've got something flashy like USC. And Washington's not flashy. Michael Penix is fabulous. And the pairing with him and Kalen DeBoer, the coach, it was working well at Indiana. He brought Penix with him to Washington, and those two just, as a coach-quarterback pair, they've got the magic going. And Michael Penix, I don't know that the last time I saw somebody throw this good a deep ball in college.
Yes.
It's like he could throw 40 yards downfield to a receiver that's blanketed, and his guy still can't catch the ball. It's amazing.
But even him, Jerry, I've loved the guy since Indiana. Okay,
yeah,
and you look at mock drafts. He's like the 7th or 8th quarterback. I think people are nuts, and I think a lot more people realize just how good he was by watching this particular game.
I'm a Bears fan, as you know. If the Bears decide to give up on Justin Fields and they take Michael Penix, I'm a happy guy.
There you go.
I'm not saying they should give up on Justin Fields. I'm not really. I don't think they put enough around him to really know if he's any good.
I agree.
Because he's got 5 ciphers on the offensive line. Well, 4.
Right.
So, and it's hard to play quarterback when nobody's blocking for you and you can't run. And you just, he's got one receiver he trusts, 2, DJ Moore and Komet.
But But back
So,
to
you know,
Washington, can they protect Penix against that Michigan front?
Yeah, they can, because their offensive line is fabulous. They just won the Joe Moore Award. So they've got what's considered the best offensive line in the country, and Michigan's got this fabulous front. I mean, that's the matchup, right? That's the matchup. Can the Washington offensive line earn that award again and show why they won that award and handle this Michigan front seven? If they can, Michigan's in a lot of trouble because Washington's defense is underrated. They're not Michigan's defense. This is a team that wins with their offense primarily, but they play good enough defense that their offense does. It's not like USC where the offense has to score 50, right? Washington can win games in the 20s if they need to, or in the 30s if they need to. They don't have to score 50 to win because their defense is good enough. But, you know, they're going to be challenged against this Michigan defense like everybody else is. It's a great matchup. The Washington offense versus the Michigan defense is must-see TV.
It's one of those things with Washington, like they keep winning all of these close games. Like you just think that eventually it's going to catch up with them, but they don't. Yeah, they just every single time their defense is good enough to get that stop that they need, or their offense is good enough to go score. Like it's crazy to think that a team just continue to play this many close games and win every single one of them.
Well, and this is why I'm picking them again. And I'm sure I talked about this with you guys last week. The reason I like Washington is because when the game's on the line, they know they're going to win because they've done it so many times. It's just they've been in that situation so many times. Now, Michigan, of course, was just in it, and but they've had a lot of blowout games. They didn't really have too many end-of-game challenges this year, but they obviously came through at the end of this game when they were down, and should have been able to. Alabama should have been able to put it away, and Michigan took it from them. So obviously Michigan can do this too, but Washington, that's like their MO. If Washington gets like a 21-point lead, they're going to let Michigan back in it just so they can win at the end because that's what they do. They don't know how to win otherwise.
How startling was it that Bama defense gave up that drive to Michigan, and then the third or fourth down, whatever it was, call from the 3-yard line to end the game? The quarterback draw. What your thoughts on both?
Yeah, I was surprised that it was that easy for Michigan. I'm not surprised that Alabama gave it up necessarily. I just thought they would make Michigan work for it harder. But it was like a 5 or once they got the fourth down, it was like 3 or 4 more plays and they were in. And the first fourth down conversion in that drive for Michigan, and then all of a sudden they're in the end zone, and it's that. The ease that Michigan scored with was surprising.
The thing that's crazy about that, though, I mean, that tip pass, if that ball could go anywhere, and it goes, it still continues a perfect spiral to the receiver. Like, that's the stuff that's amazing. If that's just a little bit different, that ball could deflect right to an Alabama guy.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened on Alabama's last play, but I know that they had a problem the entire game and that play snapping the ball.
They did.
And that messes up the timing of plays. So he's got to pick the ball up off the ground. Whatever they had called is probably messed up now because the timing of the play is off. So he's probably just, let's see what I can do. He's a good runner.
He rushed it,
but
he didn't delay and look and see what he had. He kind of just ran, he barreled right into the line on that fourth down play.
Yeah. So there may have been a little panic there, but yeah, it's just it was. They had trouble snapping the ball the entire game. I mean, it was a theme of that game that Alabama can't seem to snap the ball. Those were 2 really good teams that, for at least parts of the game, looked like they hadn't played in a month, right?
To some extent, you're right. Yeah,
flop on both sides. Alabama was sloppy, in particular snapping the ball, but there was other slop. Michigan had some flop as well, especially early in the game.
Well, McCarthy threw a pick right off the bat, and then, of course, the guy who picked it off, I forget who it was, stepped out of bounds. There would have been an interception right off the bat. So he was nervous. There was nerves as well. But there was just some flop. And I don't remember the Washington-Texas game having that much flop. Those 2 teams seemed a little more locked in. But boy, what entertaining football we had. So we have the championship game, and then we have 2 wild stories. You think about the stories in college football this year. The Pac-12, the demise, the implosion of the Pac-12. George Kliavkoff still walking around. He still has a job. He's a Pac-12 commissioner. There's 2 teams.
I don't think they can afford to fire him.
Yeah, I don't know what's
too much to fire him.
Yeah, what's going on? So he's there, but they have a chance to win a national championship, and it's an implosion of the conference. Then on the other hand, you have Michigan, which has been in the news for so many bad things, so many things that are wrong. 2 suspensions for Jim Harbaugh, the whole Connor Stallions thing, who was there, by the way, at the Rose Bowl.
Championship too.
I mean, so you got crazy stories on both sides. Who wins on Monday?
I like Washington. I like Washington because, like I just said, when the game's on the line, they know how to win.
Mm-hmm.
They know they're going to win, and they do. So I think if Michigan wins, I think Michigan's going to have to run them a little bit. But I think if the game is close at all, Washington wins.
All right, Jerry will have, again, his latest bracketology up on Friday as far as the college basketball scene is concerned, and he picks Washington over Michigan for the national championship in football on Monday. Catch Jerry on CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. Read all his great stories there. Follow him on Twitter at JPPalmCBS, and, of course, catch him every Wednesday talking with us right here on Sports 56 Mornings. Happy New Year again. Enjoy the Natty. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, JP. We will take a timeout, come back, wrap up hour number 2. And hoping, do we have it? Mike Norvell, an impassioned speech. If you haven't heard, you need to hear it. We'll have it for you when we return. This is Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Broadcasting from the Family Leisure Studio, we are Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
The season has changed. You know how I know? It's finally here, the Family Leisure Christmas Sale. Excellent deals on pool tables, shuffleboards, and saunas. Oh, we're just beginning. Tired and sore from shopping? Check out the huge selection in stock of hot tubs and massage chairs. Oh, and you can surprise the kids with the best stuff, like a new arcade, a game table, even a play gym. Gifts for the whole family to enjoy and enjoy together. Also on sale, theater seating, outdoor kitchens and grills, patio furniture, and fire pits. Merry Christmas from our family to yours. That's Family Leisure of Memphis. Every year we wait. They always deliver. They've done it again. The Family Leisure Christmas Sale is happening at I-40 and Whitten Road. That's 2120 Whitten Road to be exact. That's the place of shopping heaven. Family Leisure, where family and fun all come together.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is your buddy Johnny Radio. I'm here with Mark, the owner of Dyer's, out in Collierville's historic town square, where they've been cooking up them burgers since 1912, the old-fashioned way. Mark, what's going on in life? I see you got your 4 kids with you. What do they love about Dyer's?
Man, they love everything about Dyer's. They love all the great food that we serve, and they really like eating our good food and watching some of their favorite sports.
Braden, what do you like at Dyer's?
I like a bacon burger with fries, a milkshake, and with a Tigers game in the background.
Carter, who's your favorite football team?
The Carolina Panthers, and just with some macaroni with that sounds amazing.
My man Beckham, what's your favorite food over at Dyer's?
We like the double cheeseburgers.
Kinley, what is your favorite dish over at Dyer's?
Daddy's cheeseburgers and the Dallas Cowboys game in the background.
Just remember, everybody, bring your family, bring your friends, bring your team out and eat at our place.
So head on over to Dyer's in Collierville's historic town square.
Roofs, roofs, and more roofs. Chris Price here with Metro Builders. Is your roof leaking? Do you have mold stains on the ceiling of your home or business? Is your carrier denying your claim or offering a repair simply because they don't have enough documentation? You need a contractor that performs work for insurance claims for policyholders each and every day, and Metro Builders is here to assist. Call Metro Builders. At Metro Builders, we provide free estimates, consultation, and claim repairs. Metro Builders' process of arriving, inspecting, diagnosing problems, and estimating is second to none, commercial and residential. Our team of Hague-certified technicians are standing by to assist you with providing estimates and photos to your carrier to document your loss. All you owe is what your policy states. No large fees on top of the final scope. We use high-grade materials and are certified by companies like Atlas, CertainTeed, Owens Corning, and Mulehide with labor warranties up to 50 years on all of our jobs. Metro Builders provides roof repairs across the Mid-South. Call Metro Builders to schedule your inspection free. Call me. 901-375-1717. That's 901-375-1717. 1717.
Moving is stressful, but Black Tie Moving can take the worry out of the process. Whether you're moving across town or across country, moving your home or your office, your personal moving concierge from Black Tie Moving will work with you to design a plan that perfectly fits your budget and needs. And they're available 24/7 to answer any questions you have. Give Black Tie Moving a call at 901-316-6196 or go to blacktiemoving.com/Memphis to get your personal, no obligation quote from the moving experts at Black Tie Moving.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by James Gaddis Jewelers.
Don't you just love it?
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Welcome back, everyone. 8:52 the time. Coming up in hour number 3, we'll talk plenty of Grizzlies. We opened the show talking Grizzlies after their win last night over the Spurs. Tonight, it's the Toronto Raptors at FedEx Forum. We'll have DeMichael Cole on with us as we talk Grizzlies with DeMichael each and every week. That's coming up to open up hour number 3. But right now, I wanted to play a speech from Mike Norvell, the head coach of Florida State, the former Memphis Tiger head coach. I just saw this yesterday, but this was after the Orange Bowl demolition in which Florida State got crushed by the Georgia Bulldogs. And, of course, everybody knows by now they were left out of the playoff, and they had defections left and right, players leaving, injuries as well, led by their starting quarterback, Jordan Travis. If he was never hurt, they probably would have been in the playoff. Who knows, though, with the all-powerful Greg Sankey. But in any case, this speech, I think, is one of the best speeches that I've ever heard from a coach. So take a listen.
Because in life, there's going to be a lot of things that you cannot explain, you cannot put your finger on, but ultimately, you're always going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice about what you want to do, how you want to do it, what you want it to look like. I've told you since the very first day that I came here, right, hard work does not guarantee success. It doesn't, and it never will. But it absolutely will put you in the best position to be able to achieve it. And I think that's one thing that we've seen throughout the course of this season. So we got some remarkable men that are sitting here in front of me. And the work you put in, the decision that you made, just to say yes, because you know what? It's really easy when things don't go well, right, and you hurt, right, and you're angry, and you're sad. The easiest thing to do is to pull back and stop. That's what the world wants you to do. But there's only a select few people that are willing to freaking fight. And I am grateful for you. I'm grateful for what you've done. I'm grateful for who you are. You deserve better than that. So I apologize to you. For you guys that are playing your last game, you had a season that will be remembered forever. And I respect the hell out of who you are for being in here today, for stepping on that field and going and giving everything forever. You have my respect.
That was incredible. It was almost like it was from a movie.
I just have, who did he get to play the violins? I'm picturing Jeff Cupper, my buddy Jeff Cupper, playing the violin in the back.
Well enhanced by whoever edited that, but the speech was so emotional. You can hear it in every word he uttered. Obviously, he was teary-eyed. There's not much you could say to a team after that type of game and performance, and what he was able to reach back and find to deliver that message was incredible. Again, it seemed like it was from a movie, that speech, and then the Hollywood antics of throwing in the music. But again, I heard this for the first time yesterday. I said, we got to play this on the air. And if you haven't heard it, hopefully now, obviously you have if you listened. And I don't know. I just think it was one of the best speeches in sports I've ever heard.
East Coast Wings and Grill, folks. If you want to watch the national championship game come up on Monday night, of course, any Grizzlies action, the Tigers tomorrow night over in Tulsa. All the games are always on at East Coast Wings and Grill. NFL, going to be a big weekend of the NFL, final week of the regular season, then throughout the playoffs and on to the Super Bowl. All those games are on there. And while you're watching the games, you can always enjoy great food like their wings, 60 different flavors to choose from for their wings, plus all kinds of other great items on the menu, 24 draft beers on tap, plus many other drinks for you to choose from as well. Just a great place to hang out, make some new friends, enjoy a great atmosphere, watch all the games while enjoying great food and drinks. That's East Coast Wings and Grill, located just off Highway 64. Kate Hyde Boulevard runs right between Lowe's and Walmart. That's where you'll find them, East Coast Wings and Grill.
When we come back, hour 3, we open up talking Grizzlies with DeMichael Cole. You're tuned into Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Nestled in the heart of East Memphis, located corner of Park and Cherry, is a beautiful residential neighborhood. I'm here at Town Village Audubon Park interviewing a new resident, Carolyn. Share with us why you chose Town Village.
Well, if your parents or special friends need to make that big move, let me share with you my experience. It was tough for me to leave home, but then I discovered Town Village. I would like to highly recommend Town Village to you and your loved ones. After looking at all the amenities and meeting all the people and staff, I was hooked. From restaurant, bistro, 3 meals per day, housekeeping, transportation, security, health care, physical therapy, exercise room, and even a heated pool and spa. Come see us and make your new home at Town Village.
Visit us and call Daniel at Town Village Audubon Park at 901-374-7342. There's no place like home, Town Village.
You or someone you know or care about has dealt with a difficult divorce. When facing divorce, you need the attorneys at Rice Law. Nick and Larry Rice lead the firm with 3 generations and 7 decades of experience. Located in Memphis, serving the entire state of Tennessee and North Mississippi. Rice Law is who you need to call. Simple or difficult divorce, they know how to handle it. Call Rice Law at 901-526-6701, or for more information, visit them at aboutdivorce.com. That's aboutdivorce.com.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
They're taking care of beerness in Memphis, right on the river with Grind City Brewing and all of their great products. Look, this was a dream come true for a father and son duo. And if you have not been to that brewery right on the river, just to the north of downtown, you're really missing something special. And now you can't miss their products. Wherever you go, you see a brand new label. It's clean, it's beautiful, it's distinctive. You'll know Grind City Brewing, and of course you know their products like Poppy's Pills, that great Pilsner, or Tiger Tail, that very creative craft malt liquor. There's the new Thaddeus Amber Lager. That is absolutely a great light beer. There's the India Pale called Godhopper. It's outstanding. And then there's the Belga, the Belgian-style wheat ale. They keep bringing hits at Grind City Brewing.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253DF Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Sports 56 traffic.
Good morning. Still looks pretty good right now on 385 Bill Morris Parkway coming inbound out of Collierville as you work your way down 385 towards 240. Still holding up over here on I-40 westbound where it normally be heavy this time of the morning going westbound. Anywhere between Abilene and Sycamore View Road on 240 going west looks good as well there at Mill Branch. Hey, Weimer's Jewelry located 7525 Highway 64 is your full-service family-owned jewelry store right here in the Memphis area. I'm Commander Chuck with your on-time traffic.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by Acura of Memphis.
Power is everything.
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Welcome back, everyone. 9:02 the time. Final hour for us today here on this Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024 edition of Sports 56 Mornings. Greg Gaston, Eli Savoy, Zach Boyd with you. From the Family Leisure Studios, Family Leisure, their floor model sale continues. 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. Currently partly cloudy, 36. We're looking at a high today of 47 degrees. Tonight, a few clouds with a low of 31 degrees. Time to get back to some Grizzlies talk with DeMichael Cole.
2 watches, that's 12. Come through and slam on you. I'm in the air.
It's time to talk some Grizzlies basketball. Joining Greg and Eli is DeMichael Cole, Grizzlies beat writer for the Commercial Appeal. Here's DeMichael with Greg and Eli.
We talk Grizzlies each and every week with DeMichael Cole from the Commercial Appeal, the Grizzlies beat writer for the CA. You can follow him on Twitter at DeMichaelC. Good morning, DeMichael.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing great. I saw you last night on the floor before the game, and I'm sure you had amazement in your eyes like I did just watching Victor Wembanyama warm up and just realizing how freaking big that guy is and how athletic he is for 7'5".
I mean, he was out there throwing ball and stuff in his warm-up, and I think, you know, he someone said it to me, like, we all knew he was tall, but then when you see it up close and how he, like, is dwarfs like Jaren Jackson Jr. and Bismack Biyombo, and it's a sight to see for sure.
Yeah, I said earlier, if you told me, if I didn't know anything, and somebody told me he was 8 feet tall, I would believe it. Like, he just looked, it's weird how tall he looks next to those guys.
It's different. Like, I agree. It's weird, and he's still, you know, you can kind of tell he's gonna fill out. Like, oh my goodness.
But he doesn't look like when Sean Bradley started in the NBA. I know he got bigger toward the end, but Manute Bol, they look freaky. They look like sideshows. But this guy doesn't look that way. While he is skinny, and I think you're right, he's going to fill out. He's going to get, you know, a little bit bigger as far as weight is concerned. I mean, the guy runs the court. The way he can handle the ball, it's freakish in that way, not in the like sideshow way.
Yeah. I think Biz said it well. He was like Bismack Biyombo. He basically said that you know, this is the way the league is going now, and you get all these. You know, we always talk about how certain guys have their impacts on the game and whatnot. You know, Magic Johnson, you know, kind of created a pathway for these 6'7", 6'8" point guards. You know, the Pink Waves, LeBron James, all that, and you know, Curry, of course, with the shooting. The one that doesn't get talked about as much is Kevin Durant, kind of being this 6'11" guy with guard skills,
right?
You know, and now we see, you know, Chet Holmgren and you know, Jaren Jackson Jr. even to a certain degree, and Victor Wembanyama. I mean, 7'5", like 7'4", 7'5". Once upon a time, like you wouldn't even be allowed to do half the stuff that he has the freedom to do. But
good point.
I mean, he's different.
Do you think the first time Ja tried to go at him and got his shot blocked, did that kind of scare Ja off for a while? Because he then took a lot of threes after that.
Ja was definitely a little bit like surprised that he got, because Ja rolled it. Like he So that was kind of his way of putting some finesse on it and kind of protecting it from being blocked. So the fact that Wemby got that one definitely, it surprised him a little bit. So he was surprised, and you're right. Yeah, he didn't really, test him much after that. He went into the paint a few times and would pass it out and things like that. But you always knew like he's just waiting on the right angle, the right time, and you knew Ja of all people like he was going to go at him.
All right, so we talked about that to open the show today. The dunk, the hesitation shot in the lane where he switched hands and hit the floater over Wembanyama, and the great no-look pass to Santi Aldama for the reverse jam. I mean, it's easy to say, the dunk was the best one, although Wembanyama was kind of on the side and then was really late to react. Of those three, which one do you believe was the best play by Ja last night?
Man, let's see, the layup. It's the layup to me, where he hangs in the air.
That's what we said.
Because here's the thing, like with the dunk, it's very impressive. But Ja kind of like downplayed it himself, and we've seen Ja's posters like where he's like, just more authoritative on the dunks. He said, this was like a high school rim grazer, and he went up with two hands on this one specifically because I think he knew there was going to be some contact. Like if he does that same dunk and goes up with one hand, I don't know if he finishes it because Wembanyama hit him on the elbow and whatnot. So, but to jump in the air and the hang time, he probably got that off right before his feet hit the ground. And Ja is in the air a long time. Like Wembanyama's spinning around, he has his right hand in the air, his left hand, he's just throwing his arms all over the place trying to get to the ball because he doesn't know where it is because he's not looking. I think that was probably from a difficulty perspective, that's the one that takes the cake.
Now, if he would have finished the dunk that he attempted against Sacramento the other night, that would have been like the all-timer, I think.
Yeah, the one on was it Sabonis?
he cocked that thing so far back. I couldn't believe he even attempted it.
It's like the one he did on Jalen Smith of the Pacers, where he cocked it all the way. Like those are the best ones, right? Like I think he had two on Jakob Poeltl, and one was one that he cocked kind of back, and the other one was he kind of just glided in the air. So he has a few on, but that add that one up there with the Kevin Love and the Anthony Davis, up there with those miss posters.
How disappointed were you in their performance on Sunday?
I think it was the same. It was different actually. Sign for me that this team has looked competitive. Even when they were playing the Clippers, the Denver game, you're playing without Ja, but you just come to a realization that if the Grizzlies want to be in that play-in that we keep talking about, or if they want to be in the playoffs, you're going to have to win 2 out of 3 games. And you just do simple math. Simple math will tell you that 2 out of 3 of the Western Conference teams are elite. Like, every time, like not just good. I mean, I was just talking to someone with it earlier. Like, if you go through the 10 teams right now that are in the Western Conference play-in, whatever, Timberwolves, Thunder, Nuggets, Clippers, Kings, Pelicans, Mavs, Suns, Rockets, Lakers. You might take Rockets out because, you feel like at some point they're going to fall off a little bit. But behind that, you got the Warriors who currently aren't in. You got the Jazz, who I think have beaten the Grizzlies twice. These are the teams that Memphis has to jump. And the point is, when you play the Kings, when you play the Nuggets, sure, they're the 3, 4, 5 seeds right now, but you're gonna have to win some of those games. If you just go through the rest of the season and say, oh, well, no sweat, we'll just beat the Spurs, Blazers, Jazz, Warriors, and one of those teams in the top 10, that's not going to be enough. It's not. So that's more of where the disappointment comes in. I think it was the first game where they had all those guys back, and you're playing against one of the best teams in the league in the Kings. So it's tough probably from that perspective as guys are really feeling out. You saw Taylor just was throwing a bunch of guys on the court trying to get a feel for who plays well with who's going to mesh well. Saw Derrick Rose in that situation get back in the rotation. But the disappointment, I think, comes from the standpoint, not execution from that game. It's more the big picture, because that game, honestly, for me, it was the first time where it was like, okay, now I'm starting to think it's unlikely that they get to this play-in spot, because you lost 3 in a row, Nuggets, but now Kings, and next up, guess what? You get the Raptors, but then you got the Lakers, Suns, and Mavericks.
Yeah.
And those are your 10, 7, and 8 seeds. And me and Drew Hill were having a conversation yesterday about which of those 3-game slates was tougher. And this is the 7, 8, and 10 seeds that's coming up.
So that's that, because I brought that up. Like, you have to beat the Raptors like this at home. Like, that's a 100% deal. You have to beat that. But the next 7 games, you mentioned those 3 road games with Lakers, Phoenix, and Dallas, and then you've got Clippers, Knicks, Golden State, Minnesota.
Jeez,
like, you can't afford to go like 2-5 in that stretch. You've got to figure out a way to be at least above 500, and it's hard to. You start looking like, who are the teams you're going to beat in that mix?
You got to go at least 4-3, I would say. I mean, 3 because 3 and 4 is just going to keep you where you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they gotta, and again, the teams that you're playing are the teams that are directly ahead of you. We just talked about the Mavs, Suns, the Mavs, Suns, and the Lakers being the 7, 8, and 10. So you can kind of get closer to them. But I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough, and it's crazy because I mean, I know we keep highlighting, if they can get to 41 wins and whatnot, they'll be in the mix. And I think that's perfect right now. Because you look at the Lakers, 17 and 17. You look at the Rockets, 16 and 15 as the 9 and 10s right now. So that does seem like that's going to be about the pace. Like 41 wins, the Warriors are 16 and 17.
Well, if you win 2 out of 3, like you said, I mean, and it's an odd number because it's 49. So I'm basing this on 48, but 32, that would be 32 more wins if you won 2 out of every 3. 32 plus 11, that's 43. 43 will probably get you in the play-in.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And that's got to be the goal. Like, they're pretty much on that pace. Right now, if they win today, they're definitely on that pace. So they just got to beat some of those teams. When you play, the Clippers and the Lakers and, the Timberwolves and whatnot, it has to be like, past seasons. Like when they were a 50-plus win team, they play these teams 3 or 4 times and, they split them or they get 2 out of 3. You can't be satisfied, we'll get 1 of the 3 games because that's not gonna be enough this season.
It would have also, I said earlier, it would have been nice last night if they could have kind of pulled away and maybe rested some guys a little bit, since it's going to be 3 and 4 nights. Ja, at the end of the first half, did he just bang knees? What happened there? Did he talk about that at all after the game?
Yeah, seems like he's going to be fine overall. I know he after the game in the locker room, he was icing his knees a little bit, had them kind of like propped up in the air because he had to keep them bended. So I think that was like something that the training staff wanted him to do. So, as I said, during the game, like he still was walking a little gingerly. I know some people say, he came back in that second half and definitely looked like Ja, but as he was walking into timeouts, walking after the game, you could tell, that something had happened. But yeah, it was hard to tell from my angle. I know Taylor Jenkins said something similar to like him banging it on the court and whatnot. It sounds like, he's going to be fine, but it'll be interesting to see, what they list him as today, or if he's not on the injury report or whatnot, because he definitely spent some extra time icing it yesterday after the game.
All right, DeMichael, do you think they're going to do something as far as a center or any kind of move that could be made? Obviously, Toronto and the New York Knicks had a big trade over the weekend, and looks like there may be some other guys on this Toronto roster that are available. Do you think the Grizzlies pull off any type of move?
I think so, and I think center is the position that's going to get addressed. But here's the other angle that why I think they're going to make a move. They have too many guys right now, and that's just as important as the center position, because you got to think about it. When Vince Williams gets to 50 games, then what happens? You're not just going to let him, go, right?
Right.
You send him down to the hustle. And we know how that would look. He's going to need a rush. Like, it's coming. So I think you kind of, get ahead of that, and that's where we could see a trade. structured around getting a center, but also creating a roster spot for Vince Williams. I think that's the way it'll play out. So what I'm basically getting to is, if the Grizzlies are very competitive, if they they get through this tough stretch in January, and like we said, they're winning 2 out of 3, and the pace that they're on, they're getting inching closer to 500. Then okay, yeah, go get that center and address that position. But if they're not, if they're still losing games against the top Western Conference teams or whatnot, and they're still playing at a similar win percentage to now, then you realize, okay, probably not going to make the play-in. But you still have to make a roster move. You still have to make some type of trade to get Vince Williams on the roster.
Yeah, has he been active for every game this year?
Yes, every game.
So February 4th is game number 50. So barring an injury or something that keeps him inactive, that's they're reaching the tipping point on February 4th with him, which is obviously right before the trade deadline. So you could make the move and clear a spot, and then hopefully get him onto a regular deal at that point. But yeah, I mean it's coming in a hurry where you're going to have to make that move.
But if you're also in the market, like you said, to improve your stock at the center position, not knowing if Brandon Clark will actually come back this year or not. I hear the rumblings in the Mark Spears interview and all that. But if you're going to do that, then you can't wait. You guys, Eli just rattled off the schedule coming up. You have to make a move now. It's not wait till the trade deadline. By that time, you're done. You're probably going to be out of it. So you need to make some move now, right? If you're going to make a move for a center.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they think. But I feel like it's tougher, at this point. That's what I was, we were talking about December trades. Like they're dime a dozen. They don't really happen often. And we saw. Yeah, we got to the end of December and that OG Anunoby, Emmanuel Quickly deal kind of goes through. But trades this earlier it's because some teams are still thinking, hey, we can turn this thing around, kind of like the Grizzlies are thinking. And some teams who are even good are trying to figure out, are we really this good? Maybe the Rockets, like they're, yes, we're good right now. Are we going to sustain this pace? And when you get to early February, you kind of have a decent idea. After you get through another month of January. So, I mean, I'm with you, Greg. I do think that from the Grizzlies' perspective, there's more urgency. But at the end of the day, it takes two to tango. Mm-hmm. And, you got to find those perfect partners. I think Chicago, the Bulls, right? That's a team that a lot of people look at. They're going to, we hear Zach LaVine's name being thrown around. Andre Drummond is on one of those cheap deals where they can try to get some value back for him while he's playing, well, in that center spot for Vucevic and whatever the case may be. But for all we know, right now they're 15 and 20, and they're in the play-in. They're the 10th. They're in the 10th spot. They might say, yeah, we'll move LaVine, but we want to get a couple pieces back in that deal and see if we can go from 10 and potentially jump up into that top 6 area. I mean, it's just real early right now. I don't see a lot of teams just throwing in the towel just yet. That's kind of what, the scenario that they created when they went from 8 teams to a 10-team play-in, because now you have more teams, in a contending area.
With the fact that the centers aren't really giving you much at all, is there any chance they go to Jaren and Santi in the starting lineup?
I don't think so at this point. Just the rebounding just hasn't been, good enough. And we see, with Santi, like yesterday, he played a lot. Game before that, he pretty much was out of rotation in the second half. I think the game before that, he played a lot. Game before that, he played 9 minutes. So I don't even think Santi's, role is solidified enough for that to be the case. I think, again, Taylor Jenkins is really, figuring out what works with what, who works with who. We saw Santi close his last game, and then we saw before that he wasn't closing games. So I think it's an idea. I definitely thought about it, especially, Santi has kind of looked like one of their better rebounders. I think he had 11 yesterday. So maybe that's worth a shot. We know offensively he and Jaren have played really well together. But I do like it when they bring in, Ja Morant kind of with some of the bench unit at the end of the first quarter, going into the second quarter, and it's Ja being on the floor with Santi and Luke Kennard, give him that spacing. I think that's something they should continue to work with.
How serious is the latest injury for Derrick Rose?
Right now, I think they said they took him out of the game, precautionary reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good sign. But they're going to reevaluate it, and I think we'll know more today for sure.
All right. He's DeMichael Cole, Grizzlies beat writer for the Commercial Appeal. You can follow him on Twitter at DeMichaelC and talk and listen to him every Wednesday right here on Sports 56 Mornings Talking Grizz. DeMichael, thank you so much. Always appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Take care.
You too. We appreciate the Crazy Coop, one of our terrific sponsors here on Sports 56 Mornings. You should appreciate it as well if you're only interested in great hot wings, maybe the best in the city. And why? Because of the seasonings. 27 different seasonings that they use on their chicken wings. Everything from mango habanero, the sweet taste of mango, followed by the heat, or the sweet maple bourbon. The taste will remind you of chicken and waffles. That's just 2 of those 27 different seasonings that they use on their hot wings at the Crazy Coop. They're located at 7199 Highway 64 between Appling and Kirby Whitten. That's in Bartlett. And the Crazy Coop Express at 1315 Ridgeway off Poplar. Delicious whole wings and party wings, boneless wings, and big juicy chicken tenders. They're open 11 a.m. until 9 p.m. 7 days a week. Check out their crazy packs and also ask them about their catering services. They will cater any event you got coming up, so make sure you ask them about that. The Bartlett location has the full menu, which includes those delicious catfish sandwiches, half-pound burgers, all the great sides like the fried okra, the green tomatoes, the fried dill pickles. You can find them on Instagram and Facebook. You've tried the rest, now try the best. It's the Crazy Coop, 7199 Highway 64 between Appling and Kirby Whitten, and the Crazy Coop Express at 1315 Ridgeway off Poplar Avenue. You're tuned in to Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Be sure to follow us at Sports 56 WHBQ on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to watch live video of our shows, stay up to date with station events, and have chances to win prizes. Don't miss out on anything that's going on. Follow us at Sports 56 WHBQ.
There have been times when all seemed dark, when it seemed night would last forever. Souls wandered the earth in search of something satisfying, something fulfilling. And then, when all seemed lost, dawn broke, and it was sunrise. At last the people had their dream realized. They could have not just breakfast, or lunch, or even 11sies, but they could have them served fast and fresh and made just for them. At last, at long last, the cock has crowed.
I'm Gary York. I'm the service director at Lexus of Memphis. Our service department wants to be more than just a place where you get your oil changed. We do glass repair, windshield replacement, recalibration of your camera and sonar systems, even wheel repair, tire replacement, all the things you would expect from a luxury automotive dealer. Please check out our website. You can schedule your appointment, check out our specials, hours of operation, or if you'd like to do it in person, please reach out to one of our associates at 901-271-5199.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Roofs, roofs, and more roofs. Chris Price here with Metro Builders. Is your roof leaking? Do you have mold stains on the ceiling of your home or business? Is your carrier denying your claim or offering a repair simply because they don't have enough documentation? You need a contractor that performs work for insurance claims for policyholders each and every day, and Metro Builders is here to assist. Call Metro Builders. At Metro Builders, we provide free estimates, consultation, and claim repairs. Metro Builders' process of arriving, inspecting, diagnosing problems, and estimating is second to none, commercial and residential. Residential. Our team of Hague-certified technicians are standing by to assist you with providing estimates and photos to your carrier to document your loss. All you owe is what your policy states. No large fees on top of the final scope. We use high-grade materials and are certified by companies like Atlas, CertainTeed, Owens Corning, and Mulehide with labor warranties up to 50 years on all of our jobs. Metro Builders provides roof repairs across the Mid-South. Call Metro Builders to schedule your inspection free. Call me. 901-375-1717. That's 901-375-1717.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by Acura of Memphis.
Witness the power.
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Welcome back, everybody. 9:27 the time. Yesterday we had the news of the UFL, United Football League, the merger of the USFL and the XFL with the Memphis Showboat surviving. They will have a team. They will have a new head coach, John DeFilippo, and John DeFilippo will join us on the program tomorrow, the former offensive coordinator with the Browns, the Vikings, the Jaguars. He'll be on with us at 8:05, John DeFilippo. Also yesterday, they announced that there's a new general manager. Dennis Polian, the son of Bill Polian, will take over for Dave Rosano.
A lot of shuffling within the league.
A lot of shuffling. We still don't have all the answers.
Trying to get everybody in order of who's going to be where, with obviously the teams that didn't survive. And DeFilippo was the head coach of the New Orleans Breakers, so he was in need of a job, and so he smoothly moves in there. They're still got, I think they're going to have their little dispersal draft here in the next few days from those players that were on those teams that did not survive, and then there'll be another draft after that of everybody else, and it's going to be a lot to get figured out. I saw one thing that said the schedule they expect to be out by the middle of the month or so. So we're not that far away. You got to get these things going. Got to get moving.
And we still don't have any confirmation on whether or not they'll continue with that XFL model where all those teams will be located in Arlington, in this case, which was the story that Chris Vanini had, and just fly to their home stadium or away if they're playing away that week. That's something still that needs to be announced because that's a big factor, I think, with having your teams in their cities all week long, where they can get more invested into the community as opposed to just zipping in, zipping out. It's kind of like Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Remember the big guy? It was who was the character? It played the linebacker, and the guy goes, "I thought they just flew him in for the games." Remember that? Who's a good actor? Played him. Gosh, I can't remember. Anyway, that was a great line from that movie. So let me ask you this. If Michigan wins the national championship, is this bad for college football?
In my opinion, it is, but most people don't seem to care that they blatantly cheated for most of the season.
A team that has been known more for off the field than on the field, and they're a real good football team. You wouldn't be in the championship game if you were not. But with everything that's gone down, with Harbaugh, with the suspensions at the beginning and then at the end, with the cheating, everything, and they still could win it all, will it be a bad thing? And I'm asking you folks out there. Also, I know they're not going to throw an asterisk in there, but is it a tainted championship? How much of an advantage did they have? Some people believe they had a really huge advantage when they played opponents. Others felt that maybe it was minimized. It wasn't as much as people had thought it was, or that they believed had happened. It was certainly something that gives you an advantage, but you still have to execute it. And then, of course, Harbaugh, who's not the warm and fuzzy coach that some people like, and who knows about his future, whether or not he's going to stick around after, maybe headed to the NFL after the championship game. I would think that most people, other than the Big Blue Nation, and of course Michigan's the winningest football program in the history of college football. So we're talking about blue blood, blue blood, blue blood. But I would think that everybody outside of being a Michigan fan, is rooting for Washington?
I would hope so. I know I am. I was rooting for Alabama. But they couldn't get it done, so I hope Washington can.
By the way, does the Big Ten claim the championship no matter what? Since there's no more Pac-12.
They have the ability to.
Where would the Pac-12 hang the banner?
Apparently at Washington State or Oregon State.
It is just weird, man. The whole thing is weird.
Since those two schools have control over the conference, they get to do whatever they want. But the thing for that, I mean, again, this is why they want to keep that conference together. The financial implications of this, having a team make a run possibly to a national championship, is huge. And those two schools will net the rewards financially.
Yeah, when they came to that conclusion, even for this year, those schools that are leaving are not getting a piece of the pie. This all goes to Washington State and Oregon State?
Well, no, I don't. There will be, because they're not leaving. I don't know how the bowl money is dispersed. Like, basketball money is paid over years. Mm-hmm. I don't know for sure how this money is exactly dispersed. When you're talking about the playoff and the bowl games, that may all be done in this financial year, and so it may not actually be a benefit to them.
I understand, and I absolutely agree that the schools remaining, Oregon State, Washington State, should have control over the name, the likeness, all that. I mean, what are you going to keep it with the other schools that are leaving? So that only makes sense. The question is, though, how in the long run will it benefit you? There is no conference. Am I crazy with this? I don't even understand how there could be a conference. The Mountain West, unless they turned around, unless those schools were guaranteed that they're going to triple their money or double their money, whatever it is, to move into a conference that next year will not exist, but will be resurrected, the Pac-12, the big name, the Pac-12, there's no movement from the Mountain West. And even if you reach out to try to resurrect the Pac-12 with teams from the American, the Sun Belt, Conference USA, there's no way that they would financially benefit those schools in a way that they would make money hand over fist. In fact, their expenditures would probably be almost as much as what they would bring in from a television contract. What networks would even want it? Remnants, crumbs from the Pac-12, with all due respect to Washington State and Oregon State. I mean, it's not like they're horrible programs or anything like that. They're not, but it's the remnants of it. And then what else you can add to it to continue to make it a power conference. I don't see how it can happen. I think it's done. It's over. And it's just a strange thing that on their way out, you have a school that could win the national championship. And we talked about at the beginning of the year how we thought the Pac-12 was possibly the best conference. And they may prove it to everybody. The other thing that's weird is there's George Kliavkoff. Under his leadership, or lack thereof, you had the mutiny and all the schools leaving. And this guy is still, technically the commissioner of the Pac-12. The Pac-12 that doesn't exist.
Well, it does exist.
Well, it does in theory, but the two teams that are still remaining are playing.
And for this, until July or whatever, it absolutely exists.
Well, but starting next year, they're playing a Mountain West football schedule, and all the rest of the sports of those two schools are playing in the WCC. West Coast Conference, Mountain West Conference, doesn't add up to Pac-12.
But it's still, it's all again financial stuff, because there are still monies owed to the conference, things like that you're not just going to give up on that. You're going to keep whatever they've got 2 years that they can basically stay at two teams and try and collect as much money as they possibly can.
But where are they getting that money from?
NCAA tournament money is paid out over a 6-year stretch or something like that.
So you're saying
there's TV money, there's other stuff. There's money owed to the Pac-12 conference from various things that those two schools now get that money. But they have control.
But there will be no Pac-12 games. There will be no Pac. I don't know if Pac-12 network still exists. Is that gonna survive? Hey, tonight we got Oregon State in action, and then on Friday Washington State. Next week our schedule is Oregon State and Washington State. We'll follow that up with Washington State and Oregon State after that. Then Oregon State and Washington State. I don't understand it in the NCAA tournament. Now again, it's the year 23-24. So even though the calendar has changed, it's still the same academic year. Does the schools going into, well, this year they're still part of the Pac-12. So in the NCAA tournament, that money would go to those schools. Again, I don't know how they divvy it up, but there would still be a hunk that would go to Washington State, Oregon State being a part of that conference. But after that, after baseball season, it's done. 2024 football, those schools are gone. Mm-hmm. They're playing in the Big Ten. They're playing in the Big 12. They're playing in the ACC.
Money owed to the Pac-12.
From where?
From the NCAA tournament payouts and from TV money and other stuff. I'm sure there's other money still going to be owed to the Pac-12.
I would imagine there's a caveat in their TV deals with the networks that if all your teams leave, the contract's null and void. I can't imagine there's any more going to be any more television payouts. A lot of this is
legal wranglings, but you don't just say, okay, the conference ceases to exist.
Well, it kind of does.
But if the conference doesn't ever going to say that,
the name
you've got 2 years. They have 2 years to be able to try and put an 18 conference together.
But I can't imagine that any legal document of a signed contract wouldn't be altered in the case of a network deal when you tell the network that, yeah, you got to pay us the same amount of money, but we don't have any more teams. We have 2. I don't get it. Maybe somehow that they'll get a nice financial bonus. They deserve it, Oregon State and Washington State. But for the future, there's not going to be a conference. There's no way there's going to be a conference. Again, if there is, it will be a smaller conference that would be more a group of 5, not a Power 5 conference.
So there's also the thing, and I don't know, I'm not certainly a lawyer, but like what are these teams having to pay exit fees to the conference? If they're all paying exit fees, well, that's Washington State and Oregon State.
No. And again, they deserve that money. They are the last ones on the Titanic.
You can't let you can't just say if you're Washington State and Oregon State, you don't go, well, we're just going to join the Mountain West Conference and the Pac-12 doesn't exist because you're just giving up a bunch of money.
No, I'm saying it exists, and I know it's not theory if they're actually getting something tangible, but it exists just for name only, paperwork only. Money-wise, yes, they will get that money, but there's not going to be, and especially when you look at the 12-team playoff, right? They haven't yet confirmed the change, right? From 6-6 to 7-5?
I don't think it's officially been.
But it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Why is it going to happen? Because there's no longer a Pac-12. That's why it's going to happen. You will still have the group of 5 representative, unless all of a sudden after 2 years they want to change it to 12 at-larges, which I guess they could. But you're going to have 7 at-larges. You're going to have 5, the top 5 conference champions ranked, which will be the 4 power conferences that are left, Pac-12 done, and then the other one, which the vibe right now, and it's so early in the game and anything can happen, but there's a nice vibe around Memphis that they are in a position next year, and we've talked about this, that they have in a position next year to go into that season thinking that they could come out of it as that top group of 5 team. Now, they open up with a Florida State non-conference game, and we know what happened with Liberty this year when Liberty got the benefit of the doubt, but it was multiple losses for SMU, so it's understandable why Liberty got in, and I had no problem with Liberty getting in, but they got in, not playing a real tough schedule, and they got massacred.
You could, I mean, as I said yesterday, and this isn't completely like crazy far-fetched. You could see, theoretically, based on where things are right now, how people look at it, what the possibilities are, it would not be insane to see Ole Miss play Memphis in a first-round playoff game.
Right. I mean, it seems nuts, but technically, Possible.
I mean, Ole Miss as the 5 seed, not crazy. And Memphis as the representative of the group of 5, certainly not crazy. That could very well be your 5-12 matchup in the first round of the playoffs next year.
I'll be really interested to see when they get down to the nuts and bolts of picking the at-large teams. How many of them will come from either the Big Ten or the SEC as opposed to the Big 12 and the ACC? I'll be really curious about that.
Well, again, based on this year, if you go to next year's conferences, it would have been, 8 of the 12, I think?
Right.
From the Big Ten and SEC, which is probably going to be in that ballpark. I would say most years, probably going to get 8 or 9 teams between the two of them.
When you add Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA to the Big Ten, and when you add Texas and Oklahoma to the Big 12. And we've talked a lot about Ole Miss going into next year. They will be one of the favorites. Now, in the conference, you still got to deal with Alabama. You still got to deal with Georgia. And then the addition, especially of Texas, we'll see what happens with Venables and Oklahoma. Took a step backwards. LSU, certainly, but you got to replace Jaden Daniels. But that'll be the conversation from the get-go. How many at-larges will come from the SEC? How many at-larges will come from the Big Ten? You know you'll get a conference champion from the ACC, whether it's Florida State or who knows with Clemson, whoever it is, and then one from the Big 12, and then that group of 5. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun next year. But again, I bring up the question of whether or not the Michigan Wolverines winning on Monday, is it bad for college football in the sense of what happened to Michigan, their coach being suspended 2 different times, the cheating scandal. I think most people that are not affiliated with Michigan will be absolutely rooting their tails off for the Washington Huskies. All right, when we come back, a little bit more on the Grizzlies, who are back in action tonight. They welcome an old friend back to town. This is Sports 56 Mornings with Greg and Eli on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 98.5 FM.
We are Real Sports Talk. Sports 56 WHBQ. Available on your radio dial at 560 AM and 98.5 FM, as well as around the world online at sports56whbq.com. Take us with you everywhere by downloading the Sports 56 app. And at home, just say, Alexa, play Sports 56. Wherever you are, stay tuned in to Real Sports Talk. Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
You or someone you know or care about has dealt with a difficult divorce. When facing divorce, you need the attorneys at Rice Law. Nick and Larry Rice lead the firm with 3 generations and 7 decades of experience. Located in Memphis, serving the entire state of Tennessee and North Mississippi. Rice Law is who you need to call. Simple or difficult divorce, they know how to handle it. Call Rice Law at 901-526-6701, or for more information, visit them at aboutdivorce.com. That's aboutdivorce.com.
When a cold keeps you up, try NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The nighttime, sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold medicine. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste to give your body the rest it needs to get that cold gone. Wake up refreshed, feeling relieved after enjoying the delicious flavor of NyQuil Severe Honey. NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor, use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Jenkins Floors and More in Hernando is growing. This family business started up 5 years ago with just 1 pallet, and now they have hundreds. Tim, the owner, gets calls from people everywhere and can sometimes save them up to 50% on wood flooring, carpet, tile, and vinyl. Jenkins Floors and More helps with renovations, home building, and installation. Jenkins Floors and More, number 6 East Commerce Street in Hernando. Also in Little Rock and coming soon to Tennessee. Call 662-469-9350 for more information.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
For the latest from the world of golf,
Tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 for the Golf Shop Radio Show, presented by PlayGolfMyrtleBeach.com, the golf capital of the world. Hosts Mark Greenhelge and Matt Blanchard talk golf from tee to green and everything in between. If you like golf, you're going to love Golf Shop Radio. Before you tee up, drop on in. Welcome to the Golf Shop here on Sports 56. Real sports talk.
Now back to Sports 56 Mornings on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. This hour is brought to you by Acura of Memphis.
Okay, this car look great wrapped around you,
Here once again, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Adam Rittenberg reporting that North Carolina and defensive coordinator Gene Chizik have agreed to part ways. So the Raptors are in town tonight. Darko Rajakovic, the former Grizzlies assistant, is in his first year as the head coach of the Raptors. Mentioned Thaddeus Young, the Memphian, on that roster. That roster has changed over the last few days with the big trade with the New York Knicks. So R.J. Barrett now and Lively are part of the Toronto team. But there continues to be a lot of rumblings about Pascal Siakam, who I think is an extremely talented player. And he is available, according to a bunch of reports, which would take an awful lot to get him. But any teams come to mind when you think, I'm sure anybody can use a Pascal Siakam, but any teams that jump out at you that you think have the assets and would make a lot of sense for them, maybe to get over the hump?
I mean, I don't know what draft assets all these teams have, all the damn trades anybody does with pick swaps and stuff like that. I mean, Siakam's is in the last year of a deal, so he's either going to be a rental or you got to know you could re-sign him, and it's going to take a ton of money to re-sign him. So, but I mean, teams generally, if they want him bad enough and think they can re-sign him, will find a way to put something together. But I mean, certainly, the Phoenixes of the world who have no draft picks left that they have control over. The Lakers, I don't know what the Lakers have as far as draft pick stuff, but they also, these teams get a third team or a fourth team involved. They find ways to make it work if they believe that, one, he certainly can help them, but two, they have a chance to re-sign him if they can make that move.
Does it make sense for any of these young teams that are playing really, really well to mortgage a little bit of their future to get a veteran player, whether it be a Pascal Siakam, a Zach LaVine, who, by the way, is expected back in about a week. He's been battling the foot injury. A DeJounte Murray with Atlanta. I've seen his name pop up in trade rumors. I mean, for a team like Oklahoma City or Houston, and Houston went out and got Fred VanVleet and they went and got Dillon, but these young teams, these talented teams that right now are doing incredibly well, but that, would they shake the boat a little bit and go and try to reel in somebody that big, having to give away a lot of their assets?
I wouldn't expect a team like Oklahoma City to make a really big move, although they have, you talk about draft capital, they've got pretty much every draft pick. I don't know what their number is, but they've got first-round pick after first-round pick. So if they wanted to do something, they certainly have the capability of doing it just from a draft capital standpoint. But I don't, because I would think they would be worried about the ability to re-sign Pascal Siakam, and I don't, with what they're going to end up, what they're going to be paying in the near future. With, I assume that they're looking at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giddey, and Holmgren, along with Jalen Williams. I think they feel like they've got their nucleus of guys that they're going to be paying a whole bunch of money to in the future. And so most of their stuff, I think, would be tinkering on the edges of that.
Yeah, they once had a great nucleus as well in Oklahoma City, and not sure what happened to those guys.
So the Lakers, they said that the Lakers can, after this season, they can have up to 3 first-round picks available.
Yeah, yes.
It was this year, then the next 2.
Because I know that, I couldn't remember what they all gave up, and pick swaps, all that stuff. But I mean, it's those common teams that do it every year are going to be the ones.
But what else are you willing to give up? I mean, what players are you willing to give up along with the picks to get Siakam? And I'm not even sure if the Lakers are interested, but I would imagine there's a lot of teams that are. So I don't know what else you would be willing to part with and what Toronto would be interested in bringing in when it's a Lakers team that's obviously veteran heavy with LeBron and Davis. You know, another team that's interesting is Dallas. Dallas to me is solid because of Luka, and even when Luka and Kyrie play together, it just doesn't seem they don't seem as good as when it's just Luka, to be honest with you. But we know Kyrie's talented, he's just wacky as hell. But Dallas seems to be maybe a team that could swing for the fences to try to bring in a big name, whether it be somebody like a Siakam or a Levine. And I don't know, again, if there's enough there that Toronto would be willing to make a deal if they have enough stuff that they would want. I don't know. Phoenix went out in the offseason. They made their Bradley Beal trade, and they haven't reaped any benefits yet on that one because he's been hurt for the most part. But when healthy, you think Phoenix will make a run because Phoenix right now is kind of just hanging in there. I mean, they're 18-15. They are in the play-in right now, but that's a team we thought, wow, with that big three, even though they have hardly any bench and no assets, that Phoenix would be right there at the top, and they haven't been because, frankly, of the injuries.
I never thought, I said at the beginning, did not think it would work for them.
Yeah, I mean, I questioned it a little bit as well, but also you got to give things time, and it's tough when they're not on the court altogether. You know, I said the Kyrie thing wouldn't work out with Luka. I don't know if that will work out. We were all against the Rudy Gobert trade a couple of years ago against Minnesota. We thought it was a joke. Well, look at Minnesota right now at 24-8. It's worked. Sometimes we're impatient when moves are made to make a quick judgment on what's going on. But, yeah, I'm just trying to look and see maybe somebody in the East that would be interested in Siakam and have the assets to make a trade for Siakam. I mean, some of these teams at the top, like Boston's loaded. They got so much, but I don't know why you would even do anything right now at 26-7. It may be more like maybe an Orlando. An Orlando who is often rolling at 19-14, maybe a little bit ahead of schedule with Paolo Banchero and with the Wagners, and they got some young assets on that team, and maybe that's something that they'd be willing to look at, but something to keep an eye on. Obviously, as we talked about with DeMichael Cole, the Grizzlies will eventually have to do something when Vince Williams reaches 50 games. But right now, can they find a center out there, a serviceable? I saw Kelly Olynyk's name pop up. Utah's not doing much right now. Is he a starter or has he come off the bench, Olynyk?
For them, I don't know I don't know if he's starting right now or not.
I think they have him coming off the bench.
Yeah, I mean that's a guy who I would jump on in a second. A veteran player like that who is pretty good offensive player and not a bad defensive player. But if you're looking to increase your possibilities of getting into the play-in, you have to improve at that center position.
This hour of our program has been brought to you by Acura of Memphis. They're located on Ridgeway, right at the intersection of 385. You can find them online, AcuraofMemphis.com. On the website, you can always find out about any special deals they've got going on, from great financing offers to maybe lease options, things like that, plus all the information on all the different models of Acura that are available. You can also find the inventory of pre-owned vehicles, which includes those certified pre-owned Acuras and much, much more. You can find that all on the website. And, of course, you can always find all that great information and get that great information, and just always great people to deal with when you go to see them in person at Acura of Memphis. Then you can take that test drive, feel the Acura difference in one of those beautiful Acura automobiles. Good Ridgeway at 385 and online at AcuraofMemphis.com.
Again, tomorrow on the program, Dallin Hayden will join us from the Ohio State Buckeyes. We'll talk about his future. He was redshirted this year, but also get his thoughts on Michigan-Washington in Monday's national championship game. Obviously, having played Michigan, Dallin knows all about that. and that big rivalry between the Wolverines and the Buckeyes. We'll get Dallin to talk about that again. 8:25 in studio tomorrow. John DeFilippo at 8:05. He's the former New Orleans Breakers head coach from last year and now the new Memphis Showboats head coach. He's a former offensive coordinator with the Browns, with the Vikings, with the Jaguars. He will join us on the show. And then at 9 to 10, we wrap up the AutoZone Liberty Bowl Inside College Football Hour post-game. What a game it was. What a performance it was for Memphis. We'll be joined by Harold Grader, who is, I'm not sure if he's back yet, but was at the Rose Bowl game. So we'll talk to him about that as well. That's all coming up on the show tomorrow. Of course, we'll kick things off starting bright and early at 7 a.m. That'll do it for us today on this Wednesday edition of Sports 56 Mornings. Thanks to Andy Borman, Tigers assistant coach, Jerry Palm from CBS Sports, and to Michael Cole from the Commercial Appeal. Waldo and Friends on Sports 56 is coming up next. For Eli Savoy and for Zach Boyd, I'm Greg Gaston. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone.
Hi, fellas. Bill Russell at Russell Brothers Fine Jewelers. And I want to thank all of you who came to see us at Russell Brothers so that Christmas would be very special for your lady. Thank you for the confidence and trust that so many of you have placed in Russell Brothers for over 38 years. And we're going to work even harder in 2024 to let you know how important you are. Whether you just need a $10 battery or a $10,000 diamond ring, you will receive the very best in beauty, quality, service, and value. Our exquisite gemstones, our fashionable designs, our huge array of fine jewelry will dazzle you and will help make you a hero when you want to let her know how very extraordinary she is. We invite you to come see us at Russell Brothers Jewelers, 4646 Poplar at Perkins, or visit us at russellbrothersfinejewelers.com. After all, doesn't she deserve the very best?
Hi, this is Troy Fiveash, owner of Fiveash Roof Services. If you need a new roof for your home or business, we hope to hear from you and will work hard to earn your business. We are experts and certified in residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutter installation. I have been serving the Memphis area for over 20 years, and now with two of my sons working with me, we plan to be here for years to come. So if you need a roof, please give us a call. On a personal note, what a great time it is to be a Memphis sports fan. With the Grizzlies and the Redbirds and 901 FC, not to mention Tigers football and basketball, it's going to be a fun year. Thanks to Coach Silverfield and Coach Hardaway and their staffs for their dedication to the student and athletes, the University of Memphis, the City of Memphis, and us fans. Five Ash Roof Services, a proud partner of the Memphis Tigers and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. Five Ash Roofing, fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
Is your home still not warm enough or running out of hot water? Hi, this is Lauren Choate with Choate's Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, and we've got exciting news for you. Introducing Choate's Carrier Repair Buyback Program. If you've had HVAC or water heater repairs in the past year, you're in luck. Choate's will credit your repair costs up to $1,500 with a brand new HVAC or tankless water heater system. Yep, you heard right. Just bring your repair invoice from the last 365 days and get ready to upgrade your home's comfort. Say goodbye to those chilly nights and inconsistent heating. Choate's has you covered with various low-payment financing plans, making your upgrade more affordable than ever. Imagine a more efficient and reliable system keeping your family cozy all winter long. And here's the best part. This offer is a substantial boost towards a state-of-the-art heating solution. Ready to take the next step? Schedule your free estimate by calling 347-8086. And remember, turn to the experts with Choate's and let our family serve your family.
Michael Fabiano here, and if you want even more excitement on game day, it's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. Just pick 2 to 6 players and choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and easy to make your picks, and with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals, Prize Picks is the place to play this season. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/primetime with code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Make your next grill your last with the Big Green Egg at East Memphis Ace. Smoke, bake, roast, sear, and grill, all with a lifetime warranty. Ready to cook in only 15 minutes with cook temperatures below 200, above 700, and anywhere in between. Change your at-home cooking experience for life with our unmatched, authentic wood-fired grill flavor that has our customers raving. Get your Big Green Egg and all our accessories at East Memphis Ace on the corner of South White Station and Quince Road.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253DF Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Oh, yeah. It's time for Wolo and Friends on Sports 56, presented by Genesis of Olive Branch. Here is your host, the voice of the Tigers, Dave Woloshin.
Good Wednesday morning. Already 3 days into 2024. Grizz were winners last night. We'll kind of close the year with the bowl games. Get the thoughts of the Big Cheese that had a honcho from the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. That'll come your way in a little bit. Steve Earhart will join us. 10:28, 10:30, somewhere in there. Our friend Stats Norsworthy, all things SEC. We'll talk about the Peach Bowl, the dominance there. SEC was pretty good against the Big Ten. I just heard, I love this speculation. I'd take this deal right now. Memphis, the representative of the group of five in the playoff next year, is the 12 seed. Ole Miss as the 5 seed. That would be fun. Take it right now. Sign me up. No question about that. And then final segment, we're going to talk a little bit about the UFL, Memphis getting in, part of the reason why. Part of the reason why all these teams, I think, got into the UFL. We'll go over that breakdown. But Greg Gaston just told me that he played a speech by Mike Norvell that he says is one of the best coaches' speeches he has ever heard. So I've got to hear it. I did not. This is in explanation to what happened with Florida State in 63-3. Now, Zach, how long is that speech?
It's about 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Fantastic. One of the reasons I want to play it is I always thought that Norvell, who was a great coach, don't get me wrong, great coach, probably should have been coach of the year for what he did. Mike Norvell was one of the most boring coaches to talk with, to interview. Off the record, he was interesting. I went on a couple golf trips with him to Old Waverly and Mossy Oak. Fun. And obviously smart, can be charming. Put a microphone in front of him, boring as could be. Never wanted to say anything Mr. Cliche. So I look forward to hearing what he truly has to say, because apparently he was passionate and what he had to say was the truth. I just laugh when I hear people like the guy that follows me, when he says, they only lost 12 starters, and there's 8 others. They had 20 opted out. They only lost 12 starters. They would have gotten their butts kicked anyway. That is unbelievable that you could make that statement. The number 2 quarterback on the team opted out. He would have stayed for the playoffs. I'm not saying they would have won, and I'm not saying that the committee made a total blunder, because the games were so good. But it doesn't. The team was 13-0 and had done all the work. And they would have had a representative team, and they would have been competitive. And I still think that game would have been Michigan, because I think this was all to accommodate the SEC. This is old argument stuff here. But I do. I think they ended up taking Alabama because they beat Georgia and they wanted an SEC rep, and they had to take Texas with them because Texas had beaten Alabama. So that made a lot of sense to the committee. If Georgia had won, Georgia would have been the 1 seed. I think Florida State would have been the 4 seed. I really do. Because the SEC would have been represented and you would have had a 13-0 team. Don't forget, Texas lost to a mediocre Oklahoma team. So that's what I think would have happened. I think they did it for the way they did it. It turned out being competitive. But don't give me that Florida State losing 12 starters doesn't make a difference. Are you crazy? Anyway, that's my rant. Let me go over because the Grizz win last night. Now Ja back. They're 5-3. They got Toronto, the old coach coming back tonight. That should be fun at FedEx Forum. And we'll be talking tomorrow at 10:10 with our friend Pete Pranica about the Grizz and their favorites tonight. They pulled away in the fourth quarter. They're the better team. San Antonio is really struggling. It's fun to watch Wembanyama and the dunk. He had a block of Ja at the rim, but then Ja got him in the fourth quarter as the Grizz started to pull away with a dunk over him that got the place going bonkers last night. 106-98. That's the first home game under the Grizz this year where they held first home game this year with the Grizz at home where they held a team under 100 points. That's hard to believe. It's only the third game all year that an opponent did not get over 100 points against the Grizzlies. So they played really good defense. Ja 26 and 10, assists, 5 rebounds, the big dunk that got everybody going. Bane 24, Triple J 10 and 7, 4 blocks. But in the stretch when they started to pull away in the third quarter, he was instrumental in that stretch. Here's something worrisome. Rose, 8 minutes. Thigh injury out. You get a little older. Your game is predicated on speed and quickness, even though he has adjusted it from when he was first in the league. Makes me wonder. Is Derek 33 now? Is that what he is? 32, 33?
That was 35.
35? He's that old? Well, I keep getting older, too. I just don't believe it. He was what? He was 19 when he got to Memphis.
Yeah, he's 35.
He's 35. Man, time flies by when you're not looking. 35, injuries start to mount up. It's hard to recover from them. I don't know what he is listed yet for tonight, if he's questionable or out or probable, whatever that designation may be. I gotta wonder if they won't rest him again. But nice win for the Grizz, 5-3 now with Ja back in. I think 6-3 is the pace you really have to have if you're going to make the playoffs. And so we'll see what happens tonight. They are, again, the favorite over the Raptors by 1.5 points. I think sometimes we get spoiled. You know, you watch these NBA guys come in here. Wembanyama is such a freak. How can you be that tall and play like a guard? You know, I love watching college basketball because it just seems to me there is less ISO one-on-one play. I like watching team play. I love screens. I love watching a little bit more ball movement. And look, the skill level, the athleticism of the NBA is beyond compare. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Both sports are great. And when I say both sports, I mean the college game and the pro game. But when you see a guy this big, this young, with this much skill, it blows you away. You know, it's a little like when you watched LeBron come in and he was a man when he was 18 years old. I mean, physically, so different. In a different way, this is what Wembanyama is like. It was a lot of fun, I thought, to watch him last night. I'm sitting in the Family Leisure Studios. We've got a new sale. I told you it was going to happen. It's the floor model sale. All floor model patio sets are priced to move. They got to get them out of there because they got spring stuff coming. We're talking wicker sofa sets under $2,000. Closeout patio cushions, you can get them for $25. Pool tables are under $1,500. Have you seen those works of art? They're amazing. Theater seating under $2,000. 4-person hot tubs, $5,000. Of course, you can really lounge in one of those if you want to by yourself. And there's these new infrared those laser beam steam saunas or the traditional ones, those are 25% off. Get ready for summer. Purchase your above-ground pool now. You're the first in line for installation. There is special financing available. That's our good friends at Family Leisure. The clearance floor model sale is on. You know our title sponsor. That's Genesis of Olive Branch, right at the corner of Highway 78. That's Lamar. And they've done all that work. It really moves now. And Craft Road, that's the first exit in Mississippi. Turn left. Go see Vinny. That's Vinny Gerard. He's over the Genesis cars at Genesis of Olive Branch. And they've got some specials going on right now that might interest you. A price that's very, very inviting on the GV70 and the GV80. Those are the two SUVs that you couldn't find a year or two ago. They were so sought after. They've got them now. And there's special financing options if you ask Vinny at Genesis of Olive Branch. Let's head to East Memphis, where our friend Steve Earhart is standing by, the Big Cheese, the head honcho of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Tickets distributed over 48,000. I thought a really good crowd on hand. I was worried when I first arrived at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, but I didn't have to. That was an outstanding crowd. I'd say somewhere around 38 to 40,000 actually in the stands in the freezing cold to see a really dynamite performance by the hometown team, Memphis. Would you deem, Mr. Earhart, this a successful AutoZone Liberty Bowl?
Well, Dave, thank you, and absolutely yes. We have. We look back on a great year, with a great deal of gratitude and humbleness. That starting out last spring when we had our kickoff board party there in the spring, and then going into the summer with recognizing Jerry Lawler as our distinguished American, and the great golf tournament there, raising a record number, giving $800,000 to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and then flowing into our fall events with the high school all-star game, a great success there, televised live on Channel 5 and broadcast on your radio station there. And then the parade, the gala, the rodeo, the Barquets doing a great job, not only at the gala the night before the game, but at halftime, and then capped off. And again, congratulations to the University of Memphis. It hit the University of Memphis at a wonderful time to kick them off for next year. And a great victory against a Big 12 team. So all in all, it was a super successful year, and my thanks goes out to everybody who worked hard to put this all together. We have a great number of volunteers who worked hard to host Iowa State, and the Iowa State people are just so kind and nice. I mean, that's what we heard from people here in Memphis, that they had an excellent time. They certainly didn't enjoy the game as much, but the people here in Memphis, and thank you to everybody who reached out a helping hand to our visitors.
I would have to say, not only was the Iowa State folks here, but the Big 12 was also here looking on. Memphis looked like the Power 5 team to me, and I'm not just saying that as a homer here. I watched the game. I could see the dominance. I could see the offensive line push. I could see them stopping that running game. It was really impressive. What was any message, I guess I should ask, that you might have gotten pertaining to Memphis from Big 12 folks?
Well, and their president, Wendy Winterstein, was here. She and her husband, we had them riding in one of those, carriages down Beale Street in the parade. They were very impressed by that, and then they attended the gala at the Peabody. And, of course, the Peabody does such a great job of, welcoming, visiting folks. And so she had been here before, but she mentioned how impressed she was with the city. Of course, I saw her about the middle part of the first quarter, and she was, I guess, visibly, I don't want to say distraught, but stunned, I guess, there when it was a 19-0, because they were a 10.5-point favorite. And again, you hit it right on the head. I think this is maybe the finest hour for the University of Memphis to beat a Big 12 in a prominent bowl game, with a big national audience of millions of folks watching. And you said it right. Kudos to, Ryan Silverfield and his staff. They did a really good job of game planning. And Dave, you've probably already gone into the details of the way they approached the game and they attacked the game. And, so And then Tim Weiser, an old friend, people in Memphis may remember him. He had been the athletic director at Colorado State when they played here in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Then he'd been the athletic director at Kansas State, played here, and he's the deputy commissioner, kind of in charge of football for the Big 12. And, he knows Memphis well. Years ago, he'd been the athletic director at Boston P. In fact, he was the one that hired Dave Luce, our old Memphis friend there. So he was observing everything, and some of his predictions were that the conference alignment is still in flux, and there's still going to be some. He was talking some about, is there still going to be some kind of a combination between the Big 12 and the ACC, because you've got East Coast teams playing in the Big 12 with West Virginia and UCF, and you've got West Coast teams, Stanford and Cal, playing in the ACC. So there's probably going to be some thoughtfulness going into what's going to happen, and Memphis positioning themselves as a power player in both football and basketball is very important. So, yes, I think that we put on a good show for the Big 12, and they're certainly paying attention, and the Iowa State president, she's a very thoughtful person, and I think she was taking in everything and appreciating everybody here in Memphis.
You played college football, coached college football. You've been an assistant commissioner, a general manager, and now a bowl operator. You've seen I don't know how many games. Have you ever seen
too many? That's for sure.
I am just really curious because I'm asking everybody this. I'm not sure I have ever seen in my life 0 rushing yards, let alone in the same game 0 turnovers, 0 penalties. Have you ever seen that trifecta before in your life?
No, David, and that's unbelievable. I mean, to think of that. In fact, I was watching all these other semifinal games and other bowl games, and hell, there were more penalties in the first quarter of these big-time games and more turnovers than there were in the entire game there with the University of Memphis. And so, as I told the Iowa State athletic director, I said they ran into the perfect storm there with great preparation by the University of Memphis, great game planning, great execution, and the discipline. That's unbelievable to not have one illegal motion, one offside. And again, compliments to the University of Memphis. And Ryan, what a wonderful job of concentration and dedication, especially in a bowl scenario where sometimes, people are a little bit more distracted. So, no, I have never seen that. And I think you probably talked about how the defense kind of gave Iowa State looks that they weren't used to. What was it, a 3-man front there?
Yeah, they went to a 3.
Seen on the film.
Yeah, they went to a 3-4-4 instead of what they had been running a lot of times was 4-2-5. So it was definitely different looks, pressures coming from different places, and Iowa State had not seen that. That was Jordan Hakins who came up with that brilliance.
Yeah, and for the your listeners who are real students of football, I mean, to be perfect without any penalties whatsoever. Now, and Iowa State played a very clean game as well. They were only three penalties, I believe. But we used to, when you're talking about my old days at Colorado, we used to have drills called running perfect plays. Just with no defense. Just you got to come break the huddle, come up to the line of scrimmage, either change the play, and everybody's got to be perfect. So that there's nothing. But I've never seen that happen in an entire game with not one individual, with the number of people that could have. And you look at the pro game. I mean, watching some of these pro teams, there's oftentimes a number of penalties and fumbles and lost balls and that kind of thing. But the perfection of the team, I don't know that it'll ever happen again. But if it does, it probably won't be in many lifetimes because and this shutting down was 0 rushing, and that was again, a great tribute to the team and the preparation. I so much admire that of how the University of Memphis and Iowa State did a good job of performing too and preparing but they, of course, after that perfect storm first quarter, they came back and they were ahead by 9. They outscored Memphis in the three second, third, and fourth quarter by 9 or 10 points, but Memphis did enough to maintain their lead. And had they had one turnover or one big play that could have changed it totally around, but they played a perfect game.
All right, AutoZone Liberty Bowl's over. You've talked for years, or a year anyway, that when this game is over, stadium expansion begins. They got the vote from the city council. I think I've done my last game in that radio booth because they're going to move the media to the other side, the other the press box over there. It's not really a press box. Suites over there. They'll make, I hope, into a nice press box. Tell me where we are with that, when you think really this thing can begin.
David, I'm a little bit at a loss. Back in the summertime, before this controversy with the Grizzlies pressuring the city about they needed more than half of the $350 million, when it was originally contemplated that 350 was going to go, basically 175 to FedEx Forum, 175 to the stadium. There was plans to be ready to start renovating this week, but somehow those have fallen by the wayside as they were working out this money. And thanks to Fred Smith and his family, breaking the log jam and adding the $50 million from his family to the stadium to make up for the stadium only getting $120 million. And so, when you do the numbers there, since the Grizzlies demanded 2/3 of the $350 million initially, plus they want more on different types of funding, but so the Smith family 50 added on to the 120, that got back to the 175, which was planning, and then the University of Memphis was dedicated to raising another $50 million, so they could get going on these plans that were basically around that $200 million budget. So I don't know exactly where the time starts. The city now with a new administration, there's some switches there. We've been working hard the last few weeks to try and work out an extension of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl lease there at the stadium with the city. And, there's a lot of legal work to be done by the city, the university, the Southern Heritage, and the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, trying to work out all these details. And so I know we're supposed to go back to the city council next Tuesday. I think they have to, with their procedures, they have to approve the minutes of the meeting on December 19th. So I'm not sure when they're actually going to start, but we certainly hope that it can get moving quickly so that they can get the work done, so the disruption for the 2024 year for the University of Memphis and for the AutoZone Liberty Bowl and the Southern Heritage is minimized, and especially next year, with I think the university is really set up to have a wonderful year. With Seth Hennigan coming back, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. People are now understanding that and recognizing him. He's certainly physically he's stronger, and mentally he's now really sharp, and so the university has a great chance to be the initial participant in that 12-team playoff next year. So hopefully the stadium be in a position to host some good Tiger games come fall. But to answer your question directly, I'm not sure when they're going to get it started, and I think we got to get in touch with this. The city was running the show before, and now with the university, potentially stepping in and taking over the control of the renovation. We got to get it going here. So it's certainly priority number one for all of us here in Memphis and the football scene.
The future, I guess, up in the air on when this thing might begin, and it may end up having to take place after a new city council meets and minutes are approved. I think that's part of the procedures. I'll have to double check on that. Final thing. Future of the bowls, especially a bowl that's played not in the early rounds, where other schools that are never in a playoff picture get rewarded, and those seem to be doing okay for ESPN. Tell me what you think is going to happen once these playoffs start, because this could affect the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Give me your view of the future of the bowls once these playoffs begin.
Well, two things I want to emphasize. One, there will be a 12-team playoff next year, but those same 12 teams ranked 1 through 12 by the committee are the same 12 that have been going to what we call the New Year's Six. So there'll still be the same pool of eligible universities available to bowls like our AutoZone Liberty Bowl. So there won't be any dilution of the teams available. However, though, I think there'll be a lot of PR and a lot of media attention on the playoff, which means we're going to have to work doubly hard to make sure that we have a great experience for the universities that play in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. And secondly, I think there's got to be a few changes in the technicalities of this transfer portal. I think that the opening of the transfer portal needs to be moved after the bowl season. Right now, it's stupid to have it right in the middle of the season. And I think Lane Kiffin said it best. I've seen how many leagues or sports situations have free agency right in the middle of their season. It's stupid, and he called it out for what it is. And then secondly, we have to get the early signing date moved, and I think that most of the universities want to do that because this early signing date right in the middle of December, so it puts the coaches in the middle of a situation. They're recruiting.
They have to recruit while practice goes on. Yeah. Here's what I think. I mean, if you're going to really do that, and I'm all for it, there's a few things you can do. One is you're right about the transfer portal, but you've got to stop movement of coaches. So you should not be able to hire until after the bowl games, because then you wouldn't get that movement and guys wanting to go in the portal to move with their coach. So you need, or move to another school because they don't like the new coach coming in or whatever it may be. So you got to stop both. I mean, if you're going to stop player movement, you need to stop coaching movement. That's one. Two, as long as you're playing guys, you need to put clauses in the contract or bonuses some way that entices you to play in bowl games so you don't opt out.
Great point, David. And I think as this whole NIL thing, it's been rolled out, unbelievably shoddy. I mean, and that's a shot at all of us in college football. I mean, to let it have come this haphazardly without a lot of thoughts, these anonymous collectives, they started early, and this phoniness that, well, they're not related to the schools. But like you said, I mean, coaches are trying to re-recruit their whole team not to go into the portal there in December, and then they're bringing in freshmen, and so that implies that maybe the backup quarterback should be looking for another school, and so you're right. We've got to change the dates, and we're never going to get back. Players are going to get paid. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, and I'm not against that, and I think that they've certainly earned that opportunity, but it has to be done in a thoughtful way. Now, some people have talked about how eventually over the next couple of years there's going to be these changes that you pointed out about timing and scheduling, but also I think there'll be some move to be potentially employees just like professors. They're paid employees of the university for providing services. So
that
these players are providing services.
Right, and that way you could directly pay with the resources that you get from either tickets or television money mainly, and those sorts of things. Steve, we are out of time. Right. Don't mean to cut you off.
Good.
It's been great to have you on all year. Yeah. You have a lifetime contract, so we'll do this again next season.
And thank you to you and to everybody in the entire Memphis community that's been so terrific, and volunteers and people that have made the AutoZone Liberty Bowl a great success during the entire year. Thank you again.
That's the big cheese, head honcho of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, Steve Ehret. We thank him for all season long. Let me take a quick break. When we do come back to Florida City, we go. Our friend Brett Norsworthy on all things SEC. He's next.
Add a little fun to your lunch break. Join Johnny Radio for Sports 56 Happy Hour from 11 to 1 every weekday on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Bartlett Small Engine has been serving quality power equipment since 1970. They have a full line of power equipment, parts, and services for most makes and models. Bartlett Small Engines has the best brands in the power tool industry, and they're all American made. Bartlett Small Engine is your can-do store. 6780 Summer Avenue. Call 901-386-9779.
Bartlett Small Engine has free pickup and delivery both at your home and curbside for lawnmowers, blowers, edgers, and any small engine. Call 901-386-9779.
When a cold comes on strong, try DayQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The daytime, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, so a cold won't slow you down. Get back to your day feeling relieved, enjoying the delicious flavor of DayQuil Severe Honey. DayQuil Severe Honey Flavor soothes your symptoms with a delicious taste. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Guns, guns, and more guns. Over 700 firearms in stock. Home defense guns, old guns, new guns, used guns, big guns, little guns. Every gun you can think of, Classic Arms has them. All brands like Glock, Sig, Colt, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Browning, Beretta, Benelli, Remington, Winchester, and more. Guaranteed lowest prices in town. Only gun importer in the Mid-South. Free gun inspections and appraisals and free bore sighting for the upcoming deer season. Shop online at ClassicArmsOfMemphis.com or visit Classic Arms at 1740 Germantown Parkway behind Corky's Barbecue in Cordova.
Yo, Mark, long time no see. You still down at Dyer's?
Man, I'm not down at Dyer's. I'm out at Collierville Historic Town Square.
When'd you move out there?
We've been out there for about 13 years. We've got the shops, the park, we got the train the kids like to play on.
You still cooking those burgers the old-fashioned way?
Man, we're still flattening out those hamburger balls on a slab of marble and skillet frying them the old-fashioned way like they've been doing for 100 years.
Dude, you still have those onion rings.
Man, they're fantastic. Hand-breaded, served up just right.
I loved those milkshakes. Please tell me you're still doing those.
Man, we are hand-dipping those shakes, putting them in the old glass in the shake tin, served the old-fashioned way.
You got any new items out there I need to know about?
We're just doing a lot of gourmet sandwiches. We've got farm-raised catfish straight out of the Delta. We've got some hot tamales from Pasquale's Tamales out of Helena, Arkansas.
Man, are they served in the husk?
What those guys like to say, they're so good, you'll suck the shuck.
Go see my buddy Mark at Dyer's Cafe in Collierville's historic town square.
Now back to Wolo and Friends on Sports 56, presented by Genesis of Olive Branch. Here once again is the voice of the Tigers, Dave Woloshin.
Oh, I can't wait for that championship game on Monday. I'm going to have to head on over to the Spirit Shop. Or maybe I'll even go downtown to go check out Grind City Brewing, because they really do take care of beerness in Memphis. I think Poppy's Pills, that Pilsner, the one that the doctor ordered, I think that might be what I have to have for that championship game coming up Monday night. Then I got my options, though. I could go Pale Ale. I could get the God Hopper. I could get the Amber Lager, the Thaddeus. That's terrific. I do like Blue Moon, and they've got this wheat ale, this Belgian-style thing called the Belga that is outstanding. You can't beat it. Taking care of beerness in Memphis for a while now. That wonderful brewery downtown with a great look of the skyline, that would be Grind City Brewing. Let's head to Forest City. I know you're still basking in the pleasure, the joy that you got from another big bowl win for Lane Kiffin and the Rebels. This, to me, was set up to be great offense. Ole Miss against great defense. Penn State offense was dominant. Brett, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. It was dominant in Penn State, the number one defense in the country, and it just didn't look like they were big, they were slow, and they were soft. And Ole Miss really could get whatever they wanted. Ended up scoring 38, left a little bit out there, but got 38 points, and Jackson Dart was great again, throwing 40 times, his season high in attempts, completing 25 of them for almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. He even had a reception. He had some good runs and really had it all going and played most of the day without the other running back, Ulysses Bentley, got hurt early, was in a boot later, so Quinshawn Judkins had to carry the load rushing with the season high 34 attempts rushing, and he went over 100 yards, and he caught a touchdown pass. Lane Kiffin, I saw the announcer, and he's kind of the nouveau thing to say, and I heard Mark Jones say it on the replay. He was in his bag, whatever the heck that means. But Lane Kiffin, he had it all going.
He did. And a coming out for the former Tiger, Prescorn, who I know he's coming back, but you know what? I think he put himself on a draft board. He was so good.
He was good all year. He just was injured all year. This was the most healthy Caden Prescorn was all year, in 10 catches and 2 almost identical, same spot of the field, one-hand catches. These gloves are really good they make now, but you still got to be able to haul it in, and he did, and he should have a big year next year, and Ole Miss is way up there in the recruitment of a portal tight end from the FCS level. I think they're going to get Lane Kiffin. This was the first year that he really had the tight end position like he wanted, and then Prescorn got hurt early, and you just couldn't count on Michael Trigg, and he's out of the program, and it means a lot to him with as much play action as Ole Miss likes to run, they like to have that auxiliary, that go-to guy tight end.
I'm so happy for Caden Prieskorn because he's a good kid.
He's
he's got a young kid. And I'm going to tell you, you mentioned he's got a hand. You put that glove on, it looks like a mitt.
He does.
I mean, it's a big hand, and and they're soft. They're
I think
really
I told
good.
you this. I mentioned yesterday. Fun fact about the Prieskorns: he's got little brothers. The number 1, number 2 tight end in the country out of high school this year is going to Michigan next year. Their junior high basketball coach was Connor Stallions.
Huh. Here's another fun fact about the Prieskorn family. Their grandfather, I don't remember which side, he's one of the originators of the Buick Open in Michigan, the PGA Tour stuff.
Sure, they sure are, and that's where they're all from.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that great? I mean,
yeah.
And he's got a younger brother that I believe is coming up, and I think he's on Ole Miss's draft recruiting board, isn't it?
I mentioned he's number 1 or 2 tight end in the country. He's going to Michigan.
Oh, he's going to Michigan. Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought he was okay. All right. Yeah, I knew about the
unless there's a late change.
Yeah, and there could be. I mean, it all comes down to how much you want to spend on your budget, right?
That's right.
of your NIL budget, which is legal now.
And I love that we're into this honesty era around college sports. It's no more, well, I was going to go there, but I went to this other place because it just felt like family and the trees and the buildings and the people are so. No, I like the honesty. I'm going here because they paid more.
All right, since we're speaking honesty here, future of bowl games, I saw a text that you sent, and your sense of the bowl games, not the early ones, the ones that are around Christmas that are going to be taking place at about the time that the playoffs begin, what your sense of their future might be.
Yeah, I'm going to use around December 27th, 28th as the date. Anything before that, like the New Orleans Bowl and the Boca Raton Bowl, the Birmingham Bowl, the Camellia Bowl, I think they all have a place. I think they have a place for Miami of Ohio and Appalachian State and Marshall and Troy and teams like that to go to a good bowl and to be treated very well by those places. I've been to a lot of those bowls and a lot of those places and have had a wonderful time at all of them. The Independence Bowl in Shreveport.
Which is an old bowl, by the way. That's
which is a very old bowl.
12, I would say, I think.
But I think bowl games post December 28th, like Gator, Sun, Liberty, Music City, I think they're going to have a real tough time sorting it out in this new bowl complexion, because if you're not part of the playoff picture, for instance, let's say next year Ole Miss goes to the college football playoff, and along the way playing not one but 2 bowls and have the fun you have with all that. Then the next year it dips down a little bit, and you're just invited back to one of those bowls I just named. I don't want to pick on anybody, but just one of those bowls I just named. How many people you think are going to be fired up about going to that?
Not after going to a playoff.
No, it just won't be.
Right.
And and Dave, you've encountered that with the University of Memphis. After you get a taste of that treatment at the Cotton Bowl and how those great people at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl treat you, and then you don't want to slide back going to the famous Toastery Bowl.
No.
You don't want to slide back going to the Gasparilla Bowl. You don't want to go to the other bowl game.
You don't want to go to the First Serve Responder Bowl again.
You just don't.
In Dallas. You just don't, to play on the field that you were already playing once against SMU.
And Kirk Herbstreit on New Year's Day, on game day, called for, he thought he should be the elimination of half the bowl season. And what I would like to say very respectfully to Kirk Herbstreit.
He better be careful that his money's coming from that.
Is Kirk, don't be telling us, walk down the hall and tell Burt Magnus that.
Yeah, well, he's not going to tell them that because they make money on bowls. They need
inventory,
sure do. And
look at these ratings.
And look at the ratings. They sell. And you made a point in another text today.
We're telling all our private texts we're sending out.
I'm not telling everything. I mean, I'm just talking about stuff you can reveal because you're breaking it. The college football bowls, minor bowls, beat the numbers that the NBA got on Christmas Day. That just
beat them like a drum.
That just goes to show you how
about
college football sells, and that's why they're not going to cut these bowl games down. They need inventory, and it sells,
and it's cheap to put on. The Duke's Mayo Bowl. I mean, for $1, somebody tell me who played in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. The Duke's Mayo Bowl drew 3.6 million viewers.
Wow.
The Lakers and Celtics. The Lakers and Boston Celtics. Is there anything more gold standard than that in the NBA world?
There's not.
Drew 3.3 million.
Wow. That's incredible.
The
only
Duke's
thing I remember
Mayo
about
Bowl.
the Duke Mayo thing is I would get really sick because I hate mayonnaise. And if they poured mayonnaise on me, I would literally vomit. I'm 100%
on Christmas Day, all the NBA games combined, you add up the total number of millions of viewers was about 10 million. Georgia and Florida State in a 63-3 rout drew 10 million.
That's incredible. 63-3, and they still had that many at the end of the game.
With one team playing a team that Florida State wouldn't start those players in a spring game. I felt sorry for Mike Norvell. I did.
And we're going to hear from Mike Norvell on that very subject in the next segment. You lose 12 starters, 20 total. Of course, you're going to be affected.
Of course.
I mean, I feel bad for them. I really do. I
I
didn't
feel
see
bad.
the game.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I didn't see the game because I was doing a basketball game at that time. And I kept looking at that score, 63-3. And my first take on that was Kirby Smart must not like Mike Norvell, but that's really not the case.
It's not the case at all. They couldn't help it. They only scored one touchdown in the fourth quarter. There was a time in that game where I thought they're going to get 90.
And there is no running time rule in college football, unfortunately. No. All right, tell me about SEC hoops a little bit, and how good is Ole Miss? 13-0. I saw him I've seen him a couple times, actually. I love Chris Beard, the way he coaches. I think there are some pieces. 13-0, but let's face it, Memphis is their best win. NC State probably their second best win. How good do you think they really are?
I think they're pretty good, and it's going to start on the defensive end with him, and then if they can make shots. And Matthew Morrell, season average of around 40% from three-point.
That's pretty good.
If that holds up, it's around 40.9. If that holds up or even went up a tick or two, if he got it to 42, 43, and Jamin Brakefield could keep improving, and both of those players, it's finally time for both of them to be consistent, and they are. And it's a great matchup Saturday up at TBA at Knoxville against Rick Barnes. That's two warhorse coaches right there with Beard versus Barnes. That'd be a good tone setter for the SEC.
No doubt. Yeah, I Tennessee probably a little disappointing in terms of the preseason hype.
Well, they're ranked 5th.
I know. Yeah, it's that is true. I look at that makeup though. I think Chris Beard's going to give them a nice little run.
I do too.
But we'll see. South Carolina's a surprising 12-1. Auburn and Mississippi State are 11-2. Kentucky is 10-2 or 10-3, right in that ballpark. I think Arkansas is disappointing at 9-4.
I think Arkansas and A&M both have been disappointing.
8-5 for A&M,
and they both will have trouble, I think, getting in the tournament.
I look at those pieces on A&M. They should be better. They really should. Of all the teams, I think Memphis has faced so far. I would have to say Clemson is the best team they faced. A&M probably second. Ole Miss third, I think.
Clemson in a big one tonight.
Clemson
against Miami.
Yeah, no, that'll be a lot of fun. As always, I appreciate
thank you, Dave.
your work, and
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. We will talk to you next week.
You got it.
That is Brett Norsworthy. Listen to him every day, 3 to 6, right here with Sports Time. He and, of course, Bryant Dacus. This portion of the show brought to you by the Eflin Insurance Team. The way they do it is different. They collaborate. They get to know you, what's important to you, what your budget is. Then they will protect your home, your car, and make sure you've got the life insurance that you need for your family. If you've got a small to mid-sized business, same thing. They get to know your employees, your product, focus it down a little bit. How long will you be in this business? What are your goals? What is your budget? And then they find the commercial insurance that is perfect for you. All you got to do is make the call, 901-386-4777. That spells out GER, because they're big Tiger supporters. 901-386-GER. Get protected the collaborative way. Get protected with the Eflin Insurance Team. Back in a minute, we're going to talk a little United Football League. That's the UFL, the merger with the XFL and the USFL. And we'll hear, I think we'll do this first, we'll hear from Mike Norvell on what happened in the 63-3 debacle. That's next on Wallow and Friends.
Broadcasting from the Family Leisure Studio, we are Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
Sports 56 listeners are smart enough to listen to Sports 56 and smart enough to get 25% off at Oak Court Salon. Ashley Waddell and Lane Lascola are expert stylists at Oak Court, and because they listen to Sports 56 and you listen to Sports 56, Ashley and Lane are giving you 25% off your first appointment. That's for cuts, color, highlights, balayage, Brazilian blowouts, and split-end treatments. Book today and save 25% at sports56.glossgenius.com.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
The final horse now in the gate, and they're off. They're starting off with a double toe loop jump, leaving a difficult 7-10 split. As there's movement on the inside rail. Only 9 pins separate them now as they head to the final quarter mile. They're neck and neck. It's down to the last frame. Here comes the axle jump. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Win, strike, savings, gold.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Looking for your next car? Give Car Corner a try. Car Corner, located at 2653 Mount Moriah. They specialize in cars under $15,000. Bad credit? No problem at Car Corner. CarCornerMemphis.com. That's CarCornerMemphis.com. They even have cash cars under $7,000. That's Car Corner at 2653 Mount Moriah. CarCornerMemphis.com. Look for the building with the teal green roof.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
A good friend of mine told me about this awesome place for lunch.
Oh, yeah? What's the name?
Neil's Grill and Bar, where the fat man rocks. Everybody knows Neil.
Where's it located?
It's located in Yorkshire Square off of Quince.
And what's it like?
The best lunch place in Memphis. You know, like real mashed potatoes and gravy. Everything is made from scratch. Monday through Friday, daily lunch specials like Monday baked chicken, Italian Tuesday, spaghetti, ravioli, Italian spinach, delicious fried catfish, fried chicken livers every Wednesday, Friday, Salisbury steak, barbecue chicken, or if you just want a vegetable plate, the best veggies in town.
What about the lunch price?
Meat and 2 veggies, $8.95. Meat and 3 veggies, $10.95. And veggie plate, $9.95. Big fat boy portions, man.
Man, you're making me hungry.
Come hear the best live local music at Neil's. Eddie Smith plays Sundays 5 to 9, Mondays karaoke, Tuesdays Debbie Jameson, Wednesdays Elmo and the Shades, Thursdays John Williams and the A440 Band at Neil's.
Where the fat man rocks.
Now back to Wallow and Friends on Sports 56, presented by Genesis of Olive Branch. Here once again is the voice of the Tigers, Dave Woloshin.
You heard the announcer man go see Vinny at Genesis of Olive Branch. Ask about the SUVs, the GV70, the GV80. You'll love everything about Genesis of Olive Branch. I'm doing the Tiger basketball game against Austin Peay, and I keep checking my phone. It's 14-0. Oh, okay. Off to a good start, Georgia. Really. Not surprising. 14-3. Okay. 28-3. What? Really? Then at the half, it's 42-3. Are you kidding me? Then 49 and 56-3 after 3 quarters. Just unreal. Just unreal. That's what happens with opt-outs, and when you're in a bowl instead of a playoff. We're going to see some more of this, I'm afraid, with teams that are, well, you had 12 in, so I hope we don't get opt-outs in the playoff. But afterwards, the reaction, and I have not heard this, but I've been told this is one of the best speeches by a college football coach. It comes from Mike Norvell. My experience with Mike is a great genius of a coach, a really good charismatic guy when a mic's not in front of him, the most cliche, bland guy ever when a mic is in front of him and it's hot. But not this time. Here's Mike Norvell after 63-3 with Georgia.
Because in life, there's going to be a lot of things that you cannot explain, you cannot put your finger on, but ultimately, you're always going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice about what you want to do, how you want to do it, what you want it to look like. I've told you since the very first day that I came here, right? Hard work does not guarantee success. It doesn't, and it never will. But it absolutely will put you in the best position to be able to achieve it. And I think that's one thing that we've seen throughout the course of this season. So we got some remarkable men that are sitting here in front of me. And the work you put in, the decision that you made, just to say yes, because you know what? It's really easy when things don't go well, right? And you're hurt, right? And you're angry, and you're sad. The easiest thing to do is to pull back and stop. That's what the world wants you to do. But there's only a select few people that are willing to freaking fight. And I am grateful for you. I'm grateful for what you've done. I'm grateful for who you are. You deserve better than that. So I apologize to you. For you guys that are playing your last game, you had a season that will be remembered forever. And I respect the hell out of who you are. For being in here today, for stepping on that field and going and giving everything forever. You have my respect.
Wow. That was heartfelt. And he's right. Hard work, incredibly hard work, even sometimes perseverance doesn't necessarily guarantee success. It puts you in the right position. That was really well done. I respect Mike for that. And I would just tell you, you lose 12 starters and 8 other that are supporting role players, and your heart's not necessarily totally into it because you thought you should have been in the playoff. 63-3 can happen. 12 starters, though. Anybody that thinks that doesn't really matter must be imbibing too much, is all I can think. We had hoped to get somebody from the UFL, the United Football League, on. You heard the announcement, I guess it was over the weekend, right, that the merger finally had taken place, that Memphis will have a team. It'll still be the Showboats in what they call the USFL Conference. There's going to be 8 teams. There's 4 teams in each conference. You have the original USFL teams from this new configuration. Birmingham, Houston, Memphis, and Michigan in the XFL Conference. The better of the XFL, which lost $100 million because they had a different kind of a TV deal than the Fox NBC deal with the USFL. That was the one league that did not lose money because they viewed it as programming and necessarily did not necessarily have to make money from tickets sold or sponsorships or things of that nature because there's a cost for production on anything, on any sitcom, on anything that you do, and you're selling the network is selling spots around all of that. So they did okay. The XFL did not because they had to sell their own stuff and pay rental to ESPN. I don't know what the new TV deals are going to be like. I know NBC is out. I know the ESPN family of stations and Fox is still involved. I think Fox is still running the thing, although the commissioner came from the XFL side, and Moose Johnston, who had been the head of the USFL, he's going to be the ops guy for this new grouping. The XFL has Arlington, which is Texas, Dallas, D.C., San Antonio, and St. Louis. And I think St. Louis, of all the spring league places, St. Louis drew the best. So I think it's a 10-game regular season. They'll probably do it the same way they did the last time. 2 teams from each of the conferences will make the playoffs, so you'll have semis and a final. I think the way they ended up doing this, how did they pick who would survive and who would not? And I think if you look back at it, it's who had the best stadium deals, right? I think for the XFL, it was pretty easy. St. Louis has a big dome, and they drew 30,000 people. So they were getting in, right? And they got a good stadium deal. San Antonio's got another dome, good stadium. I don't know where they are in D.C. I'm imagining that are they in – used to be FedEx Field. There's so many big stadiums around there that could be used, but it's D.C. So I'm guessing does RFK still stand where the Nationals used to play? I don't know. I'm not sure where that is, but I'm guessing they got a good stadium deal because I think that's the key component to getting into this merged thing. Arlington and Dallas, I believe they were playing in the baseball stadium there, weren't they? Although with March 30th, they may not be. But again, you have so many stadiums that you can choose from, all the colleges in the area. I mean, that is pretty easy. And it says Arlington, so I'm guessing. Is it? I don't think they're in AT&T. They could be. That would be, maybe they gave them a good deal. Obviously, Birmingham, in where UAB plays, they built that stadium as that's where the whole USFL was housed one year, and 2 teams were housed there last year. Houston was joining Memphis. I don't know what their deal is, where they are in Houston, but they probably got a good deal. I know that the Showboats got a sweetheart deal, or did. Now they're going to have to negotiate with the University of Memphis, but I'm assuming they'll get the same sort of a deal. And then Michigan is in the Dome. So they got a pretty good deal there. So I think a lot of this came down to stadium deals. And again, with TV, because that's the most important component here, with TV, you're looking at, again, a grouping of the ESPN families with Fox. So it's interesting. I don't know if Fox – I'll be really curious to see the details that come out on this. How did Fox and ESPN decide to partner with this? Is the model the same that Fox and NBC had the year before? Because that's the only financial way you can really make this work.
Yeah, and that was, when they announced it, the UFL league, I was like, okay, like, cool, like, because, they both had, like, 2 separate TV deals.
I'm certainly not sad about it. You're going to get 5 home games in Memphis at however Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium looks at that point, but you will have football to cover for 10 games because the other games, I guess, will be broadcast.
The only thing I would say is that I wish they would have kept more of the teams from the XFL and the USFL
instead of the 8.
Say again?
Instead of just 8.
Instead of just 8.
Yeah.
Because they broke it up. They broke it up to divisions, and I would have loved to seen XFL conference and a USFL conference within the United Football League.
Well,
if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying bring all those teams over, but
right.
there were some that would have had 2 in the same. Houston had it in both. Wasn't there one other team that had both leagues? I don't know. Maybe
there
was
another one. Was it like one of the Florida teams?
Well, there is no Florida team in here. Think about that. So you've got in the South, you got Birmingham, you got Houston, Memphis, and then the odd pairing of Michigan. I don't know why you wouldn't have put San Antonio in there if you were just doing geography, but San Antonio, the Brahmas, they must have been in both leagues, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Because there was the Gunslingers in the USFL.
Yeah,
San Antonio and Houston had both teams. No, there's no New Orleans in here at all.
But yeah, we got their head coach.
And John DiFilippo is now going to be the Memphis coach. The one other thing that I thought was weird, like there's no Pittsburgh. But guess what? They didn't really, and New York. No Pittsburgh, no New York. But guess what? They didn't really have a team in that city. They were in Canton, and it actually Canton supported it. I was surprised Canton didn't get a team.
Yeah, because they got the facilities to
Right.
at least host a spring type of game situation.
Yeah. Anyway. That's the UFL. I'm sure we'll have, because we were originally slated to have somebody, but I don't think it's quite as organized as it should be yet. But we're looking forward to it. That is March 30th. The UFL, the combination of the USFL and the XFL, will begin. And that'll do it for us. I'll come your way tomorrow from Tulsa. We'll have Pete Prenica and Russell Copeland and Jarvis Greer on tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Johnny Radio's right around the corner. Keep it right here on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Have a great day, everyone.
Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. Roofing and siding, gutters too. We're the pros you can trust to get it done right. Call on us. Five Ash Roofing, the name to know. Five Ash Roofing, the only way to go. Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. Five Ash Roofing.
Is that not the corniest thing you've ever heard? Can you believe I paid good money for that silly jingle? Well, the experts say make it memorable, and I think I got my money's worth. Five Ash Roof Services, proud partner of the Memphis Tigers and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. Five Ash Roofing, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
I know the sweetest thing in Memphis, and I know it's been around for 120 years. You know, I'm talking about Dinstall's, and it's time to stock up heavy on Cashew Crunch, Heavenly Crunch, Turtlettes, all of your favorite Dinstall's treats to watch the playoff games and to watch all the basketball. It's so easy to get. The sweetest thing in Memphis, all you have to do is head to Laurelwood or head to Germantown and Poplar right across from the hospital, or go where they make the candies. That's on Pleasant View. There's nothing that says Memphis better than Cashew Crunch with that little tinge of coconut, or the Turtlettes. Let's face it, there's nothing better than Dinstall's chocolate. That's the mainstay of all candies, isn't it? Milk chocolate, although their dark chocolate is pretty darn good. And if you get the peppermint with the dark chocolate and put it in the freezer, you're going to love it. So many ways to love Dinstall's. 115 years of making Memphis oh so sweet.
Start the new year off with a bang of big savings during the Omaha Steaks end-of-season event. You can stock up on all your favorites and get 50% off site-wide. That's 50% off perfectly aged tender steaks, juicy burgers, decadent desserts, and even classic comfort meals. Go to omahasteaks.com, and when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout for an extra $30 off your order. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Uncorked, flavored, Corky's Barbecue.
Hi, this is Jimmy Stovall with Corky's Barbecue. We have been serving up our legendary barbecue for more than 39 years, right here in Memphis, Tennessee. Whether you're dining in, picking up in our drive-thru, or serving our famous barbecue at your office or home, with Corky's Party Pack, you are the hit of the party. Barbecue pulled pork, baked beans, coleslaw, barbecue sauce, and buns, starting at only $8.49 per person. And as you know, we send plenty of food. You never have to worry about running out with Corky.
Uncorked, flavored, Corky's Barbecue.
Hi, this is Jimmy Stovall with Corky's Barbecue. We have been serving up our legendary barbecue for more than 39 years, right here in Memphis, Tennessee. Whether you're dining in, picking up in our drive-thru, or serving our famous barbecue at your office or home, with Corky's Party Pack, you are the hit of the party. Barbecue pulled pork, baked beans, coleslaw, barbecue sauce, and buns, starting at only $8.49 per person. And as you know, we send plenty of food. You never have to worry about running out with Corky.
Ole Miss Rebel Yell is back.
The Rebel Yell Hotline Radio Show is back on WHBQ Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Every Monday night at 6, hear the latest news on your Ole Miss Rebels with Yancey Porter with 24/7 Sports, former Ole Miss defensive tackle Mike Fitzsimmons, Gordon Ford covering SEC Sports Call, and former Ole Miss baseball announcer Gary Darby. From kickoff to free throw to extra innings, your Ole Miss sports on the Rebel Yell Hotline Show right here Monday night at 6 on Sports 56 560 AM and 98.5 FM, your Mid-South sports station.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253 DF Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Oh, yeah.
It's time for Sports 56 Happy Hour on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Now let's have some fun. Here is your host, Johnny Radio. Johnny Radio.
Yo, 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 yo. Welcome into a little Sports 56 Happy Hour. I'm your buddy Johnny Radio, hanging out with Brian Dacus all day long, all day strong. It is a hump day in the Mid-South. That means we're going to talk a little bit of wrestling today with Dustin Starr. There's some Rock news, some Roman Reigns news, things I don't know all that much about, but I can tell you who does, Dustin Starr. And Dustin Starr, last night, he was down at FedEx Forum. He was shooting some great videos. If you follow him on X at Dustin Starr with 2 R's, you would have seen just some amazing stuff. It was electric last night inside the Grindhouse, and it could be electric again tonight as the Grizzlies play the Raptors. This game, they're only a 1.5-point favorite. They dominated yesterday and took care of the Spurs. Ja Morant was nasty. Did you see him dunk on 7'5" Victor Wembanyama?
I did.
It was a great game again for the Grizzlies, but again they have to get back at it tonight. It's going to be a tough one. Derrick Rose, his thigh, he's a little bit banged up. There's a few pieces. Ja Morant looked like he was kind of limping at the end of the ball game. I still expect him to play. You hadn't heard anything, but he didn't look 100. But he did have a hell of a performance. So we'll talk a little bit of the Grizzlies. Again, as they're back at action tonight, taking care of business. Now that Ja's back in the lineup, they win. Like, they actually win some games. It's amazing how much better this team looks when you put their pieces around them, and they have been just absolutely filthy. Desmond Bane, this is a question I want to ask the audience. 901-360-8255. 901-360-8255. That's the text line. That's the listener line. Is Ja Morant the absolute star? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm just kind of curious as I watched that game a little bit last night, and I look at Desmond Bane and how thick his body is. And I look at how he shoots the three, he plays defense, he dribbles the basketball, how far this guy's come. I think, Ja is that superstar. He's got shoes after him. He's electric. He tore it up last night. But when I look at Desmond Bane, I feel like Desmond Bane's one of those guys that could have a long, like a 15-year career. I think he should be an all-star this year. But this is a guy that his game is going to work now just as much as it does 10 years from now. Because he's thick, he's strong, he's physical, he can shoot the ball, and he's a dead-gum dog. Grizzlies got it done against the Spurs, 106-98. Brian Dacus, before I jump off this, what do you think about what I just said? I mean, Ja Morant is a star. Desmond Bane looks like a 15-year pro, a guy who's going to make multiple All-Star games. He's never going to be talked about in that rarefied air, but he's the kind of guy that you have to have on your basketball team if you want to win. And Desmond Bane has shown it, especially, and we all know about it, what he's been doing. But, I mean, just look at him of late. My man has just taken care of business. Last night, hit a couple threes, 11-17 shooting, had, a couple assists, grabbed a few boards, 24 points. Took care of business. Did exactly what he had to do. Heck, Ja Morant makes everybody on that floor look better. Marcus Smart, who's had some weird stuff happen to him lately, didn't have a good night shooting yesterday by any means. Still, they took care of business. Marcus Smart looking better now that Ja is back. Hell, Bismack Biyombo is even playing better. I don't know, man. This Memphis team right now, it seems like they got things going in the right directions. They now have their 11th win on the season. They won actually 3 games at home. They're back at the Grindhouse tonight against the Raptors. Only a 1.5-point favorite. Does that look like a setup to you, or is it just me?
I'll be honest, John. I haven't looked at it, so I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't know. Maybe.
Just a 1-point favorite. And not only speaking of, Desmond Bain and Ja Morant and what he means, Vince Williams Jr. Did you know when he's on the court with Luke Kennard this season, when they're on the court together, do you know what their offensive rating is? Sure. 139.7. Their defensive rating is 106.9. These two guys have chemistry. You saw it last night when Vince Williams, set it up, took the screen, kicked it out to Kennard. He hits the 3. You look at Vince on the other end. He is that defensive stopper. Turnovers left and right from the Spurs. And I already said that they're going to turn the ball over because that's what the Spurs do. They're a bad passing team. They're just not a good basketball team. But, dude, when did all this stuff happen? It's just it's crazy to think. Vince Williams Jr. getting 22 minutes last night, been playing extremely, extremely big minutes. And again, it's what he does on the defensive end, and he also makes players around him better. In fact, Luke Kennard is one of those guys that I just feel like they have a little bit of chemistry, and we'll be paying attention to the Grizzlies. Now, the biggest thing that I think happened last night was when Ja went at 7'5" Wembanyama twice, finished one of them with a nasty dunk. How is it that a guy Ja Morant size, I know he can fly, but how can he some of the things that he does is just absolutely ridiculous. We'll talk a lot of Grizzlies today. We'll get into a little Grizzlies. We got to talk NFL today. It's the last week of the year. It's the last week of the regular season. Do you know how many things have to be decided?
A lot.
Think about it. Think about how crazy this is when I tell you. The AFC East, the winner of the AFC East, will be the winner this week in the Miami-Buffalo game.
That's right.
Tua is banged up. Did you know that?
Yep.
You know who probably is going to miss the game?
Jalen Waddle.
And the one on defense that I think is real big, Bradley Chubb.
Oh, no, he's definitely missing the game.
ACL tear. Why was he in a game when you're down 50-something to 13?
Good question.
Why was Tua in the game? That's when he ended up banging up his shoulder. Did Mike McDaniel just sink the Dolphins' season by playing his starters in a second half of a football game that they had no chance to win?
It seems like it.
It sure feels like it.
Sure does.
The game is in Miami. That is one positive thing that you can say. But this Buffalo Bills team has won 4 straight games since Ken Dorsey has been taken out as offensive coordinator. Josh Allen looks like that Superman, not running the ball as much as he used to, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
My man James Cooks is running the ball all over the place. They're getting Diggs involved. They don't just come out every single time with 2 wides, shotgun, and a back in the backfield. You know what I'm saying? They're changing it up. Buffalo looks hot as all get out. The Cleveland Browns, they're winners of 4 straight. This is a team with Joe Flacco. All of a sudden, you're like, wait a second. We knew that Browns defense was good all season long. We like them. Does anybody want to play the Browns over in the AFC in the postseason? With that defense? Amari Cooper, we're worried about his health, but I'm sure he'll be fine for the postseason. But Joe freaking Flacco has been absolutely amazing. Last week of the NFL season, and we have more stuff to talk about. It's not even funny. Good thing we have Russell Copeland to come in here and join us today because it's getting a little bit hairy. You know, the Jaguars this season right now, did you know at one point they were 8-3?
Yeah.
They were 8-3. They're 9-7. They are 9-7, and they have to beat Tennessee in Nashville to win the division, or they could possibly miss the playoffs. Think about that. This Jaguars team and Trevor Lawrence, you know he's banged up, right? Is he going to play this week? You better hope so. You better hope so. It's crazy how far the Jags have fallen. And then the other thing that's just weird to me is you got that CJ Stroud Texans team. When he's playing, they look good. And they're playing for the playoffs along with the Indianapolis Colts. That's on Saturday night. Texans, Colts in Indy. Texans a 1-point favorite. Winner of that is going to be in the wild card. Winner of that and a Titans win over the Jags, and they could host a playoff game and win the AFC South. It's gotten buck wild. It has gotten absolutely buck wild. One thing that's not wild, though, it's already locked up. The MVP is definitely Lamar Jackson. Like, who else would you give it to?
I can't think of anybody.
Whoa.
Oh, you coughed a little bit.
Sorry about
Your phone
that.
also went off earlier.
Yeah.
One of them.
And
you got
just
two
so
phones.
you know, I am probably not even close to 50% of myself. I'm in here doing Robitussin, snorting Zicam, Sudafed, and like 3 Tylenol. If anybody's got anything else a little stronger, come on up and see me. I'll be here at Mount Moriah. But, yeah, big games here in the National Football League. 49ers and the Rams is a huge one as well. You know, Sean McVay's team failed last week. I don't understand how it is that what an important game that was for the Rams. They came up short. Now you have to beat the San Francisco 49ers because you're a bunch of idiots and lost to the Giants 26. No, did they end up beating? They didn't. No, they held on to beat them. They did win that game, but they made it a lot closer than it should have been. And it feels like this team that was just, they were getting so much momentum and they were the hottest team playing. I'm just a little bit worried. There feels like there's some chinks in that armor. In fact, in the NFC, the only team that I actually trust is the 49ers. And how far can I trust a team when Brock Purdy plays good football teams? He doesn't look like a good quarterback. No, Brock Purdy is not going to be the MVP. Doesn't deserve to be the MVP. How bad and how embarrassing that loss was against the Ravens just 2 weeks ago. I mean, please. The 3-game stretch against the Browns, the Vikings, and the Bengals. When he plays against teams that just give him an open pocket and he can sit there all day long, he's extremely efficient. When the weather is good, he's extremely efficient. You get the elements bad, you get a little bit of wet or a little rain, a little snow, you get a defensive front that gets all up in his business, and Brock Purdy makes mistakes. Is he a good quarterback? Damn right. He is a good football player. Is he Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson? Did he deserve Jalen Hurts? Did he deserve to be in the MVP conversation? He did because of how well San Francisco plays. But I feel like everybody now understands that they play extremely well, not just because of Brock Purdy, but because of George Kittle, because of Deebo Samuels, because of Christian McCaffrey. And now Christian McCaffrey has an issue. He's got a calf issue. He's not going to play this week. I think it's more so precautionary. But if Run CMC is not there for the postseason, I know that they're going to get a bye, so he's got 2 weeks to get ready for this. But without him, I just don't feel like this is the same football team. Not even close. Brock Purdy doing his things. A lot of stuff going on in the National Football League. Another question I have is, more likely to win a championship this year? Would it be Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh? Ravens look like the best team on planet Earth when it comes to playing in the National Football League of late.
They do.
Their defensive line, ridiculous. Secondary, ridiculous. Patrick Queen is a linebacking machine, and I think he was made to play in Baltimore. Dude is just off the chain, ridiculous. You look at their offensive line. They can manhandle you. You look at Richie. He can come up there and they block. They scheme things up. Todd Monken, I feel like, has been the best offensive coordinator and has changed this Ravens trajectory and what this team can be. Lamar Jackson playing games like he was back at Louisville, throwing the ball vertically down the field. Did you see Odell Beckham Jr.'s catch this week? Did you see how he's pushing the ball down the field? And then dadgummit, when all of a sudden you're pushing the ball 15, 20, 25, 30 yards down the field, all of a sudden all those defensive backs got their backs to you. They're covering the wide receivers. The middle opens up, and then Lamar takes off for a 30-yard run. I think Todd Monken has been phenomenal in Baltimore. Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, more likely to win the championship.
I would say right now, Jim.
Only one win away.
That's just, he has a 50% chance right now.
50% chance, but I will tell you, as good as Washington and Michael Penix Jr.
Oh, I'm picking Washington, believe
21
me.
straight wins by this team. How many times are we going to look at them? The big underdog, Pac-12 championship. They go down to Vegas. They were a 10-point dog against the Ducks, and they whipped that keister.
And everybody was picking the Ducks.
Last week, Washington was playing Texas, 4.5-point dog.
That's right. And everybody was picking Texas.
And everybody was picking Texas,
Crazy.
Texas. And what did Michael Penix Jr.? He just was nasty. I still find it crazy. Like Peter Schrager. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
For the NFL Network?
Yes.
Kind of a goofball, right?
I like Peter Schrager.
I like him too, but he's a little bit goofy. Some of the things, though, that he says when it comes to the quarterback position, I completely don't understand. My man was all over Bryce Young. Loved him last year coming out. Look how Carolina's doing. Look at David Tepper. He's so sick and tired of his quarterback. He's throwing drinks on other people and getting fined $300,000.
How about that?
Like, this Carolina thing is a disaster and a debacle. Look over at Houston, what C.J. Stroud has done. He's been phenomenal. Schrager was all over Young. Now I have Schrager also talking about how we should appreciate what Michael Penix Jr. is doing in college football. But we must remember, he's had 4 terrible injuries. He started his career at Indiana. He had to transfer to Washington. It feels like it's been a magical run. Yes, he's had past injuries, but the dude's tough as nails. And then to say that he has a quirky left-handed throw. Boomer Esiason had a quirky left-handed throw and is pretty damn good in the National Football League. Was he not? Michael Vick, you think that there haven't been left-handed quarterbacks in the National Football League, Peter Schrager? The dude throws dimes. I mean, he puts it on there. In his release, I talked about it yesterday. It's one of the quickest releases I've seen this year in college football. It goes, I don't care what it is. He gets that ball out of his hand so quickly, it's not even funny. And it is an a laser beam. And then to say, well, you don't have the strongest arm. What the hell are you watching? I have never said to myself, you know what, man? He's a good quarterback. He reminds me a lot of Danny Warfel. No, dude, he's not throwing 7-yard slants and just throwing the ball open to certain areas in Steve Spurrier's air raid offense back in the past. Danny Warfel did not have 1/10 of the arm strength that Michael Penix Jr. did. But Danny Warfel and Michael Penix Jr. do have something in common. They process information so quickly it's not funny, and they make the right decisions. I trust Michael Penix Jr. so much more than J.J. McCarthy. I think he's going to be the difference. He shined on that big stage this past week, just here on Monday night. I feel like he's going to shine in the championship game. And let's be real, Alabama, Michigan came back and stole that from Alabama because Tommy Rees was the worst offensive coordinator out of all 4 teams that played on Monday night. I don't think he had a good game plan. I'm going to tip my cap to the Michigan Wolverines. They definitely deserved to win that game. They went down there and took care of business. And then in overtime, 2 runs right down Alabama's throat. And then again, when Alabama gets the ball back with an opportunity to tie, they do that. It was a very ugly ending to what was a great season for the end of the year for the Alabama Crimson Tide, for Jalen Milroe. But I'm telling you right now, the more talent, the more defense, I'm giving it to Michigan. But the playmakers for Washington, the quarterback, and the fact that they have what is considered one of the best offensive lines in the country, I think this is going to be the difference. So saying that Jim has a better chance, I know it's 50-50, but dadgummit, John Harbaugh, he's done it. He beat his brother in a Super Bowl. And I look over at the AFC and I see nothing but a mess. Like, I see a absolute mess. Miami Dolphins over in the AFC East. Bradley Chubb, ACL, done. Xavier Howard's also banged up. Tua's now a little banged up. Moster's banged up. A lot of fish are banged up. Kansas City Chiefs, do they look like the champs that you always, you kind of remember? No, they've had 35 drop passes this season. They're lining up wrong. Travis Kelce's dating Taylor Swift and more worried about getting I love you kisses from her than he is getting sixes from Patty Mahomes. I talked about the Jaguars, a team that was 8-3 this season, now has an injured Trevor Lawrence, and they could possibly lose the division that was all but locked up a month ago. The Buffalo Bills, who we wrote off, well, now that they got rid of Ken Dorsey, they look like the biggest threat to the Baltimore Ravens. I'm not afraid of the Colts or the Texans. I'm just saying, I feel like John is going to get into the postseason, have a bye, and I feel like they roll all the way to the Super Bowl. I really do. I mean, Kansas City, do you believe in them? Do you believe that Kansas City could go to Baltimore? Pat Mahomes. Every playoff start that he's ever had in his entire career, not the Super Bowl, guess where it was? Kansas City.
Really?
Has never played a road playoff game outside of Arrowhead. Of course, the Super Bowl was not in Kansas City, so he went on the road and won those games in neutral sites. But he never had to go to Baltimore or Miami or Cleveland or Buffalo or Jacksonville or anybody else. The Ravens having home field advantage, I think I just feel like I can't believe I'm saying this. I think the Cleveland Browns and the Buffalo Bills are the two teams that have the best chance to actually upset the Ravens. And that's because I've seen Joe Flacco go on the road, wild card, and win on the road and go all the way to win a Super Bowl. Was it a decade ago? It was. But damn it, I saw it. And then Josh Allen, he's got an S on his chest. If they're playing right, it could be an absolute shootout. But the best team is by far the Ravens. And then over in the National Football League, again, I don't know who's who. Lions and Cowboys, how good are they? We saw that crazy game and that crazy ending. We saw all these wild ways that things have gone on. I'm not exactly sure. But we are going to talk NFL at 12 o'clock. On the other side, though, guess what we got? We got to talk a little wrestling with our good boy, Dustin Starr, right here on Sports 56, 98.5 FM.
Start your day with Sports 56 Mornings with Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10, right here on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
The season has changed. You know how I know? It's finally here, the Family Leisure Christmas Sale. Excellent deals on pool tables, shuffleboards, and saunas. Oh, we're just beginning. Tired and sore from shopping? Check out the huge selection in stock of hot tubs and massage chairs. Oh, and you can surprise the kids with the best stuff, like a new arcade, a game table, even a play gym. Gifts for the whole family to enjoy and enjoy together. Also on sale, theater seating, outdoor kitchens and grills, patio furniture, and fire pits. Merry Christmas from our family to yours. That's Family Leisure of Memphis. Every year we wait. They always deliver. They've done it again. The Family Leisure Christmas Sale is happening at I-40 and Whitten Road. That's 2120 Whitten Road to be exact. That's the place of shopping heaven. Family Leisure, where family and fun all come together.
A good friend of mine told me about this awesome place for lunch.
Oh, yeah? What's the name?
Neil's Grill and Bar, where the fat man rocks. Everybody knows Neil.
Where's it located?
It's located in Yorkshire Square off of Quince.
And what's it like?
The best lunch place in Memphis. You know, like real mashed potatoes and gravy. Everything is made from scratch. Monday through Friday, daily lunch specials like Monday, baked chicken, Italian Tuesday, spaghetti, ravioli, Italian spinach, delicious fried catfish, fried chicken livers every Wednesday, Friday, Salisbury steak, barbecue chicken, or if you just want a vegetable plate, the best veggies in town.
What about the lunch price?
Meat and 2 veggies, $8.95. Meat and 3 veggies, $10.95. And veggie plate, $9.95. Big fat boy portions, man.
Man, you're making me hungry.
Come hear the best live local music at Neil's. Eddie Smith plays Sundays 5 to 9, Mondays karaoke, Tuesdays Debbie Jameson, Wednesdays Elmo and the Shades, Thursdays John Williams and the A440 Band at Neil's.
Where the fat man rocks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Hewlett & Dunn Boot and Clothing Company, we have it all. From handmade Amish leather belts, fine and casual clothing, boots, casual boots, work boots, fancy boots, and even safety-toed boots. Lots of cowboy hats to choose from, even Nebo lights, good-looking duck head dress shirts, duck head caps, shorts, and pants. Tons of jeans from Ariat, Wrangler, Devil Dog, and Kimes Ranch jeans. At Hewlett & Dunn, we have a great selection of Old South t-shirts and caps. Fine clothing from dress to casual to Sunday best. Enjoy choosing from UFO's orthopedic-approved shoes. Hewlett & Dunn Boot and Clothing Company. Boots of every size, every color, every skin. Great quality Western, work, and safety toe boots. Hewlett & Dunn Boots and Clothing Company. 111 North Center Street, Collierville. Hewlett & Dunn. Hewlett & Dunn, serving you and your family since 1961.
Listen each and every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. and join Ottawa Presbyterian Church for worship. Ottawa is a PCUSA church located in Midtown Memphis.
All the wisdom of the universe is in these bones.
Now back to Sports 56 Happy Hour on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Here once again, Johnny Radio.
Welcome back to a little Sports 56 Happy Hour. I'm your buddy Johnny Radio, hanging out with Brian Dacus. It is a Wednesday. It's a hump day. I'm hanging in there, people. I'm struggling a little bit. Snorting, what is that? Zicam?
Something.
Sounds good to you. Eating Robitussin.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to feel good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else always makes me feel good?
What's that?
Wish I had a little bit of Tito's. You know, if life hands you lemons. Don't freak out, don't fret, don't stress. Just make a lemon drop. Make sure it's with Tito's handmade vodka. It's time to talk some wrestling with my good buddy Dustin Starr. First and foremost, did you have a happy new year, my friend?
Oh, my God, I had the happiest new year ever. If the Grizzlies would have won, it would have been perfect because I got home and had, 4 or 5 kids singing karaoke and going crazy at the house. We had a kids' charcuterie board. Have you ever heard of this?
I know what a charcuterie board is because I absolutely love them, but I've never heard of a kid one.
Well, this was like a kid charcuterie board. So Maria is like the queen of charcuterie boards now, since we've done them at our Christmas parties and they were a big hit. So the kids wanted to have some fun, singing karaoke and doing all that stuff. But the kids' charcuterie board, I mean, check this out. It was like pizza rolls and cookies and chicken nuggets and just all sorts of stuff all spread across the table, and the kids loved it. Thank you, sir. the kids loved it, and not only did the kids love it, but I loved it too.
I bet you did. You don't probably get to eat on pizza rolls and chicken nuggets too often, do you?
Not a whole lot, but I did New Year's Eve, so left straight from FedEx Forum and went home and just enjoyed it with Maria, my 3-year-old, and my nieces and nephews. Man, it was really awesome. How about you? Did you go out?
You talk about for New Year's?
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of people that actually just kind of maybe the group that I'm hanging with is a little older now and they don't do that much. But
I think I did mine right. We went out to my parents' house out in Collierville. They have a very, very nice house. My brother's a firefighter, so therefore he's a pyromaniac, basically. He had an arsenal of fireworks. You know me. Being me, I brought a lot of fungus, so the fireworks looked even more special. And we all just ate. We had tenderloin, ribeye, king crab legs, so we ate big, we drank big, we partied big, and we did it all in the safety of my parents' house, and nobody had to drive and leave.
Well, and just in case you caught the place on fire, you had a fireman there, and king crab legs are the best. Oh my God, that's my Maria's favorite.
That's a lot of people's favorite. Not only did we have king crab that night, but the next morning, have you ever heard of egg sourdough? I think that's what it's called. You get an English muffin, you put a tomato, a poached egg, and then you put huge crab legs on top of it and drizzle some hollandaise sauce over it. Woo-hoo, boy, let me tell you a little something. It was wonderful, man. It's going to be a great new year. By the way, I got to tell you something, man. I didn't make it to the game. I've been a little bit under the weather. I haven't been feeling like $1 million, so I didn't head
Memphis
down
crud.
there. Yeah, I got the Memphis crud
going around.
I got it, and it's been you just got to push through. You got to push through. So I didn't get to go to the game, but I was following you, of course, on the Twitter, and I would tell you at the beginning of the game, just seeing Ja and Jaren Jackson Jr. trip, like doing their thing, hanging out. You videotape that bad boy, Major Light. I mean, you could just tell from the get-go that was going to be a fun night. And Ja made it especially fun when he dunked on Wemby's face, didn't he?
Oh, my gosh. That is so great. So that's a game-time ritual. Like, every single game, Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. are on the baseline dancing and high-fiving, and then they just do this big, in the circle where the team has got the circle and somebody dances in the middle. I mean, it's like so much fun, and then you look around and the place is packed to the rafters. And this was really a special game, like for me and Brady. Brady wasn't there, but I took a picture of Wemby and sent it to him. And he's like, I hope Ja tries to dunk on him. He just wanted to see Wemby and Ja kind of one-on-one. So will Wemby get the block or will Ja get the dunk? He just wanted to see what happened when two feature star players in the NBA went head-to-head. And so during the game, I was sending him the clips and stuff from Grind City Media when Ja dunked on him. I think he got him twice. And so it was just kind of like a father-son cool thing because, Brady plays basketball. He's been coming to the games and all that stuff. And then it's rare that there's another player out there that really piques his interest, Ja was one of those players and Wemby. And so to have him go one-on-one, in several different instances last night. And I will tell you, that guy is very, very impressive, man. Like, if his legs hold up, he is going to be extremely special in the league. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the guy was blocking shots like right out of the guy's hand. Like, you couldn't get it over the top. And then finally the Grizzlies figured it out. But last night it was a packed house, but it felt like the first half that we were, I don't want to say FedEx Forum was dead, but like we just needed a little more energy. And then when the second half rolled around, oh my gosh, it just went off and the Grizz picked up the victory. So they got a back-to-back tonight. I think the Raptors are in town, if I'm not mistaken.
It is the Raptors. It is the Raptors. Yeah. It's going down tonight. Right now, Grizzlies are 1.5-point favorite. D Rose, by the way, a little banged up. Probably not going to play because of a thigh injury. Ja left looking like he had a little bit of a limp. Didn't look like 100%.
Hey, brother, the fans were asking me at halftime, hey, is Ja coming back? And I'm like, what happened? Because a lot of times I don't see every single play because I'm, going and getting ready and doing these games and all that kind of stuff. So I started freaking out. Wait a minute, what happened to Ja? And then I looked out and he was on the court and I was like, phew, thank goodness. But, Derrick Rose is not supposed to get that many minutes. He's not like I hate to say this, but he's not like a full-time guy on the court. I mean, he's here to help and to help Ja. and to play, and I mean it with all due respect, and I think it's like a role-playing position here to where he comes in and helps out. So he's not supposed to get, all those minutes, and I don't know if people understand that sometimes, because it's like, I think what it is, they want to see him on the court more than what he's probably going to be on the court. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I mean, of course, you got to go back. 2008 was probably one of the greatest years for any Tiger fan ever. It was just such a special season. He was such a big part of that season. And again, now that he's back in Memphis playing with the Grizzlies, of course the fans just want to see him. But, his body's kind of just breaking down on him. Hopefully, though, he can get back, healthy and continue to give him a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But, yeah, man, that's just it is what it is. But, man.
I guess what I mean is even when he's not on the court scoring points and doing minutes and stuff, he's still very valuable on that in the locker room and on the sidelines and stuff like that. Like, a lot of his value is coming from that because he is a veteran and he has been in the league a long time and, MVP of the league, right?
Former MVP, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, so,
one of the I think he's the youngest MVP.
That's crazy.
I still believe that's the case. He's the youngest MVP ever.
We got a lot of guys back, too. The only two that I believe we're missing at this point is Steven Adams, Aquaman, and Brandon Clark. Gosh, when those two guys get back, I don't know how we don't just kill everybody.
Golly, I hope you're right.
But I am a homer, too, so.
Heck, man, Vince Williams Jr., what he's been able to do. The season is basically, I feel like it's just starting for Grizzlies fans now that Ja's been back. They have gotten out to 11 wins. They've actually won 3 at home. They got another one at home tonight against the Raptors. Hopefully everything goes extremely well. You going to be down there working tonight?
I definitely will. I was actually just looking at the game formats. They usually change all the way up until tip-off or whatever, but it looks like it'll be a really fun night. Lots of games. Last night was kids' night, so the kids we had a band that was kids. During the countdown to the game, Eric Hasseltine had 2 kids with him.
Were they
most
both
of the
his?
games? No, they weren't. They reminded me of Keenan and Kel, though. I think it was, what were their names? Ken and Kel or something like that. But they were really funny, so it's always fun to have the kids out there. And I see the value of that more than ever because my son, he's been going to the games, and then he likes basketball, and he shoots hoops, and it gets him out of the house and all that stuff. So it was cool. It's always cool to get the kids involved.
All right. Now, I got to ask you something. I saw also on your Twitter account, hopefully everybody's following Dustin Starr at Dustin Starr. That's with 2 R's. So, Dustin, 150th episode is about to come down. Is that what I'm hearing?
Man, yeah. So it's milestone 150. So when we hit our 100th episode last year, we had real big card and all that kind of stuff. Gun show reigned supreme. And then now we're at milestone 150. And it's just the competitiveness in me is like, we told you guys so, the people that thought we wouldn't be around for not even 100 episodes. Now here we are at 150. It's just super cool to hit that milestone, and we've got the biggest triple threat match that we've ever had. Those of you that watch Memphis Wrestling, the Gun Show is the man. He's the Memphis Heritage Champion. He was just voted Man of the Year for the 3rd year in a row. That's voted by the fans. So he's got to defend his championship against the Master of Fat Jitsu, the Big Man, another very popular character and very strong character on Memphis Wrestling, K. Toomer, and then also Mike Anthony. And Mike's the guy that Gun Show beat last year at milestone 100 for the title. So there's a lot of drama mixed up here, and King Cobra's the matchmaker. He made the match official. It's the biggest triple threat ever, and it happened this Friday and Saturday on Memphis Wrestling. You can watch it first if you're a member on our YouTube channel. I believe it's like $3.99 a month. You get exclusive content, and then also you get to watch the episode earlier than everybody else, but you can check it out on Action News 5+. Also, you can go to our website, and there's a how to watch. You'd be surprised how many different ways there are to watch Memphis Wrestling. But milestone 150, and I love it that it's coming up this weekend because it's our first TV taping of the year on Sunday. So it's always good to have a really big, solid episode with a huge match, and then the next day have your live TV taping because it just gives you even more excitement.
A little extra
enthusiasm.
Juice.
Absolutely, man. It's like winning the night 1 of the back-to-back and then coming in and doing it again the very next day,
So on 7th, what do you have, Cash Flow coming in?
Yes, Cash Flow. So he's real popular on Netflix right now. There's a show called Wrestlers on Netflix. and he's from Louisville. And he runs the chop shop, which means he's going to put you in that corner, and he's going to chop you as hard as he can. And then also we got former WWE superstar Top Dollar. His name is AJ Francis. He actually just delivered the MVP championship belt, the Cheez-Its MVP championship belt at the Citrus Bowl. So this dude's doing big stuff just before coming to Memphis, right?
I love the Cheez-Its commercial when he talks about when, like, the coach is late. He's like, I woke up feeling the cheesiest coach. Stupid things that I love. Now, something I absolutely love is Lafayette's Music Room.
Oh, man, me too.
I have so much fun there. I've been to many shows, been to watch a lot. I mean, just have a lot of fun over at Lafayette's. I also heard that y'all are going to be at Lafayette's. Now, I don't think y'all are going to be singing and dancing. I think y'all are going to be doing a little wrestling.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of wrestling. I have been there several times. Of course, me and Maria love it, and going and checking out the live music and, you know, sitting up in the balcony and getting able to look down on the not only the stage, but the people and people watching, the dance floor and all that stuff. So I always thought, man, this would be an awesome place to have a wrestling match. Put the ring right in the center. Then you could sell the tables. You know, like if you and some friends want to come, you can just buy the table. And then also the balcony view from up top. I mean, I just think it would be super cool to have the people all around the ring and then really on top of the ring on the balcony. So we're doing that coming up Thursday, January 25th, and we've got two major superstars coming in. Former TNA Impact World Champion Cowboy James Storm is coming. He's perfect because he's a beer-swilling cowboy. He's the bearded outlaw. This is going to be perfect for him. And then the Machine, Brian Cage, is a current AEW superstar. And I don't know if you've seen this guy's picture or not, but he is jacked to the gills. So two big superstars coming to Lafayette's Music Room along with the stars of Memphis Wrestling. And they're branding this thing Bump and Grind Wrestling, Johnny.
I like that.
So there's
a
no
little
telling
bump and grind. Yeah.
what's going to happen. Yeah, and then also I believe it's 18 and up out at Lafayette. So, you know, it's more of an adult show than it is, you know, the family oriented. So what I'm saying is there's no telling what you might hear or what you might see out at Lafayette. But you can get your tickets now in advance. It's memphiswrestling.tv. There's a big banner. Just click that. It'll take you right over to it.
And I did also, though, I did hear, though, you know, I think it's the WWE, I heard some crazy stuff like Rock and people were starting to call out like Roman Reigns and stuff. So and that's getting a little bit crazy. What's going on with that?
Monday Night Raw, The Rock returned, and he says he's going out to eat tonight after he kicks somebody's butt. He says, by the way, guys, I'm going out to eat. Do you think I should sit at a table? And they didn't know where he was going. They were like, huh? Do you think I should sit at the bar? And, of course, the fans cheered. And he goes, yeah, The Rock likes to sit at the bar, too. And he goes, or should I sit at the head of the table? And that's Roman Reigns' catchphrase. He's at the head of the table. These two guys are in the same family. And The Rock has just come out and said that he might want to sit at the head of the table. So after, 3 or 4 years now of teasing The Rock versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, it looks like we're probably going to get it, but probably not at WrestleMania because there's this big event that's going to go down in Australia. And apparently the folks in Australia want The Rock to be there. So there's a chance that we'll get Roman Reigns versus The Rock, like at Elimination Chamber instead of WrestleMania. I mean, it's huge, and I believe it'll be the first time that they've been to Australia for a pay-per-view as well. So, I mean, WWE just sold out in LA on a house show, which means a non-televised event. They sold out Madison Square Garden last week on a non-televised event. Like, Raw and SmackDown are usually the sellouts, and then WWE does okay on the house shows, like they're packing it out or whatever. But these are legit sellouts. Like, WWE is on fire right now with CM Punk. Now you got The Rock coming back. Like, they are firing on all cylinders, man.
Well, wrestling in 2024 is going to be off the hook. Tell everybody where they can find all your mad wrestling skills at and everything that you're doing here with Memphis Wrestling.
Easy, memphiswrestling.tv. There was a report that went out yesterday that was ranking the top 100 wrestling YouTube pages. Now, this is based on the lifetime of the views. So WWE is on top, I mean, like with billions and billions of views. But the top 100 wrestling YouTube channels, going on now. Guess who's ranked number 53, baby? With over 10 million views within like a 3-year period.
Memphis Wrestling?
Memphis Wrestling, baby. So I want to send a big shout out to all the fans that watch, everybody that interacts with us here on this radio program. I mean, 2023 was absolutely awesome. We got syndicated all across the United States and streaming services as well. So there's no telling what 2024 is going to do for us, man. But all the information's at memphiswrestling.tv. This Sunday is going to be packed. You can save $5 off each ticket if you use the code word DOLLA at checkout, DOLLA. And I could tell you, you definitely want to be there. It is a ton of fun.
It's going to be a ton of fun. Make sure you check it out. And, Dustin, we're going to do it again next Wednesday. Happy New Year. Be blessed. I'll talk to you next Wednesday, brother.
Happy New Year, and anybody that's at the game tonight and you see me run by, give me a, oh, yeah!
That is Dustin Starr. Back in 2 Shake, Sports 56, 98.5 FM.
Be sure to follow us at Sports 56 WHBQ on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to watch live video of our shows, stay up to date with station events, and have chances to win prizes. Don't miss out on anything that's going on. Follow us at Sports 56 WHBQ.
Hi, this is Troy Fiveash, owner of Fiveash Roof Services. If you need a new roof for your home or business, we hope to hear from you and will work hard to earn your business. We are experts and certified in residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutter installation. I have been serving the Memphis area for over 20 years, and now with 2 of my sons working with me, we plan to be here for years to come. So if you need a roof, please give us a call. On a personal note, what a great time it is to be a Memphis sports fan. With the Grizzlies and the Redbirds and 901 FC, not to mention Tigers football and basketball, it's going to be a fun year. Thanks to Coach Silverfield and Coach Hardaway and their staffs for their dedication to the student and athletes, the University of Memphis, the City of Memphis, and us fans. Five Ash Roof Services, a proud partner of the Memphis Tigers and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. Five Ash Roofing, fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
We all appreciate luxury. We love the newest technology. We want something that sparkles and looks great. Well, I've got it all in one place. It's called Genesis of Olive Branch, right at the corner of Highway 78, that's Lamar, and the first exit in Mississippi, that's Craft Road. Turn left and you will see Genesis of Olive Branch. And right now, you can get the 2024 Genesis GV70 starting at $49,480 with special financing as low as 3.49% on select models. How about the 2024 Genesis GV80? A little bit bigger, starting at $55,995, financing as low as 5.49% with a $2,000 rebate when trading a luxury brand. Call them. They'll even bring you a Genesis at your work or your home for a test drive. They're convinced that when you drive a Genesis, you're going to want one. Call 662-890-6684. Ask for Vinny. Genesis of Olive Branch.
For over 8 decades, America's farmers have counted on the Little Red Tractor from Case IH, the Farmall, to help them make short work of their demanding chores. Well, Mid-South Ag can show you they aren't just for farms anymore. With horsepower ranging from 30 to 105, plus an army of attachments, they can tackle every chore on your to-do list, from hauling and mowing to loading and towing and then some. Stop by Mid-South Ag Equipment or call 662-890-3141 to find a Case IH Farmall that's right for you.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Now back to Sports 56 Happy Hour on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Here once again, Johnny Radio.
Welcome back to Little Sports 56 Happy Hour. I'm your buddy Johnny Radio, hanging out with my good buddy Bryant Dacus. We've been talking a little NFL football, and on the other side, we're talking with Russell Copeland. So we're going to get deep up into the final week of the season, as it is week 18, and then we're going to get ready for the postseason. NFL is about to get buck wild. But, man, in the National Basketball Association, Oklahoma City, I think people are going to have to really start taking serious. I thought they were a cute little story. Their record over in the West has been absolutely amazing. But what they did last night by taking care of the by taking care of the Celtics was impressive. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an absolute stud. 36 points, 7 dimes, 6 boards, getting things done. And we were talking about this Celtics teams yesterday with Kristaps Porzingis, with the fact that you got, Drew Holiday playing extremely well. Of course, they got Tatum. Of course, they got Brown. They've got a hell of a squad. But Oklahoma City, 14-5 at home, 23-9 on the entire season, and they are playing as good as anybody, and I just don't see it changing. I was looking at Minnesota and Oklahoma City early in the season and thinking to myself, oh, well, this is a nice, cute little story. Bro, no. Both of these teams are playing ridiculous basketball. OKC is now winners of 5 straight games. And, man, the West, well, right now it does look like the best. The Grizzlies have a lot of work to do if they want to get back into those play-in games. They're right now 5.5 games back from the Lakers, who are in that 10 spot. So a lot of business to get together and talk about tonight again, because the Grizzlies are back in action as they play the Raptors. But since Ja's return, they have been playing much different. And he has been the difference in this team. And we're going to see if it continues to go forward tonight. Now, over in that Eastern Conference, though, the Bucks, the Celtics, the 76ers, hell, the Miami Heat always are doing it. I don't know who's the creme de la creme or the king of the East. I still think the Celtics and the Bucks, they're 76ers, they're all up there. But this bad boy's wide open in the West. It's just the deepest and the best conference in football. Now, in the National Football League, it is Week 18. Russell Copeland's about to join us on the other side. We have got some mad, crazy stuff that we got to talk about. Who's going to win this week? The AFC East. Is it going to be the Miami Dolphins, whose Bradley Chubb, for some reason, was late playing in the game where they were getting blown out by Baltimore, now has an ACL injury, will not be playing. Tua is banged up. Waddle is banged up. I have a feeling Buffalo, who's won 4 straight games, is going down to beat up on the Fish. And I don't know if you remember this, but didn't I project that about, 3 weeks ago, Bryant Dacus?
You did.
I sure did. I wish I would have put a little bit of cheddar on saying that they were going to win the AFC East. At that time, it was a large chunk. We got to talk about the Lions, the Cowboys. We got football on the other side, but I do want to remind you, if you want to look good, 5880 Goodman Road down in Olive Branch. They can dress you or your entire family from head to toe. They have the largest boot showroom on planet Earth. Western boots, work boots, dress boots. They have it all. They also have some Hey Dude shoes. I got some Hey Dude shoes from Christmas. Hey Dude, they look pretty good. Thank you. You can get those at Frontier Western Store. And again, they can dress your girl because they have a ladies' boutique. They can take care of your children's in the children's department. And if you can't make it down to 5880 Goodman Road down in Olive Branch, you can make it online to frontierwesternstore.com. They ship your orders out within 24 hours, and any order over $75 is shipped absolutely free. Frontier Western Store and frontierwesternstore.com. Family owned and operated since 1967. Copeland on the other side, Sports 56, 98.5 FM.
Is your home still not warm enough or running out of hot water? Hi, this is Lauren Choate with Choate's Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, and we've got exciting news for you. Introducing Choate's Carrier Repair Buyback Program. If you've had HVAC or water heater repairs in the past year, you're in luck. Choate's will credit your repair costs up to $1,500 with a brand new HVAC or tankless water heater system. Yep, you heard right. Just bring your repair invoice from the last 365 days and get ready to upgrade your home's comfort. Say goodbye to those chilly nights and inconsistent heating. Choate's has you covered with various low payment financing plans, making your upgrade more affordable than ever. Imagine a more efficient and reliable system keeping your family cozy all winter long. And here's the best part. This offer is a substantial boost towards a state-of-the-art heating solution. Ready to take the next step? Schedule your free estimate by calling 347-8086. And remember, turn to the experts with Choates and let our family serve your family.
Grapevine Liquor and Wine has the largest selection of bourbon in North Mississippi and wines from all over the world. Let Jimmy the Delta Boy help you select the perfect spirit or wine to impress. Whether you're looking for the best price or a certain flavor profile, Grapevine Liquor and Wines has it. If you want good Southern treatment and the hottest prices, Grapevine Liquor and Wine, Getwell Road, South Haven.
Hotty toddy, gosh almighty, where do you get your bourbon? Flim flam, bim bam, Grapevine, by damn.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
You've heard of James Gaddis Jewelers, but have you heard what they've done lately? Everything! A tremendous selection of diamonds and jewels, gold, silver, and much more. Lots of watches, tons of custom-made jewelry, fine gemstones, bracelets, necklaces, so many choices. Romantics will love the one-of-a-kind estate and vintage jewelry. James Gaddis has experts to help you with wedding and engagement rings, plus 2 repair experts for fine watches and jewelry. Layaway and financing available. James Gaddis Jewelers at 4900 Poplar.
At Jason's Deli, when you're dining in or picking up curbside, you can expect wholesome food and no surprises, just delicious sandwiches, crisp salads, and quick quality meals made with the freshest ingredients and no artificial trans fats, MSG, high fructose corn syrup, or artificial colors and dyes. Around here, a lot of thought goes into what we put into our food and what we take out of it, because you're not just taking a bite, you're getting a taste of who we are. New items are constantly being created to expand our menu for all tastes and special diets with vegan and gluten-free options available. Convenience and on-time delivery you can count on. It's just a click away at jasonsdeli.com, so whether you need to feed 5 people or 5,000, the team at Jason's Deli, they have the credentials and the commitment to keep you satisfied. Freshness is nearby at Jason's Deli with locations at Ridgeway in the Park Place Center, Poplar and Highland, Germantown Road in Cordova, and on Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Jason's Deli. It's wholesome food and no surprises.
Do you know one of the best things you can do for your employees or family's health? Provide Arctic Clear bottled water. Arctic Clear bottled water is your locally owned and operated bottled water provider. Arctic Clear is 100% natural spring water with free delivery and setup, dependable service, and no long-term contracts. What an easy choice. Call Jeff Manus today, 901-382-2363, or visit arctic-clear.com. Arctic Clear bottled water. Call now, 382-2363. That's 382-2363.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, and W253DF Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Now back to Sports 56 Happy Hour on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Here once again, Johnny Radio.
Welcome back to a little Sports 56 Happy Hour. I'm your buddy Johnny Radio, hanging out with Brian Dacus, and it is a Wednesday, a little after 12. You know what that means. It's time to talk about the National Football League, the NFL. There's nothing bigger than the NFL. And we're talking with the best. We're talking with Russell Copeland. My man played in the Super Bowl. My man played for the Bills, the Eagles, played for the Packers, and, of course, your hometown Memphis Tigers. He joins me, and he joins me now. What's up, Cope? How is life treating you, my friend? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Johnny. How's it going, my man?
Man, it's going extremely well. I'm ready for what all that 2024 is going to bring. 2023 was awesome. The way that the year ended with some of these great football games going down the stretch has been unbelievable. But we come now to Week 18, and there is still so much to be decided. It's not even funny. It has absolutely gotten crazy. And I'm looking basically at this Jags team, and I'm wondering, they were once 8-3 on the season, okay? They seemed like a lock for the playoffs. Now they're in a must-win situation going into Nashville. Ryan Tannehill's back playing quarterback as Will Levis has gotten injured. The Tennessee Titans have nothing to lose. Can the Jaguars win this game and make the playoffs? And if they do win this and make the playoffs, can this team make any noise?
I think, Johnny, the Jaguars do have the potential, but I think, you talked about it being 8-3, and now they've kind of faltered going down the stretch. It's going to be about consistency and how healthy is Trevor Lawrence, and they need their playmakers to play. And when you look at them going down the stretch, not winning those games they were supposed to be able to win, they were not playing complementary football as well as they were playing earlier in the year. I think they can beat the Titans, but right now, every team that's not making the playoffs, they're not just out there playing. They're playing for jobs. They're playing for contracts. Mike Vrabel is playing for his job on the line, and players have a lot of pride. So they definitely want to spoil it and make things really interesting going into the last week. But I do think the Jaguars have the team to win on the road, but they've got to play a lot better than what they've been playing over the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, Doug Peterson's going to have to get the best he can out of a banged-up Trevor Lawrence, this wide receiving core that I thought was going to be so special. Been a little bit off. Now, same division, AFC South, Jaguars 9-7, Colts 9-7, Texans 9-7. Jaguars win in Nashville. They win the division. But Indy and the Texans are basically playing for either the division or the right to play in the wild card and make this postseason. The game is in Indianapolis. Houston is a 1-point favorite. C.J. Stroud has been extremely impressive. Who you got and why?
C.J. Stroud has been playing outstanding football. He's missed the past couple of weeks. He came back last week because of concussion. I really think the Colts win at home. I really like the way they've been playing the last few weeks. They've been very competitive. I think they win at home. And, when you come down to the last week, it's really about taking care of your own business. And we just talked about the Jaguars. If the Jaguars win and take care of their business, they're in. But when you look at the Colts and you look at, how they've been playing, look at the Texans, it's hard for me to go against the Texans, how C.J. Stroud's been playing. But the Colts have been playing just as well. They're playing at home. So them playing at home is the reason why I give them that 1-point advantage, and I say they win the game. But that's going to be an outstanding game. And, Johnny, this division is always usually going down to the last week. It's always very competitive.
Yeah, it really is. It's absolutely wild to think about. And Gardner Minshew's played pretty damn good this year for the Colts. Again, he's holding the spot for Anthony Richardson. Who knows where he'll be backing up next. But, again, for a guy to come in there, the moxie that he carries, he can throw a pick, but he doesn't get down on himself. He just keeps going out there and slinging the ball all over the deadgum yard. And again, this Colts front seven is really good. Their offensive line is really good. It's going to be a great game. They play again, it's the 7:15 game on the 6, Colts and the Texans. Now, your Buffalo Bills are playing the Dolphins, and this is for the AFC East title. Baltimore smoked Miami last week. Bradley Chubb got injured. Tua got banged up. Did Mike McDaniel screw the Dolphins in their season by leaving them in a game that was an absolute rout?
Well, I mean, you have to question his decision. When you look at later in the fourth quarter and you still have your starters playing and you look at Chubb being injured, you have to question that. I was looking at it as the game was progressing. I was like, it's time to really take your starters out and be prepared for the most meaningful game, which is next week, because that game was already out of hand. You wasn't going to win that game. So you want to be able to go against, the Bills, which is this week, with all hands on deck. So I definitely question that. But still, they're going to go out and play. And at this time of the year, Johnny, everyone is banged up. Everyone is stitched up. Everyone is trying to make sure that they can be as healthy as possible. But everyone is sore. But what's on the line makes your players be able to go out there and play for a few hours to be able to get into the playoffs. And that's going to be a heck of a game. I like the Buffalo Bills. I think they're playing better than anyone besides the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC. They know what's on hand. They've turned the ship around. They're playing like the team that everyone thought that they would be at the beginning of the year. They had their lull in the middle of the year. I like the Buffalo Bills.
I love the Buffalo Bills. And, again, I got to give a lot of credit, though, to Joe Brady. They replaced Ken Dorsey at offensive coordinator. I'm not trying to put everything on him. But you basically knew what you were going to get from this Buffalo Bills team. They were going to put everything in Josh Allen's hands, in shotgun, 4 wide, 1 back, and they were like, Josh, go win the game. Now they're running the ball with James Cook. Now they're doing actually a little play action. And by the way, before, when Ken Dorsey was there and he would, act like he was going to hand the ball off, linebackers were already stepping back in their drops. They did not respect the play action. Watch lately. He goes and does a little play action. Those linebackers are coming up. And with Josh Allen's accuracy and arm strength, he is just hitting BBs over the top, over the linebacker in front of the safety. And the offense looks so different with Joe Brady.
I think the main difference is it's not necessarily the points that were scored. It's the balance, as you talked about, running the football, the potential of running the football. Now defenses have to play honest. And now you take a lot of pressure off of Josh Allen because of that running game. And now he can run when he needs to run and not just putting the team on his back, having to force throws, having 3rd and long. Now they're winning on first downs. They're winning on second down. So now you have that play action pass, and it's wide open. The playbook is